You are welcome in Morocco. Welcome in September 2023 to discover the Sharifian Kingdom of Morocco, the modern Morocco, the civilization of Andalusian African civilization in this beautiful country. I start with my presentation. I have as I say yesterday, as my responsibility as the president of African UNESCO Network to present today the management and the model of the geopark in Morocco, the first geopark recognized by UNESCO as a UGGP. My presentation, the plan of my presentation is to give an overview about the Mgoun Geopark, the management and the model of the strategy access, the social and solidarity economy, and the geotourism and geoeducation, sports event, and awareness and other action and project that we developed in our geopark. The geopark, the idea to create the geopark Mgoun is started in 2000 when the concept is developed by the United Nations, and in 2004 the signature of a framework agreement between the Regional Council of Bni Mellal Khnifra and the province of Azilal, and in 2005 it's the creation of the Mgoun Geopark Association, and in 2009 we assembled of the Geopark project by experts from the Global Geopark Network, and in 2014 the Geopark Mgoun is recognized by GGN as a Global Geopark. We received the expert of UNESCO in 2018 in the first time for the validation, and in the second time in 2022 as when we received the green card as a global geopark. Our geopark is an area in the High Atlas of Morocco. It's about 5 with 15 municipalities and more than 200,000 inhabitants in this area. Geopark Mgoun encompasses a lot of localized and geosites, more than 60 geosites with interesting value, and we have 22 geosites who is recognized by UNESCO. We have some photos about some geosites in our territory: the Ouzoud waterfall, the natural bridge of Eminifri, the Tanalt village or the Mexican village near the waterfall of Ouzoud, with an important, interesting architecture of this village. The rock engraving in this interest. We work actually with the Ministry of Culture to manage a national park of engraving in rock in this geosite, with more than 2,000 engraving geolocalized and geoconserved in this area, with a small museum, a benefit of the tourists who come to visit the geopark of Mgoun. The Happy Valley of Ait Bougmez, who is a beautiful valley frequented by a lot of tourists. The Berber Passage, who is building by the nomad, comment on appelle les bergers? Nomad, yeah. Actually, he is explored by tourists who come to the geosite of Taria. Is a good site when we practice climbing in the area. The architecture of the geopark is very interesting and preserved by association, Ministry of Culture, and the foundation Morocco Atlas Adventure and Culture is American foundation who use a lot of students in architecture in United States who come every year to help the Geopark Association to conserve the architectural patrimony of the Geopark. Same for the geosite of Taria, who is the famous geosite, is classed between 10 best geosite in international geosite when we practice climbing. A lot of athletes who come to practice these activities in this area. The dinosaur tracks, a lot of sites when we have the dinosaur tracks in the Geopark, with a lot of work with Association Geopark to preserve and to protect the engraven rock dinosaur tracks in the Geopark. Also the Amzrei collective attics is traditional ancestral knowledge of the Berber population who lives in this territory to preserve the alimentary, the food in the High Atlas. A lot of infrastructure that we developed with our partner, the Ministry of Interior, the Regional Council of Beni Mellal Khnifra, and the other government departments, as the Museum of Geology in the Geopark, with a beautiful building, the Genopark project, the House of Geopark, and the Via Ferrata and other projects that we have developed in this area. We have some photos about the Museum of Azilal, the Museum of Geology in Geopark. We receive a lot of delegation, a lot of students, universities who come to visit this Geopark. And in the principal dome, we have a tunnel of knowledge, and we have a big dome when we have the dinosaur Amilaki that we discover in the territory of Mgon Geopark. These photos, and we use a lot of technology, a lot of informatic or linear technology for the children, for the students, and who come, and for tourists who come to visit the Museum of Azilal. Our vision is to conserve, to develop our territory with the respect of the environment, to preserve the natural resource for the future generation. And we have our management structure. We have a guidance and monitoring council who is presided by the governor of the region, the president of the regional council, who determine and develop the strategy of our Geopark, the guidance, the scientists and technical committee, approve action plan every year, the action plan of the association, and mobilizing the fund and the budget to execute or to develop our action plan. The Geopark Association with a General Assembly, with Executive Board, and an operational team with a director who execute the action plan every year, and to prepare every year a rapport of the execution of the action plan. Our strategic axis is about to developing the governance of our Geopark by creating the management structure, developing the Geopark house near the Museum of Azilal, the preservation and the intangible and material heritage. We work with the students in the primary school, secondary school, university, and also education. We have a lot of agreement partnership with the university in Morocco, the University of Marrakesh, in Agadir, in Rabat, and in Beni Mellal. Also, agreement partnership with international university in France, in Italy, and in Canada. And we receive a lot of training students from Africa, from Europe, in the area of the geopark. In the promotion and communication about our area, our geopark, we have developing 7 films with Arabic, French, English, and Spanish language to promote the geosite. We have also preparing a catalog photos about the geosite, our area, and a lot of spot in television and newspaper, a lot of document, a lot of map for promoting our territory. Improvement of the social economic situation of the population and the local population. We have creating a milk chain, a cheese of Geopark Mgoun in partenariat with the Geopark des Bauges in France, and supervising all the association and cooperative who is the geopartner of our geopark. Yeah, and we continue to develop the infrastructure to develop our area as the house of saffron, the house of local product in the geosite of waterfall of Ozod, and the creation of 3 geopark houses in the territory for more visibility of the geopark. When the tourists come, they found a checkpoint of information, local product, and the document of geopark. Mgoun Geopark have an operational action carried out in conjunction with all the partners, Ministry of Tourism, Culture, Agriculture, Sports, Ministry of Interior, and we mobilize every year a budget in 500,000 euro. Another axe when we work in the geopark is the development of social and solidary economy. I don't know if you know the saffron. Saffron is a new culture that we developed. It's the 3rd year. We start in 2019. Actually, we have 43 women cooperative who work in this activity. 350 hectares, more than 500 kilograms of saffron in this year, with $3 for 1 gram. You can imagine the impact economic of this activity for the local population. We organize also with the Regional Council of Nimlal the 3rd edition of the Fire of Local Product, and we accompanied our geopartner, the cooperative and local association, in the packaging of the local product. We sign with them a chart of Geopark, and we give them the logo of Geopark, and we help them to have all the certificates of sanitary organism in Morocco. We support the creation of women cooperatives, support the project for Churchichi Saffron Cooperative, production of pistachio and carob, and we developed to create the milk chain and the cheese of Geopark in the municipality of Ait Bouli and Energy. The partnership of Mgoun Geopark, I speak about this, is the Massif des Bauges in France, and the Geopark Hatzeg in Romania. We have a project of agreement partnership with Cliff and Fandy Geopark in Canada, and we developed a lot of sports and initiative educational with our international partner. This we have the product of saffron with the logo of Geopark and all the certificates and a good packaging that we facilitate to the cooperative, to the local association to put the product in the hotel, in the house guest, and in the supermarket. It's facilite pour vendre le produit. Also, in this axe, the monitoring of file for obtaining the international geofood label and creation the product catalog of Geopark Mugun and taking a professional photos of cooperative and local product with the catalog of local product of Geopark. In geotourism, the partnership with tourism stakeholders, creation a specific menu of Geopark. Why when the tourists come to the guest house or hotel in Geopark, we must present for them a local food, not European or Asiatic restoration. We need to present our gastronomy, our knowledge in gastronomy in the territory. Design and creation of a tourism circuits and the location of Geopark circuits and development of training plan for benefit of the guide of mountain. And as you know, in the Geopark, we have the only one center of training of mountain guide in Morocco. And we develop all the activities in the territory with the mountain guides. Also in geotourism, we have developing a geotourist maps, educating tour guides on the environmental importance of the Geopark and opening the training center of tourist guide and the creation the outdoor sports maps. The creation of a network of museum. We have the museum in Azilal. We have another archaeological museum in the waterfall of Ozud, and the third one in the cities of the Mnet, the Joyce Museum. And we have another museum in graving rocks in Tizinterest. And we developed a networking between the circuits of museum in benefit of the tourists who come to the Geopark, and signing of a commitment chart with 134 tourist establishments who work in the territory of Geopark. Training and support for tourist stakeholders, partnership agreement with 15 travel agencies to promote the territory, professional photography and creation of a catalog, a tourist accommodation geopartner, networking of tourism stakeholders and geopartner of the Mugun Geopark. Also in the acts of geo-education, this organization of awareness day and ecological visit for high school and club in the university, organization of 3 edition of International Geopark virtual meeting of plastic art in May 2021 and 22, with participation of a lot of countries in North Africa and West Africa and the south of Europe. With the creation of an ecological garden in school and organization of reforestation company with the surface of forest and water in the region. Launch of common entrance wall cleaning up and painting initiative in school and with the municipalities, and organization day of musical and artistic animation for benefit of the students of the Living School in Eitbougmez. A lot of activities for students in geology, in geomorphology, in archaeology, in architectural, also for students of primary and secondary school, organized every year by the Geopark Mugun and our partner. In sports event, the organization of the first half marathon of Geopark in 2022, and organization of 3 geo trial each year in the territory of the Geopark. It's the trial of Atlas, the marathon, the Morocco race trial, and the trial of waterfall of the geosite of waterfall of Ozod. In this axis, we have creating the Geopark Club of mountain sports and water sports, and we organize a lot of activities in benefit of the tourists who come to the geopark, as climbing, canyoning, rafting, randonnée, and hiking, and other activities. We have some photos about the activity organized by the Club Geopark Mgoun in Wada Hansal and in the lake of the Dam of Ben Luiden. To create a Geopark Mgoun Club, we have in the acts of communication. I'm speaking about this installation of a new geopark signage, updating the map touristic that I distributed for you yesterday, updating of our websites, production of documentary for the geopark, production of communication sheet, and strong presence in social media, in Facebook, in Instagram, and others. The organization of professional photos taking days to tourist area, local product, tourism establishment, creation of 8 innovative videos for tourism promotion and strengthening of the Geopark brand, participation in several radio broadcasts to raise awareness of the Geopark, and creation of a new Geopark Discovery mobile application in smartphone. To respond to the condition imposed by COVID, when the border is closed, all the tourists in Morocco come to the mountain area, and we have taken a lot of measures to help the students, the local population. We have distributed 120,000 medical masks and a lot of quantity of hand sanitizer, and action to sensibilization of the local population about this pandemic. Awareness, other initiative, we organize a lot of company to cleaning and to in the geosite. We celebrate with the participation of students, local association, club in university, and our other partners. We celebrate every year the mountain days with UNESCO, with GGN, and other geopark all around the world. We have some photos about the activities that we organize in this celebration. In the museum, we receive a lot of delegation, ambassador, ministry, students, professor in university, the schools who come to discover the museum of Azilal. And we have a team of guides who work in the museum to giving the explication for the visitors. Other activities in environment awareness and educational activity in education. Planting the panel of sensibilization. Other activities in partnership with the Association of Science of Biology and Geology in the region. We have participated in a lot of activities organized by the Office of UNESCO in Cairo, in Dubai, in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in Jordani, yesterday in Egypt, in benefit of the project of Geopark in Arab world. And we have seen an agreement partnership with the Massif des Vosges, and we signed the protocol to create the African UNESCO Global Geopark with Ngorongoro Lingai, and hosting the application to host the international conference in Geopark in next year. A lot of information about if you want to visit the website, to Facebook page or Instagram of our geopark. And thank you so much. I'm open to answer for our question. There, if you want, just I have some slide about the. Sorry. Yes. Just for the panel, the scientist panel that for the aspiring to be geopark, our scientist committee has prepared a lot of panel that we put in every geosite. When the tourists come, they found all the information about the geosite. We have there some model of panel that we have in our territory. In 22 geosites recognized by UNESCO, we have in each geosite a panel who give the geological photos and the information, the geolocalization, and the information in Arabic, in French, and in English. Just to give you an idea for to aspiring geopark to that we can use in our geosites. It's okay.
Thank you. That is a very exciting presentation. I would simply call it a beautiful, exquisite, marvelous, and whatsoever. In short, you took me back to that is a geology, that is a lecture. Then you also took me to a tourism lecture and a conservation or geoheritage lecture. In short, the presentation is very good, and it brings out a lot of that is aspects. Yeah, and in terms of standards, I think you've raised the bar very high, and I think it is good for us in Africa to emulate what you've done in Morocco. It's a very good example, and no wonder even in football, we are not surprised that you are representing us very well, and you are going to represent us very well. Now, I've seen that in terms of, your presentation, you've got a very good, that is a strategic plan in terms of strengthening the governance, the preservation, issues of promotion, they are coming out very nicely. Even the budget, a very good budget. And I think it's a challenge to all of us in Africa in terms of what we have to do in terms of the investment, because 500,000, that is euros, or is it, 500,000 euros, it's a budget which I don't think most of the African countries we are capable of, gunning up that those resources. But these are the standards which I think you are giving us, that if we're going to invest in such, we need to up our game. However, in the presentation, I've not heard anything to do with disaster risk preparedness. I've looked at the landscapes that you have there. You've got mountainous landscapes which are very prone to issues of, if you've got floods, you're going to have a serious disaster. I've seen those cliffs where people are doing their geological excursion using, I don't know whether poles which have been embedded into the rocks. So I would like to hear from you if you've got any deliberate strategy or that to do with disaster risk preparedness. That is one. Then I saw in your presentation there's a village which is you've identified as a geosite. It's a geosite. I want to understand the connection between that village to the concept of that is a geosite, because I take it that a geosite is supposed to have some geological connection. It's not just anything like you bring food, then you say, this food, where you are going to take food, there's a geosite. I want to understand the connection. So basically, those are my questions, which I would like to pose before you. Thank you so much.
Donc, je ne sais pas. Donc, la personne a posé deux questions, Driss. Je m'imagine que, en fait, donc la première question, s'il y a à diminution des risques. Donc, comme il a vu le relief du paysage, il peut s'imaginer que quand il y a des pluies sévères, par exemple, qu'il peut y avoir un risque de glissement de terrain, par exemple. Est-ce que vous travaillez là-dessus avec la population locale? Et la deuxième question, c'était le géosite qui est lié au village. J'ai oublié le nom du village, mais quel est le rapport avec la géologie? Qu'est-ce que vous expliquez dans ce village qui a un rapport avec la géologie? Je vais continuer en français, tu me rassures la traduction. Ouais. En anglais? For the first question, the relation between the local population in the village and the geology, in Geopark is not only geology, it's all what we have in the area. Local population, economy, architectural, geomorphology, and other disciplines. We have the waterfall is a geologic a formation, comment dirais-je, des formations karstiques. Karstic formation, I think, in geology. And near this geosite, we have a local population who lives in a village with a spiritual zawiya. We have the name in Morocco. I think there is a friend from Senegal. Do you know what does it mean, zawiya? Is this? What does it mean? Confrérie. And the local population, we work with them to preserve the forest, the fauna and flora of the area, and to protect the geological site. It's interesting to implement the local population to help the structure of management of geopark to conserve and to preserve the area, because it's not necessary to je sais pas comment dire, c'est fermer le géosite pour dire on le conserve.
Effectivement, c'est une opération uniforme. Mais je crois que la question était plutôt liée au risque naturel,
oui,
des désastres.
C'est la question de la relation entre le site géologique et la population du village. Mais pour le risque, sérieusement, on a des risques au niveau du territoire. Les risques, ce sont des risques majeurs, pas comme le cas en Afrique. Les glissements de terrain, on est dans une chaîne montagneuse atlantique de formation calcaire. On n'a pas le risque de glissement de terrain, mais plutôt avec le changement climatique, on a deux versions. Soit les pluies torrentielles et les chutes de neige qui dépassent en quelque sorte les 2 mètres de hauteur, et ça bloque les routes, ça bloque la population locale. Et le deuxième risque, c'est celui de la sécheresse. On est dans la 3e année de sécheresse, on a un fort manque d'eau au niveau du territoire du Geopark. Oui, bien sûr.
Okay, so for the second question on what's the relationship between the village and the actual geology, as he explains, he says, look, we just involved the local population from that village with the nearby geosite, which is a waterfall. So the local people are actually involved as well in as a guide and in explaining it to the tourist. But I think if you've seen the village as well, you see that actually the material for the construction of the houses has been taken locally, and if you see the picture from far away, it's totally integrated in the landscape because it's actually been built by the rocks that they find nearby. So that in itself is already a story. And when it comes to disaster risk reduction, indeed, they're prone to several hazards. One of them is, for example, extreme snowfall. And they're in the high atlas, so it may block roads. So they do work with the local communities to see how they can actually build resilience against this. Another hazard is drought. They're in their third year of severe drought. And maybe now you can continue.
And I added another thing. When we are a manager of a geopark, we are not alone. We have the responsibility to develop the territory. We must develop the partner agreement with all the government department and other institutions to preserve the geosite and the geohazard and
So the geopark acts a little bit as a mediator, as a link to bring together governmental institutes, research institutes, and local communities. And I think that's one of the roles that they can play as well, in making sure that people are properly informed, and then to see as well what can you do actually against it.
Excuse me, and also he was telling that for the research on disaster risk reduction, they collaborate with the universities. The research is done mainly by academic institutions. They showed they bring students, PhD, and scientists from universities. So they play a moderator role between academic institutions and the sites.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for such excellent presentation and for all the stakeholders that are involved in the whole geopark. I would like to know what kind of arrangement do you have with all the stakeholders? Is it a formal arrangement? Do the community get to sign an agreement with the government? Then you showed a lot of sports activity that I'm sure the people who come to the geopark pay for it. So what are the benefit sharing among all the stakeholders within the geosite and the geopark in general? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. J'ai compris la majorité. Comment ils bénéficient des activités que vous avez des accords forts. Yeah. Exact. Firstly, we have a chart of geopark. We have seen a chart of geopark with a lot of association, cooperative, and government department in the territory. The chart will stipulate a lot of clauses, a lot of articles that we can respect to benefit with the logo of geopark. We are a territory labeled by UNESCO. We can respect some norms. When we created the club, Geopark Magoon Club of Mountain Sports and Nautic Sports, before the territory is exploited by the travel agency in Europe. They come with the tourists, with the sportive who come to practice rafting and canyoning in our territory. And there is no economic impact in the area. When we create the club, all the activities is organized by the club. Club is constituted by the athlete, by the youth of our territory. When COVID is coming in 2020, there is 1,500 Moroccan tourists who come practice rafting in the area. The activity is le coût de l'activité, c'est 50 euros. Just for the activities. And when we come, we must go to the guest house to eat. Imagine the economic impact of the local community. The same for the association of mountain guides. We have an association with 300 mountain guides who have signed the agreement partnership, the chart of geopark, and they represent the geopark because already they live with the population, they live in the village, and they speak with the community about geopark, what does it mean geopark, what they do geopark, what is the difficult and the risk of preservation of our geosite. The activity of saffron, only saffron. I said that we have this year's 500 kilograms of saffron with $3 for each 1 gram. Do you imagine the impact economic of the local population? Same for pistachio, for carob, and the flue touristic who come. We have 168 guest house in the territory. Is the proprietor of this guest house is the population, the local population. When we work, it's a proximity work. We work with the local population, we explain to them, they appropriate the concept, they appropriate the project, and they defend the project. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Achibo, for your comprehensive presentation. Coming from paleontological background and having the knowledge that Morocco has contributed very much, particularly in the studies of origin of our species, the Homo sapiens. From your presentation, I've seen something about the dinosaurs, also displayed in the museums. But I've not seen anything, as regards the sites which have contributed very much into the studies of the origin of our species. Here I'm talking about sites like Jibel Road. I don't know whether that's how we pronounce it in Morocco. Yeah, Jibel. There were discoveries there just a few years ago, and they generated a lot of, our scientific information all over the world. So I was just wondering, were there specific reasons why, sites like Jibel Road, which is internationally recognized as one of the sites which has contributed to the evidence of our species, why it's lacking in your geopark as one of the important geosites?
Donc, sérieusement, le territoire marocain est très riche par un certain nombre de géoparcs. Actuellement, on travaille avec 6 projets de géoparcs au Maroc. We have 6 projects aspiring to be geopark in Morocco. They applied to benefit to the program Grant for Africa. This year we have Mr. Abdullah Widiou is the president of Geopark of Shawand in north of Morocco. We have another one in Tata, in the south of Morocco. Another one in the east of Morocco, in the Beniz the Mount of Beniz. And another one in the Volubilis, Romanian vestige of Meknes and Fez, in the middle of Morocco, and the site that of Jebel Irud in the Atlantic coast, when we discover the crown of the Homo sapien, for I think it's 3,100 before Jésus-Christ. But there is a lot of work that we do with universities in Agadir, in Marrakesh, in Casablanca, in Rabat, in Tangier, to develop other geopark, other area. And with UNESCO, we have the reserve of biosphere. We have actually, I think, 3 recognized by UNESCO, and we have another one in the High Atlas, in the heart of Geopark de Mgoun. And the site of biologic and ecological interest, where there is more than 100 SIB, site interbiologique, and site Ramsar in the area of in the territory of Morocco. It's outside of, yeah. Yeah.
Ok, merci beaucoup pour la excellente présentation. Je parlais un peu de français. Ok. Okay. Thank you very much for your excellent.
Je vais traduire en anglais.
Voilà. Okay. I'm interested in understanding le plan saffron. À quelles conditions, which conditions does saffron plant thrive? Because it is an economic plant which actually people may benefit. I don't know whether it can be benefited in Baringo, Geopark, and so on. Merci beaucoup.
Saffron is a success story actually in the Geopark de Mugon. And to develop this activity is very simple. They don't need a lot of work for women and for the technique to product. We need only les pulpes. Les pulpes du safran, c'est les grains. Boats? Yeah, pulps of saffron. And with the Ministry of Agriculture, we organize a lot of training with women and farmers how to prepare the soil, how to plant the pulps, how to take the flower of saffron. And this activity, they give the result in the result in October, November, and December. And all the year, il est endormi. It's asleep, yes. And we have the possibility to use other thing in our small land by the farmer. The flower of saffron, we collect it in the morning between 6 and 7 before the sun comes. We can take. C'est le secret du safran. Quand le soleil arrive, la fleur elle se ferme. Donc vous devez la prendre à l'aube, avant le lever de soleil. Et je vais terminer en français, c'est plus facile, comme ça tu traduis. L'activité de safran, ça va encore avec le tourisme. C'est-à-dire la petite famille, le matin, avant le lever de soleil, ils partent pour la cueillette des fleurs du safran. Et avec le petit déjeuner, quand on a des touristes dans des gîtes, des auberges, on donne des plats de fleurs de safran aux touristes pour aider les familles à accueillir la petite fleur de safran. Donc c'est une participation des touristes avec les locaux. Et après le séchage, nous, en tant qu'association Geopark, on a aidé les coopératives sur le packaging du produit, pour la maison en emballage, le packaging. Et avec l'initiative nationale du développement humain, on a mis la maison du safran au niveau d'Azilais. Et on a les étalages solidaires au niveau des établissements touristiques et des hôtels. Et aussi, on a signé une convention avec les grandes surfaces, les grands centres commerciaux au Maroc. Et on a mis le produit dans les caisses. Ça a permis la commercialisation et la liquidation du produit. Et bien sûr, en injectant les résultats et les impacts économiques sur la population.
Maybe I'll quickly translate. So the plantation of this plant has, of course, a direct income, and as you heard it's $3 per gram. But there's many more derived products from this. You first asked, is it easy to plant? I think he explained that it's very easy. Actually, it doesn't take a lot of maintenance. It's a very plant that resists well against drought as well, so you can keep it in semi-arid conditions. But in addition to the direct selling price, there's also a lot of derived products from it, because, as you heard it, there's 160 homestays, and very often in these homestays, it's those people who actually harvest the plants, and they do this together with the tourists. So it's a part of a tourist activity as well. Tourists are involved in the cultivation and in the harvesting. And so then the geopark helps those people as well to connect them with hotels. So they're using the products directly in the meals that they're preparing. And they also connect them with commercial centers and with trade partners, so they can actually sell their products. So
Maybe explain to them what is music. What are the benefits?
it's a spice that you use to, basically it's a coloration. It colors rice, for example. It gives a little bit of a specific taste. In Spain, they would use it in paella to give it the yellow color, but in the Mediterranean, in the whole Mediterranean kitchen, it's used as giving an additional flavor and an additional color to products. Yeah.
Yesterday, it was the 13th of December, and that is a day for St. Lucia. And in the Nordic countries, we buy saffron for a very high price in order to have yellow bakery cookies or soft cookies on that day. It's very important. You need to use saffron. Sometimes you use turmeric because it's yellow, but it doesn't taste. So saffron, and very high price in Norway. Very important on the 13th of December.
I will just answer because gentleman asked the weather conditions and the climate. So he just explained that you need to have a cold weather and winter somehow. So it can grow everywhere, like Spain, Iran, and Morocco. It could be anywhere, but you need winter, and it comes just after spring season. So if you take the example of Baringo you asked, I think it will be a highland, but not in Lake Baringo. So he said it's an easy plant, you can grow everywhere, but you need cold winter somehow. So if you don't have a winter in the tropical areas, I think like Congo, and we cannot have. It's just only condition is, that's what he said.
I don't think the Norwegian winter knows.
Yeah, I think you should not have an extreme winter. And that's why you don't have, right? Otherwise, so yeah, it's just not extreme cold, but you should have some of cold. More question? Sorry? Same.
Thank you very much. Mine is just a question. I'm speaking from now from the conservation point of view. And in this case, I'm concerned about the biodiversity conservation. So even as we are trying to attempt to import this alien species, we should be mindful of what is likely to happen to the natural environment. I'll give you an example of, at the Victoria Falls, we've got Lantana camara, which is an alien invasive species, which was introduced in that environment, and it takes over the natural vegetation such that at the end of the day, you would think that this Brazilian plant is the native plant of that environment. So we need to be very careful even as we introduce these alien plants. I thought I should just give that caution to ourselves. Thank you.
Plants that could be considered.
It should come by some it doesn't happen naturally, there's a reason. And this is another probably topic. When we have a geopark here, that could be one of the scientific studies the geopark can do, which plants can be controlled and plant without destroying local ecosystem and biodiversity. So I think these are the themes of the geopark, so I have advice for research to see if we bring it for which it's not only commercial thing, but what is needed, it could be another plant. So we have a very good success story, and we know that we have some destroys examples. But hopefully, if the geopark thing moves on, we can help them with the research for Iran and Morocco.
Aussi, ce sont des cultures alternatives pour la population locale. Ce sont des cultures à valeur ajoutée qui ne nécessitent pas un effort, qui s'adaptent avec les conditions climatiques et qui n'ont pas un impact sur les produits locaux ou autochtones. C'est ni sur l'environnement. Ça contribue efficacement au développement du revenu du famille et ça a un impact direct sur l'économie locale.
Any more questions? We can maybe move on. So thank you, Chris.
Just before to finish my presentation, I have there the annual report. The Geopark have the obligation to have an action plan, and in the end of the year, we prepare a report of all the activity that we share with UNESCO, with the Global Geopark Network, to have it in the website of GGN. And this one is for Geopark Mugon that we prepare for this year, with a lot of activities that we prepare, a lot of documents. This photos is for the Geopark House of Mugon, the geoeducation and geotourism. We have there the menu of Geopark. Sports. This year we have opening the Via Ferrata, the first Via Ferrata in the Geopark. A lot of initiatives, the semi-marathon of Geopark, the climbing. We have a team, football team, who play with the logo of Geopark, who play in the Champions League of Morocco, the Trail of Atlas. Other activities that we organize with local families, celebration of international days, to contribute to develop the familial economy and solidarity economy. A lot of activities in geoeducation, participation with UNESCO office in Cairo in a lot of workshops, seminary, in benefit for the project of Geopark in Arab world and in Africa, with UNESCO in an intensive course, and others. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. So now you know who is him, and he's open. So I think you will get lots of inquiries and contacts. We pass the flag to the rest. So next one will be Tanzania, Ngorongoro. Please come, Sha. We need to try to connect the computer.
Okay, as they set up, these sessions are live on Portstream Media in YouTube. It's being relayed live. Portstream Media. Portstream, Portstream Media. Just in YouTube, Portstream Media is being relayed live. And then, secondly, if again we wish to share live on Twitter, Baringo Geopark, UNESCO Geopark at Baringo UNESCO Geopark is live. I mean, it's trending. And Tembea Baringo. We're also trying to, there's hashtag Tembea Baringo among the trending topics today in Kenya, Tembea Baringo. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Monsieur Paul Ponce Ampo. Now, I think, Ampo. Maybe Tanzania, will you use Swahili? So that you have
Understand it's okay.
Swahili is okay.
If they understand it, it's okay.
Okay. Now, use English. Then, yeah, you should know at least 5 languages, greetings, and say thank you in 5 other languages so that you are a global citizens. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ramadan, and me with lightness will present about our Geopark, Ngorongoro Lengai, and we just share experience, what we are doing, and maybe you can grab something and you can advise us where we can do better. So, this is where we are located in southern Kenya, at that coordinate below there. We have our area is populated by, it has population of 2,050, 100,000 people. Large part is located within the Ngorongoro conservation area. And our area is just it is a unique window into a complex of interplay among geology, biodiversity, and human cultural development. Geologically, we are confined between two Rift Valley, East African Rift Valley, which is extending from Kenya to Tanzania. And then in Tanzania, the Rift Valley is divided in two. One is in western, and another is eastern. At eastern branch, the eastern branch also divided into three arms. The two arms, EAC and the Natron Manyara, is located within, it is in our area. So it is because of these Rift Valley activities, it's bring volcanic activities in our area and create some magnificent landscape and world, I can say, a world, very important sites within the world. So, okay. Due to the importance of this area, Ngorongoro, Lengai, and all the environment, we have geoheritage of international value, and other heritages which give us so many status. We have a multiple status in Ngorongoro. We are World Heritage Sites. We are Managed Biosphere Reserve. We are Global Geopark, and recently we acquired one, the first 100 IUGSC geological heritage sites. In our area, we have geoheritage, scenic landscape, biodiversity, and most importantly, our people, culture, diversity, cultural heritage. The following slide is just important, or can say international significance geosites, which give us the status of UNESCO Global Geopark, including the Ngorongoro caldera, is the biggest one, which measuring about 19 to 21 kilometer diameter. Most people refer it as a Garden of Eden, and others say it's a fishbowl for wildlife because it is rich with biodiversity. We have Oldonyo Lengai. The importance of this Oldonyo Lengai is that it's only active natural carbonatite mountain. Oldonyo, it means mountain, and the Lengai is God, so it's a Maasai word. They refer it as a mountain of God. It used to be in the world, within the world, there was only two mountains which erupt this kind of lava. One is in Norway, Kristi North, and another one is in Ngorongoro. So most people depend on Ngorongoro now because it is only active to do some research. So we welcome you all. If you have anything on that lava, you can come and do your research there. We also have a paleoanthropological sites of human evolution. This is a very important site for the development of humans from 3.6 million years until now. We have Laetoli footprints and the Olduvai Gorge. These are very important and also is a research area. So we welcome also to, if you deal with that area, we welcome you to do your research there, and maybe you can add something in our area. Our people is very important. We come from I introduce you to the heart of the geopark, I mean in the geosites, and now I introduce you to the cultural diversity. This is a backbone of the geopark. Any geopark should have the local community. So in Ngorongoro, we have 3 important tribals. We have Maasai, which make about more than 80% of the area. And also we have Datoga, and along the Toga we have Hadza. Hadza, they live a native life until now. They depend on honey and wild food. There are very few. Approximately they are about not more than 2,000 people. So there are very few, and they live their native life. They don't stress about any development, like you want a car or houses. They don't stress of that. They just live their life as normal. So let's take you to the activities, what we are doing actually in our area. This is just we already did something, some of it, so, and we continue to do something. So I'm continuing with the local community. Local community is a very important part in our geopark. Our local, its involvement and empowering them. So in our geopark, we have a boma. This is the traditional houses. They are allowed to have it within a geopark. So visitors can go there and learn our culture, the culture of the people of Ngorongoro. But also we develop, we construct a new museum at Old Vai. And within that museum, we have a community center where our local people use it to sell their local products. The one there below. But we have trainings for the local community. We have training for entrepreneurship and how they can modify their local products that to suit the markets, and how they can take advantage of the tourism market as well. So we always give them the education, training, and trainings. So, and also during the COVID, sometimes it is difficult for them, so we support them with the small things. Like during the COVID, we support them with those protective things for the COVID. And we usually have a meeting with them. Regularly, we meet with them. We discuss about the future. We discuss their participation within the geopark, their role, and to protect the environment, their geosites. So we do this in order to communicate with them to understand their importance and their role within the community. And we invited them when we have some events, like this one was the International Day of the All Indigenous People. We invite all the local community tribals which are located within our area to celebrate with us, to tell their rights. This was not last year, I think the year before last year. We have geotourism activities. In our area, we have more than 60 geosites. And so we just put them into routes, 4 routes, because the area is huge, so we put them into routes. We have Oldonyolengai route, we have a Caldera route, North route, and South route. And we developed the geotourism guidebook. So anyone who wants to go there by himself or herself, so they can navigate easily and they can have some information of the sites. We also have our education activities. We usually have universities, students, and college students. Others come to do their industrial attachment, like this one, college students, local college students here around Arusha. So they come sometime in our area. They spend about 2 months there. So we have a program to take them to the different routes of geoheritage, and we tell them what is geoheritage is and geoparks and how they can, because most of the people, they are focused more in biodiversity than geoheritage. So we invited them on. Sometimes we have the kids, small kids coming from kindergarten schools. So we took them to the field. We teach them how to be the next conservators. And sometimes we go to the universities and colleges. We go out to reach them. Like the photo below here, it was a college in Mwanza, so we go there to teach them about what we have and the new status. We say new because we have only 4 years now. And sometimes we participate in local event, like local celebrations. So we participate them, we put our booth and tell people about geopark, geotourism, and what we have. So we have visitors like this one and this one at the left. Also, we invited schools and individuals. If we have some events like Heritage Day, so whatever, we invited them to the Old Vai. So we started discussing some points or some topics of the day, of that day, and we teach about our heritage. And the rest of the picture are the field during the, we took students to the field so they can realize by their own eyes. And we have a training. So any geopark should have a training for their locals, for their stakeholders and the other people. They need to understand their geopark. Let's say in our area we have some earthquake, but it is not so strong. So people, they need to understand the geohazards and other things which they can take care themselves during if it's happened. But also we have training for local guides. These people are very important because it is them, they can take the visitors to the field, to the geosite, and explain a lot of things about your geopark. So we usually conduct this training to our local guides. And also we have a research. Our area is very potential for the research. I remind you again, so we welcome you to our area to do your research. If you see that you can do anything there which is important to the world and to us, we welcome you. We do also conservation and rehabilitation of the sites. When we get this status, some sites was in bad shape, so now we just do rehabilitation of the site. And this one is like all footprints. There are some parts of the footprints which have been covered, balding, and there are some parts of which are open. So if you come, you will see all of them, but some parts are covered. So we do protection and the rehabilitation for our site. Also, we focus on the development of our site. This is a new museum built with the Geopark project at Old Ruvai Gorge. And we have so many, there's not many, but some information centers in different parts of our area. We have a stakeholders partnership and partners. So we create a partnership with the local community, who they can help us to be more visible, because visibility is a very important part for the Geopark. So people have to understand, to know you in deep. So this one is Matatu. Matatu in Tanzania, we say local community. We branded them with the Geopark stickers. So if people they see, and we have a website there. And we train this to be like local guides, these drivers. So if people they have questions, so they can ask them, and they can provide some few information and our numbers, so they can contact us. And we design our own. This one we design a logo like to identify our partners. Networking is very important international and locally and in the region. This when we as in the Mugun we sign a declaration to create a African Geopark network. It was in Rabat, Morocco. And recently we have for John Geo Fund. This is a project for 4 continents, 5 Geopark. It's more education. So we want to learn from other people who have already do much on education, so they can guide us how we can do better on this area. So we participating in this project. It's chaired by Czech, yeah, and we have mostly these faces. So this is a more regional. This is our friend from Baringo. We came to visit us and to learn a little bit and to discuss some matters on the Geopark. So we welcome them and have a chat with them. We have challenges also. Not everything is running smoothly. So we have some challenges which we would like to share with you. Maybe you can advise us in somehow. But we have, for example, we have funds, infrastructure development need funds. If we want to, some sites are not accessible very well, so you need to have funds to develop them, to access it. Information center, if you want to build an information center, you need to have a fund. So the fund is not sufficient, but we go slowly with them. Vandalism is very big in our area, so also we deal with them by educating them, not enforcing or impose some things which can deteriorate the relationship with the local community. So only we can do here, we just speaking with them. So as you can see, this one, we was just built. It is the only place in Ngorongoro UNESCO Global Geopark you can get a 360 view of the area. So we created like a picnic site, but within a few weeks, the guys just come and smash it down. So it's only table and the cities, but they smashed it down. So, and we have to, our area sometimes receive more than 700 visitors. So to produce guidebook and the brochures is very costly. You see, so that is another challenge we're facing, and the other one is more than 70% of this area is a protected area. So it is sometimes difficult to create walking trails because wild animals are very dangerous, and it's not advisable to put a lot of the interpretative panels. So we have to rely on the local guides. Other challenge is capacity building and education activities, and it still is not enough, but we are doing our best to reach most of the people. We have a future plan. This is one of the mini information center for the geopark we built recently, and another one is on the way, different parts. Our future plan is to increase the visibility of the geopark, expand education programs, and also infrastructures. Oh, asanteni sana. I can leave you with this one. Oh, no. Yes.
And right there on the road, not 2 feet away from us, was this huge lion. Just.
It is very short, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Yet another exciting presentation. I personally had experience with the Ngorongoro. I've been to the crater. I had a very good experience, and even now the presentation is also speaking to the experience that I had. You talked about, vandalism, and I saw something that looked like, some rock formations or panels with some prints and so on. I didn't get to the explanation to what type of vandalism that is, whether people remove the blocks of, geological material, and if not, what formations are they? I need to get some clarification on the same.
You're speaking about this one?
Yes.
This one is not a rock. It's structures we put there. Cement.
Oh, cement. Okay. To me, it looked like it's a geological formation. Okay, that is okay then. Then I also had an opportunity to, try to examine the information center.
Yes.
For me, it looks too tiny. I know these issues of resources, too tiny for visitor, that is occupancy, not knowing the numbers that you receive per day.
This one?
Yes. So possibly maybe an open air, that is a presentation would have done, which I know you've done in some areas, but you are also saying that because of, the mere fact that it is in a protected area, then you may know, I mean, the panels are not encouraged. So possibly, like it has already been said, we may need to discuss on, how we should get around those challenges. Thank you very much. Otherwise, the presentation is very good.
Thank you. This one is small, but due to the where it is located, the people is just passing. So we don't need it to create it's a mini information center to direct you to the main information center, or we say museum. So it is located at the junction of the Olduvai and Serengeti. So put there for people to have a look what we have on that side. So it's just a small one. Yeah. Yes. Asante.
What is your budget? What is your budget? I know you say that you've got budgetary constraints. How much do you spend by year? Where are the sources of these funds which you get?
Actually, the source of fund is a government from the Ngorongoro conservation area, and for the Geopark, we have a direct like 300,000 USD per year, and but there is other department which have which are doing the same work of the Geopark, like conservation of some areas of the whole Ngorongoro conservation area and other parts. So we have sometimes we can say we have our budget is sufficient, but each year is not the same. Sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's so it depends, because we much depend on the visitors.
Do you charge some fees that's coming?
Yes, the fee is charged through Ngorongoro Conservation Area. The ones that provided all the funds for the Geopark.
I don't know if there's other questions, but otherwise, Rama, thank you very much as well for the presentation. I see that you have proposed 4 geo routes. And I can imagine that most of the tourists arriving there, foreign tourists, they're very much interested to see the wildlife. So how do you convince them to diversify the package somewhat? How do you promote these geo trails, let's say, and offer maybe a more homogenic package between visiting the wildlife and going to see the volcano and to see the Australopithecus findings? How do you promote this? You have an agreement with local tourism operators, or you promote it on the website? I mean, these 4 geo trails, they're for the independent traveler. How do they find it?
Not only we have agreement with the local tour operators, but the local tour operators, they are part of the management plan of the Ngorongoro Lenga UNESCO Global Geopark. So we usually invited them to our meetings. We teach them the importance of the area, our routes, the trails, so they know very well. Because much of the business of the tourism is they are the one who are managing it, because they are the one contacting with the visitors. They are the one convincing the visitors to come. So you have to invest it to them. So one of the one member who is also at in our National Geopark Committee. So they know much about our area. So yes, Chris.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I would like first to comment, because I think your visitor center is, of course, very important, but I think also for all other initiatives to cooperate with already existing infrastructure is also very wise, to make sure that your geopark, that you have cooperation and that you are able to be visible in other structures. That is a good way of using the same money twice. So I think that is obvious for you, that you are also using other visitor centers to promote the geopark.
Yes.
But my question was, because I could see that, of course, it's not done by the geopark itself, but the protection of the footprints. We saw it from above, but can you tell a little bit more about how it's done, how the protection, is it fenced, or I saw that it was protected? Because for this area also, that is interesting to see how you can do that.
Okay, the protection program was carried in 1992 to 1990. I'm not remember much by the Gate Foundation. So what they are doing, they start the area, and then they start putting some signs, and then they have like a sheet which prevented the growing of the trees, acacia trees, because there is a lot of these acacia trees, and it is the one which distorts the footprints. And also put another sense, and then they finish with the rocks above. Yes.
Okay, thanks a lot. My name is Salih Samb. I'm from Senegal. So I apologize. I will ask my question in French because I'm not very good in English.
Okay.
Moi, je voudrais juste poser une question tout à l'heure avec la présentation de Driss du Maroc pour le géoparc de Ngoum. J'ai vu qu'ils ont une association pour gérer le géoparc. Maintenant, moi, ma question est de savoir, ici au Kenya, est-ce que vous avez créé une association ou bien est-ce que vous êtes dans cette perspective-là de créer une association pour gérer le géoparc? Pourquoi je pose la question? Parce qu'au Sénégal, on a un peu ce problème-là. C'est un projet du ministère des Mines et de la Géologie. Et là, on commence à avoir d'autres sectoriels comme le ministère du Tourisme qui commence à se positionner pour dire que normalement, c'est un projet du ministère du Tourisme, vu que l'aspect touristique est vraiment très, très, très important dans ce projet-là. Donc, j'aimerais savoir, vous, ici au Kenya, comment vous faites pour gérer ces aspects-là. Merci beaucoup.
Excusez-moi, monsieur, est-ce que vous voulez savoir la réponse comment Tanzanie fait à Ngorongoro? Parce que Baringo va être présenté après ça.
Ah oui, c'est en Tanzanie.
Donc ça, c'est Tanzanie,
Oui, c'est ça.
Ngorongoro Langai. Donc il peut vous expliquer ce qu'ils font comme associative, activité avec les autres organisations.
Absolument.
Mais Kenya va vous présenter après, donc on va leur reposer la question.
Oui, c'est en Tanzanie, absolument.
Okay.
Merci.
Do you have any activities of association like Mugun Geoparks was doing with the tourism activities, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Culture, because geology is geological activity, but tourism is highly managed by Ministry of Tourism. And how do you bring these different branches? The partnerships, how is the partnership or cooperation is done? Different institutions.
Yes, usually we intend to partnership with a lot of, with the ones we see that they can benefit us. Like I said, we have a partnership with the two operators of Tanzania, and we have a partnership with some universities and local people, hotels, restaurants. So sometimes we created we call it Geopark corners in some areas. So we have that partnership, but we didn't extend it till now. We didn't extend it to the sports and other activities like presented by my brother, by Idris.
Vous avez compris, je traduis? Donc, il explique qu'ils ont des coins de géoparc, des petites associations, mais ils ne sont pas arrivés au niveau activité sportive ou des grandes collaborations comme Mogun est arrivé déjà. Donc, c'est essentiellement avec les opérateurs de tour qui osent promoter le concept de géoparc. D'accord?
Je crois que j'ai bien compris votre question. C'est quand on commence un projet de géoparc, personne ne veut approprier le projet. Vous avez le ministère du Tourisme, la Culture, l'Énergie et Mines, l'Agriculture, l'Université, le Conseil régional, le Conseil communal. Mais au Maroc, on a opté pour la création d'une association. Une association qui est soumise à la loi de 1958 relative aux libertés publiques. On a créé l'association avec tous les départements de l'État qui ont été représentés dans le cadre de l'association. Aujourd'hui, quand le projet a grandi, on a ressenti que tous les acteurs veulent approprier le projet. Le ministère de la Culture veut intégrer, le ministère de l'Énergie et Mines, le tourisme, le sport, l'éducation nationale, l'enseignement supérieur. Et aujourd'hui, avec la prise de conscience du gouvernement, on a un projet de loi qui a été soumis au Parlement, qui fait du ministère de l'Énergie et Mines le chef de file du projet de géoparc au niveau national. Parce que c'est à eux la responsabilité de la préservation du patrimoine géologique. Je crois que c'est votre question.
So I'll try to translate and Christoph can add if I missed any part. So we are here talking about partnerships which are bilateral or specific to the objective of tourism guide or other activities. And what he's bringing here in the Geopark Omgun is, since, I mean, I think we should be careful. Here we are talking a very young geopark. Here we are talking a very mature geopark. So if we go to history, here we are more than 10 years. And then there was explained that in Omgun Geopark government is created a legal infrastructure, and that different governmental representatives and organisms and ministerials, there's a project bill actually passing through the parliament that Geopark has the responsibility of geodiversity, geoheritage conservation, and they are playing the main role for geoheritage conservation, but government is creating this, I mean, I think it's very French, and this part of the association is a legal tool. There's a bill, and within this legal infrastructure associations are created. And then government enables Mungun Geopark to play main role for geoheritage conservation in the geopark in partnership with other ministerial organizations. You want to add?
No, that was great.
So it's just, I'm not a translator. Yes.
Yes, my question is, Ngorongoro is also UNESCO World Heritage Site and also Biosphere Reserve. So how do you harmonize all the three for the visibility and also for the packaging?
Yeah, first of all, World Heritage Site, Man and Biosphere Reserve, and the Geopark, we are all located in one department, so but different leaders. So for me, I'm a head of the Geopark unit, but there are other people who are heading the two status. So usually we cooperate with the other units and the departments to answer all the queries from the UNESCO, RS queries, or anything which come in our way. So first, I can say that what we manage a lot is to locate them in one department, so people, we can have a same page when we answer anything from our stakeholders.
Enrique?
Oh, Lighty, she want to add something.
You were going to ask?
Yeah, she wants to complete from Ngorongoro perspective.
Thank you very much. I just want to add some more from what Rama has said. Ngorongoro, as we have the three status, the Mane Biosphere Reserve, World Heritage Site, and the Global Geopark. What we do to harmonize the three status, we have the committee, which is both from the Serengeti. As we know, the Mane Biosphere Reserve is Serengeti and Ngorongoro, Mane Biosphere Reserve. So we have the committee, which is total dealing with the Mane Biosphere Reserve only. But also we have the World and Heritage Site, also we have the committee, which we do cooperate with the Natural Ministry, and whereby we have the UNESCO desk from the ministry, who are total doing the World and Heritage activities, but with the cooperation with the Ngorongoro conservation, also with the Ngorongoro and UNESCO Geopark. So to our side, we are only working on the Geopark, status, though we communicate with the other two status so as to bring together what is the Ngorongoro has to do for the three status. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask, I am aware that there was a geoheritage inventory that was done by John Kalimense in 2017-18, just before and on time for the proposal of the geopark in Ngorongoro, and that it has been used since then. Was there another revision of this inventory, or you're still using the same one?
Until now, we're still using the same one, but we usually, with the interval of 2 years, we usually conduct an inventory for the new sites, and we didn't add them till now because in the package, because it needs some development. So when it is development finished, we can add them to the. So we conducted the inventory in our area, but not outside of the.
So there has been new sites added?
Not yet added.
Not yet. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we will talk about this later.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I would want to spare the presenter from my questions, but I would like to direct my contribution to UNESCO. I believe that this is a geopark that is program that we are discussing, but I believe within this same geopark program, there is an opportunity for UNESCO to also upscale its activity in another program which has to do with World Heritage Convention. I know that when it comes to geoheritage in the UNESCO World Heritage Convention, the geological sites are underrepresented on the African continent. And I think that following from my colleagues, that is a question on geoheritage inventory. There is need to for UNESCO within. I don't know how you network, but there is need to that is upscale the geoheritage inventory in Africa, so that on the basis of the same we can have an opportunity of increasing the representativeness of World Heritage Site as well as the geoparks on the African continent. Thank you.
Because we think exactly the same way, and this is exactly what we are doing. So this workshop is about, of course, UNESCO Global Geoparks, but we have Enrique here, and I think you all received your booklets, and Enrique will also give you some jackets. So we are collaborating with PanAfGeo, which is a program under European Commission. European Geological Surveys are providing African geological surveys, the fundamentals of geoheritage, inventory of geoheritage, conservation of geoheritage, and promotion of geoheritage. And what we are doing together is that you learn what is geoheritage, and then you decide if your area is best for biosphere reserve, but you will do geoheritage conservation. It's your decision. If he thinks that it's a geopark, he will do geopark, and she thinks it's a world heritage. So what we do here is really to understand your geoheritage, and then you decide which model is best for you. So that's what I presented my presentation with 3 designations. So geoheritage is everywhere, biodiversity is everywhere. Cultural heritage is different. That's why I think World Heritage Convention is really clear on the cultural heritage and intangible heritage, but we overlap. So in the natural heritage. And that's why, our directors, Audrey Azoulay, made big briefings this year explaining importance of Africa being behind in even World Heritage sites as well. So we can only bring that teaching, explaining how we do. So this is the perspective. Enrique will send you brochures. Please make sure that your geo-surveys are aware of what we are doing, and then they can help government organizations for the development of geopark or World Heritage Centers designation. So that's what we are here. And this is under our remit. And also today, actually, we received the really good news. We received the funding to provide the training about geo-heritage conservation and management UNESCO designated sites. So hopefully next year we will deliver a course only for UNESCO designated sites, because we do know that there are World Heritage sites, they have geological heritage of a value, and they sometimes struggle to manage this part. So the objective of that training will be how to manage geo-heritage, protect and conserve in 3 designations. So Christoph and myself, we're Earth Science and Geoparks team. So it's not only we are making geoparks, but we are also providing you the tools for Earth Sciences. It helps. So I think we are there. Thank you very much again. So I think one of the highlights of this course, we are very, very strong being behind the schedule. So I've never been like that. So we are extremely late. But these are really useful discussions, I think. Time doesn't matter. We are here. We can go late. We don't know what time is the football game, but based on that, so it's going really nicely. I don't know how you're feeling. Can we do one more presentation, or do you prefer a coffee break? So I don't want to go harsh. And Suzanne is ready to present Baringo Geopark. But please let us know you prefer coffee break. Coffee's ready. Do you want to have a break and come back?
15 minutes.
Okay, Suzanne, do you mind if we do 15 break, please? Okay, so 15 minutes break, please.
Yes, yesterday, Kimosop, I gave you an assignment. There was a bird giving us entertainment. What was the name of that bird? Come and tell us before we go for coffee break. Yeah, you remember, I'm a teacher. I follow up on assignments so that I verify whether you did a good job or not. Okay.
Hello, everybody. The bird you heard yesterday was it's just a raven, a crow, but it was a young one, and it was calling for its mother because it had some food. This is a place where we had a lot of food, so it was just a raven, what we call the fan-tail raven. But today, you'll be lucky to see the hornbill. The hornbill that is resident within the area. I'm sure some of you have seen it. Thank you.
Okay, Ezekiel Cheboy, where are you? Kindly stand. Ezekiel Cheboy, wave. Please look at him. He's our timekeeper today. So 15 minutes, whip. You whip the people back after 15 minutes. Thank you.
Timbuktu, Timbayuan, Jumba Kabarnagan, Kabarnet, Baringo, Tongaya, Tongare, Kita jemui, awai boingo, kita narok, awai narok, kita kablong, awai ngalong. Serengeti, awai serotonin, Washington, awai seguton, baru kita Tokyo, awai kabar Tokyo, Baringo, Tongaya, Tongare,
All right. Can we settle? Okay. Toa hii nini? Mweke US. Mweke nini?
Laptop unatumia hapa ama kitu? Hii laptop.
Sikubali nini? Okay.
Songesha.
Weka sasa nini moja tu nini. All right, may I have your attention? We have now coming to Baringo. And the song that I just played in the background, an artist was saying, visitors will be coming from Asia to Seja. I mean, rhyming scheme. From Baghdad to a place called Radad. From Europe to Morop. Morop is a hill just which looks like an elephant. So that's what that young man was dancing to, that beat. So let's now go to the county of great diversity, that is Baringo, where we are, where we belong, and then the place of the best honey. If you never tested honey from Baringo, then you don't know what you are missing. You are missing the honey from Acacia. All right, Susan Chepkemoi.
Thank you very much. Our distinguished guests from different countries. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So my name is Susan Jepkemoi. I'm currently the acting Geopark manager and also doubles up as the CEO of Conservancies in Baringo. This is because Conservancies host some of these geosites we are talking about today. My presentation is out of good effort from starting with the community, the local committee, the national committee, who we work hand in hand to be able to develop this Baringo Great Rift Valley Aspiring Geopark. So welcome to my presentation. I know so much has been said yesterday in the speeches, and I'll point out on just some few important areas. So I'll look at the geographical location, the geological formation, the archaeological and paleontological sites, just few of them, just a description of our culture, our journey to nomination as a UNESCO Global Geopark, management, and the current efforts that we are trying to develop with the Baringo team, including the county government. So just before I go into the slides, I also want to thank the county government, the national government, and in Kenya, and the geopark, or the aspiring geopark, is located within the central part of the Kenyan's Great Rift Valley, and I think it's pointed on the yellow arrow. It's in the Eastern Africa Rift System, the eastern part, and we have a diverse altitude range from the lowest of 700 meters in Cheparus to 3,000 meters in Eldama Ravine. So it's quite diverse altitudes. The climate also varies because of the different altitudes, with the rainfall ranging between 1,000 and 1,500 millimeters. And in the lowlands, we also have lowlands who receive about 600 millimeters. The temperatures are between 35 degrees to 10 degrees Celsius. Just to go into the history of, just to go into the history of the Baringo Great Rift Valley Aspiring Geopark. It fits into the geological evolution of the Gregory Rift System, dating back to the Miocene period that ranges between 25 and 5 million years ago. And it's characterized by volcanic, sedimentary, and metamorphic rocks. The older Proterozoic and metamorphic rocks are in the north, and the larger, just a minute. It covers a total area of 11,000 kilometers square. It's divided into 6 sub-counties for administrative purposes. And it has the lake system. It hosts the Great Rift Valley Lake System, where we have the Lake Baringo, Bogoria, Lake Kapnarok, and there is also another lake that emerged in 1994 called the Lake 94 between the Lake Bogoria, which is a salty lake, and the Lake Baringo. So I'll take you slow. So within our geopark, or within our aspiring geopark, we have proposed 16 sites out of so many that we had listed down. And this process of really identifying these sites started in 2016. And just from the map, it's spread throughout the county. The geological formation of each site is also diverse, as I've said in the description. And it's all diverse, starting with there are tuffs, basalts, the valley beds, silt, among others. And something important about this site, other than its geology, is the archaeology. Baringo Aspiring Geopark also hosts the old Millennium Man, dated between 6 and 5.7 million years fossils, which were found within the Lucano Formation, which is composed of deposits and volcanic tuffs. And the site where the fossil was found is within the Rondinin fossil site. And within that area are also Toicho archaeological sites that several studies have been made and they are available even within the internet. We also have another archaeological site, which is the Kormoson viewpoint in Irong. This is a site that we will visit, and it's composed of rocky ridges within Loboi Plains, bordering the western side of Lake Bogoria. So the archaeological site is characterized by the Huntington's trachyte phyllolytes outcrops that are used as pillars, and also the stones are used for construction long time ago. So the area also has several diverse wildlife that still reside in the area. So the site is preserved as a geosite as well as a conservation area, conservancy by the community. It also forms the breeding site for greater kudus. So just another site is Lake Baringo and the associated islands. This is one of the sites that proposed site, which is described by a low-lying depression of the Gregory or the Kenyan Rift in a sedimentary basin. It's one of the largest paleo lakes in the rift of about 130 to 280 kilometers square. So currently we have the current occurrence with the climate change. We have very high rising water levels in the rift system, the lakes within the rift system. And currently this particular lake size is 270 kilometers square, which probably some 3 years ago was about 245 square kilometers. So there is a lot of swelling of this lake, and it was formed in the late Pleistocene to the early mid Holocene, and it has 7 islands, and the rest are submerged. So there were so many islands, I think about over 10, but currently with these rising water levels, we've had the existing islands are 7, and about 2 where communities from the El Chamus community live in there. So we have communities living within the islands, and these are the El Chamus, and I'll talk about them later. These are more within the highland, the Kokwa Highland, one of the islands are hot springs. And even within the shores of the lake, the submerged hot springs, you could see bubbling, water bubbling from probably the existing geysers that are submerged. So maybe 10 years ago, these, the geysers would gush out over several meters high. And that is an occurrence also that is visible in Lake Bogoria. So this lake is a freshwater lake. So there's fish, and the communities living around pastoralists as well as fishermen. So it's quite a unique maybe way of life. So another site is the Linkok footprint site, which is a new discovery, probably about 5 years ago, where a community member used to use the same land for growing finger millet. So one time after the plowing, maybe with the ore, he found out that there is layers of tuff, probably rock layers that seem not to be easily dug. Is when they found, they discovered these footprints. Yeah, so this is the gushing hot springs of Lake Bogoria, which have high content of carbon dioxide content within the hot spring, and there is also a lot of algae within the waters. It's salty. You can see the green. This is where the inlet of the Waseges River into the lake, and the many spots you see are the flamingos. So this is a site that we'll visit on 15th in the evening. Another site is Paka Caldera. This is also a multi-vent low volcano lying within 1697 meters above sea level, formed around 582,000 years ago. And it's an active site where currently, as a country, we are tapping geothermal power, and communities around here are benefiting from some of the revenues from the geothermal power station. And there's also a caldera adjacent to the site. Another site is Sinibo Geo site. It's a paleontological site with numerous fossilized animal bones and plants, including remains of elephants, hippos, and others scattered within the sediments. This is an area where we really need studies to be done for us to be able to really get to know more about the site. I think it was in Christine's or Chepkoech's presentation. It's still a fragile site, and literature dates it at 10 to 2.5 million years. So within all the 16 sites, there's a trail, we call it a geo trail, that has been made to be able to, it's an old trail. It was developed from the old trail during barter trade many years ago. So one of the maybe landmarks were the tamarind plants that have grown within the trail. And tamarind, most of the community were Arab, using tamarind for their cooking and maybe eating them. So tamarind has grown all around those areas, but there's still existing footpaths, which the guides here in Baringo have made it. So it crosses all the way from the escarpment, from the end of the escarpment to the other. And it's about 264 kilometers across the rift. And within Baringo, we provide about 160 of the trail. So 100 is from our neighboring sites in Laikipia and in the Elgeyo Marakwet. So that's just a photo of people hiking. This is Kureswa, a site that we've not also, it's not one of the sites that we've nominated, but we're still trying to interpret the site and study what the site hosts. But it's within the geo trail. So the community organizes for this trail every December on 26th of every year. So this year you're welcome to stay around. It's not far, to join us in the trail. So part of my presentation is also to talk about our journey, which is progress over the years that we've pursued the Geopark. So it started in 2016, where UNESCO and team assessed the site. Then 2018, where UK and Canada experts came for fact-finding. And it was then that the National Geopark Committee was born to oversee the Geopark nomination process. Then within the same year, there was several consultative sensitization workshops, trainings of experts by the German expert, then identification of the 15 sites out of the many that were listed. Then there was a development of the first trial of nomination in 2019. Thereafter, we've progressively developed the sites, having visibility and a committee deliberating on several issues. And it was then that the draft management plan was developed in 2020. The second trial was 2 of the Baringo members, including me, participated in the virtual meeting that was conducted last year, that really prompted us, or let me say encouraged us, to review our previous processes and to see where we went wrong. And it was then that we applied for the grant for technical support by UNESCO Global Geopark Network in February this year. No, we received the award the application was last year, but we received the confirmation in February. We went ahead to develop the website, and the Baringo County team, including the county assembly, the technical team from the county government, visited Ngorongoro to be able to learn more about Geopark establishment. It was then that the local management committee was constituted. Then after that, the management plan was validated by stakeholders in November last year. Then the mission experts of Chepkoech and Arthur took place in May and June, and from then we've held several meetings with the communities, with the committees to be able to just develop the geosite. And we submitted, recently we submitted our dossier in October 24th. So just some snapshot of this, what I've talked about. We have existing infrastructure and education being offered within the aspiring geopark. For example, KABARNET Museum, where we'll visit tomorrow, about 54,000 students visit the museum for educational purposes. We also have the Kipsaraman Museum. We have the Mogotio Information Center, which is really one of the magnificent information center that the county has invested in at the entrance of Baringo. And that it will provide, it will be important for visitors to get information about the geopark at the entrance. And the center is also strategically placed. It's within the equator line, we also have the Lake Bogoria Educational Center and many others, community resource centers within different sites that we've identified and we would wish to invest in them. Baringo is very rich with traditional knowledge, and this is how we use herbs. The vegetation around is because of our relation or the value that we've put in the diverse species of plants that we have in Baringo. And I think that is something our communities have transferred from generation to generation. And you can see how, you know, there are even herbs that you can, when grinded, you can sniff, and it can, you know, heal some migraines, corona. Yes. Very true. Tomorrow in the morning, the people will wake up to Kimmo Church, will be able to experience. So we have pride, very huge local pride and tradition in our communities, and I think annually there is a cultural festival, and towards the end of the year, you are told that there is a goat auction, and that is taken hand in hand with the culture, promoting culture and our geofoods. So with the designation of Baringo being a geopark, we'll be very happy to have the label and be able to promote our products and services. So we have several cultural groups. Baringo hosts about 6 communities who are native, and most of them are indigenous communities. We have the Tugen on the other hand. The brown and yellow is Tugen. That is the team we'll meet in the morning. Then we have the El Chamus, the pastoralists, and they also feed on fish in the middle. Then we have the Endorois community, whom we will visit tomorrow after lunch within the fortress or the archaeological site. Then this is still the same team, and this is still the same team, and the last one is still the Tugen community. So we have Tugens, we have Pokots, we have El Chamus, we have also Nubians who migrated and settled during the World War in Baringo. They are natives now. And we also have Turkanas. So Baringo, that diversity is brought about because we are neighboring 8 counties or 8 communities. So we do capacity building. Baringo is well known for bird watching and wildlife. And we've recorded over 500 species of birds. And Lake Baringo, some years back, was put in the Guinness Books of Records, having the highest number of birds being spotted within 24 hours of about 342 within 24 hours. And other than that, about birds, we also have one site called Tugumoi, Birds of Observatory, where during this period is when migratory birds are able to be spotted within the area. So Baringo is a territory or a living laboratory. We receive many students, and it's important for education, science, and culture. And with these, we've collaborated with several universities, and among them are representatives of our local committee. So we embrace partnership, and we look forward out of this team to have several geoparks to twin with so that we can progress in developing our geopark. So we look forward for willing friends who would wish to twin with us. It doesn't matter the country you come from. So please, my members, please take contact so that we can walk this through. So in the Baringo Aspiring Geopark, with all the developments, really has a great linkage to sustainable development. And we see this, we contribute to this because women are empowered through this association or through this partnership or collaboration. We are able to sell our products, for example, the goat auction. Baringo also has very rich honey from the diverse indigenous plants that we have. The coffee from Baringo is also quite unique. I hope you'll have an opportunity of having one as a take home. We also have beadworks, the cultural wares like this one, whereby as much as our communities are making them for their own wearing, but they also, it's an enterprise for them. So there's an enterprise that the county government is driving called Ushanga, whereby hopefully they'll be able to sell or export these beadworks to outside the country. We are also trying to work out how we can promote sustainable tourism and promote experiential long life learning, adventure, and wellness. Management. So we manage the geopark and we developed recently the management plan that is supposed to guide the management of this site between 2021 to 2031, 10-year management plan. And this plan will be implemented by the committees, and the committees, we have the national committee, we have the local committee that will spearhead this management plan in collaboration with the county government and other stakeholders and partners within the area. So the selection of the committee was more based on representation and relevance of various institutions into the geopark. So as you saw yesterday, we have political support, and with that, we've also tried to integrate the geopark concept into the county integrated management plan. And currently, we've been developing it. It will help the county integrate this concept into the plan from this year to 2027. Within the management plan, we have an investment budget estimated at $12 million in 10 years. So with that, we are looking for willing, or we are lobbying really, and also we are lobbying the government to invest. And we saw the commitment yesterday. We are also applying several grants, and we hope that we'll also benefit from the GGN network. So these are the photo of the local Geopark committee in one of the meetings. Then this is a meeting of the national and the local Geopark committee during the development of the dossier, with the completion of the application. And the aspiring Geopark has connectivity to other protections within the county. And Lake Bogoria, we have one World Heritage Site, which is the Lake Bogoria National Reserve. We also have, other than the Lake Bogoria National Reserve, we have also the Cap Narok National Reserve. We also have important bird area, Lake Baringo and Lake Bogoria has been designated. And we also have community conservancies who host, some of them host the geosite, some of the geosites are within community areas. Ongoing initiatives in developing Baringo, Great Rift Valley as an aspiring geopark is, we have a number of them. I'll just go through. Policy formulation and framework has been prioritized going forward. There are also plans to protect the vulnerable sites, increase on safety, awareness, access and promotion, which are strategies also within the management plan. We would wish to strengthen partnerships and networks, both from local to global. Marketing is also one of the initiatives that we hope to upscale. Capacity development of both the geosite leadership, including guides and the trail managers. We would wish also to link now the baseline, to have a baseline socioeconomic survey for our geo products and services. We are also trying to find ways of tackling climate change, and recently the county government endorsed a climate change policy for Baringo, which we would wish to ride on, and the county has also sourced funding to be able to support, to mitigate the climate change issues that we are experiencing. In terms of inclusion, the county government also recently endorsed a gender policy, and also in 2020, I think 2019, 2020, the county government also developed a disaster risk reduction strategy, which we look forward to really speed up its implementation to ensure safety of our people or our guests. Infrastructure development, and also the Geopark Committee being an advisory in developments within the territory so that we don't affect those sensitive, critical, valuable heritage. I think we also have the bioprotocols to manage biopiracy, which one of our communities, indigenous communities called Endorois, have managed to get that, the protocols for any of their products. This is our website, it's active. In terms of visibility, we have written media, brochures, social media, and that's all about Baringo. Since you're here with us, please enjoy your stay. Tomorrow when we go to the field, please help us. You're more knowledgeable, help us to be able to manage these sites for the future generation. Thank you very much.
Time is an issue, but I still think it's nice to discuss when it's warm. So if you don't mind, I have some questions. And I think Kristin and Christoph will also. So can we go back to yesterday? If you remember, I had a very short presentation and I said two things we always see in a council: territory and geoheritage. So I said these two are the main topics: one single unified area and geoheritage conservation, protection, and education. So here, okay, so where is my colleague from Uganda? He's not here. Hey, so we were discussing this last night, and he was asking me how we define the territory, how we make the map. And I made a very children's drawing because I can't draw. And we said, so here we see wonderfully geosites. We have several in the middle, and then we have one here, and we have one here. So this is very important. So we have very often geosites in the border. So I assisted 6 council meetings, Kristen probably 26. So I did 6 meetings, and this is always a topic. Why we have these geosites in the border? It's just a question, you don't need to answer, Sarah. And then, why the territory goes that big, and why sites are here? Is there any idea and what you think? So these are the questions always will come. You don't have to answer, but we see 16 sites in the middle, and we have the boundary of Geopark. If I understand correctly, boundary of Geopark is the county boundary. Yeah. Fully. So this team decided to limit their Geopark with the county border. So do we see any issue here? What could be if there is any? What we can suggest improve in this map? Do you see anything which is intriguing?
The next question is, one area, geoparks one area. Teach actually in initiation, but with another like to gain political support. It allows for very strong political support, and then also for extensive growth.
So if I summarize and if I understood correctly, one suggestion could be this will be our territory and coming around only the sites we know, but because we have governmental and county level support, and we would like to keep the moment. This is just brainstorming, I think. We are just asking questions, so please don't take anything I say as a rule. I am as amateur as you are. It is really questioning because I want people, it's think and ask questions. It's just, I can say very silly things. So please don't take me as an expert. But it's really good to have this in front of us because it's an aspiring park. Now, before it was Brooklyn, it was decided with Tarangora. These are geoparks. Here we have the working table. So anything we have is brainstorm.
No, thanks. It's a good point that you raised there as well. I think it's important indeed, and the council will always insist that a geopark follows pre-existing administrative boundaries. And the reason is that, of course, that you like this, you rally support as well from your government, from your municipalities. You can't cut through a municipality because why would half of the village be involved and the other half would not be involved in the geopark? But it is important that you reflect upon the size of your geopark as well, because the ultimate goal is that the entire territory of the geopark is involved in the actual project, in the geopark project. And I think the question was raised here yesterday, how big is a geopark? How big is it on average, right? I think it would be good just to give a ballpark figure, and it's not really, how would I say, keep it, use it as just as an estimation, as an indication, but on average it would be around 2,000 square kilometers. But it ranges from 50 square kilometers, the smallest one, to 17,000. And 17,000, that's a geopark, including, of course, a large marine territory. But there are terrestrial geoparks of 10, 11,000. There's just recently a geopark in Chile that is now becoming 12,000 square kilometers. 12,000 square kilometers, and they can, because they've been growing steadily, they can involve the entire territory in the geopark. But that particular geopark that I say of 12,000 square kilometers, they have 120 geosites. Their geological description is 32 pages that they sent to UNESCO. So that gives you an indication as well of how they have managed actually to involve all the different communities throughout the whole territory. And they have interesting sites to present and to study and throughout the entire territory.
Just accepted last, Tabas Geopark in Iran has been approved by the council last week, 17,000 kilometers square. And we talk about, they have a label saying next geosite is 172 kilometers, but you're in desert area. So it's a different management. So when you're in desert, and the council discussed this extensively, they said it's a different management in desert area than here. So I think here we really, again, if we go with this, we need to make sure that that town is aware that they are in a geopark. One question I have, these colors, you said sub-counties. So this is a sub-county of Baringo County. So this is still within the Baringo County, like a district. So this is an administrative border, right? So this could be we are still in, because what we want is natural, geological, or administrative border. What we don't, not we, council, doesn't want is the mix of that. In some geoparks, they start with administrative boundary, and then they follow river, and they follow geological continuity, and they come. So mixed boundary is not accepted, which is not the case here. But here we have whole county. But it happens that most geosites are located in this sub-county, and this sub-county. So many geoparks start small because it's easy to manage small. And then within a couple of years, they go for extensions.
Just a short comment to this, because it's also important to know that if you define for a smaller area, if you want to enlarge your geopark, if it's more than 10%, you will actually need a full new application. So I think that is also what you need to take into account here. Also for the Migratory Bird Observation Center, it's a very important part of the geopark. So this in the border, yeah. So that is a really one of the assets for the biodiversity. So it's a lot of things. It's not only that to look at the map, but the point here is that you need to do that reflection very, very seriously.
Yeah, I mean, this is again, I ask silly questions. This will come, why this is there, and this is the explanation. So it should be really clearly identified and we had once last year a geopark, all geosites were in the border. Totally border, and that was a big question. And the border was the mix of many reasons. And again, we asked them, they will explain. So it's okay, because they didn't understand, council didn't understand, come back. So please make sure if you submit an application, if the territory is too big, explain why it is. Territory is too small, explain why it is. So, and again, as I say, please read council reports. So can we go to the challenges you listed? Is there any question? Sorry. Pardon. Excuse me.
Can we go back to the same map? May I be allowed to walk in front?
No, but which Suzanne we get?
Actually, before you asked whether the representation of the colors, the first impression by the nature of the distance that was there, I was not able to.
Legends, yeah.
Yeah, so I thought these were geological boundaries.
No.
Now, if it is a geological boundary, and assuming that this is representing that is a critical geological formation, possibly you can still have one and still have this whole area as a matter of trying to protect this critical. So that is what I wanted to contribute to say. The boundary you can still have one that is a feature, but this one particular feature, is a representation of a wider area which needs protection, because if we don't protect it,
it's not only protection, it could be very important observatory for education.
Correct.
It could be very important bird watching. So it should be a geosite, which is explained why it is that and covering this area. So again, they will ask this question, why it is there. And you say, like, we are in Chile, we are top of the mountain. This is the biggest observatory and we have a telescope. There is a reason for that. It is always country's decision, geopark's decision, but please make sure this is extremely explained in the report.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Comment again. But also for your question, this site, if you say this is a very important site, that doesn't mean that the geopark should not have activities connected to it. So you can have activities in the area even though it's outside the main site. That is important. There are schools, there are communities that should be involved.
Actually, that you are correct. And actually, even when somebody commented on the issues of, the political support and so on, I didn't even have any negative aspect to the same. It was just that I was trying to explain it from the geological formation point of view. When I saw the colors,
Yeah,
the first
it's the
impression.
volcano. I mean, as a geologist, you see this is the volcano. I don't know this geosite, but I can guess that this is the volcano and that's the and the boundary. But again, you see that the county boundary here is a line. So
Correct.
country boundary doesn't follow the geological.
The geological formation, correct.
So because it's administrative border, it's country's decision, we cannot discuss on that. But it is, if you look at the topography, geological border will be go there. So you see it's going in the flank of the volcano. Enrique.
One thing I was surprised, but I will talk about this map first, but then there's another question for the next one. You are including in geosites, I was assuming that geosites are geological heritage sites, but I see that some of them are not geological heritage. So it's a mixture. Some of them are archaeological, some of them are bird watching and things like that. So, and then at the same time, I remember when you showed this map, you were mentioning that there's many other sites that were not included here.
Yes, yeah, they identified, but they didn't.
The ones that I presented, the ones that I presented were just few of the 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because
We have more than the 16, but they are not. This is what I understood during your presentation.
So the ones that have been proposed, interpreted, studied, are the 16.
these ones.
Yes.
Because I am sure, I mean, there's no doubt that there's many more that are not here. I'm sure, both for birds, but both for geology, because we have seen them when we were coming down, and they are not shown.
Yes, agree.
And I am sure that in the northern part that looks like it's empty with only one, I'm sure there must be, because the rift is there. So there must be faults, there must be volcanics, there must be lots of features that reflect the geological history of the Great Rift Valley, I'm sure. I mean, there's no doubt. The only thing is that then, according to the assessment that you are supposed to do, then you would choose. Maybe this site is only good for the sub-county. No, I mean, good. The level of significance is for the sub-county. Maybe some of them are really excellent, like some of the human fossils and all these things. These are, of course, of national and international relevance. There's no doubt. But the map, I think it would be good to show separately geological heritage map, other nature map, cultural heritage map. I'm sure it's full of it. And also then in the geological heritage indicate potential use for science, for education, for tourism, and also the level of significance for the municipality, for the sub-county, for the whole county, which means the whole geopark, or maybe for the nation and for the international, which is what UNESCO is going to require, to demand that some of them, not all of them, but the most representative ones that you will show to the public internationally are of international relevance.
The potential use and level of significance was quite detailed. I could not present here, but it's within our dossier, whereby we've listed the categories of values, elaborately. It's a lot of data. So probably Dr. Mbua wish to add more.
Yeah, sure, Susan. I just wanted to bring about, the fact that Baringo itself is endowed with the entire of Baringo actually has all these spectacular geomorphological and geology features. So when we were considering, the entire region, as the big as it is, that is one area, one fact that we took into consideration, that the fact that it is on the Rift Valley, it has all these spectacular geological and geomorphological landscapes. And therefore, areas like the bird watching area, it's just a little bit far from the rest of the concentration of the sites. As you see, most of our geosites are within the central region, and that is not to say the area in Tugumoy, where the bird watching place lacks the geological and geomorphological whatever features. They are there. And as Susan says, we submitted 15 out of the 100 which we identified in this region because it is rich in geological, features and all these, what we call, the points of significance in what, we require for geoparks. And therefore, we talked with the people like Christine and the other experts who came and said, okay, present whatever you have now. And then in future, maybe, you can, the process can continue of identifying others, and then we can add on. But what I wanted to emphasize, the entire county is rich in geological and, geomorphological landscapes.
I think we can't agree more with the geology of the region. But I think, as we were saying since yesterday, it is not a geological park. So when we come to geopark boundary and territory, geopark is what we are showing. So people come here, we are geologists, we know we are in a Rift Valley, I can talk hours, but the people who have no idea about Rift here, when they come, they want to see a geopark. So geopark is the archaeological other sites together. And you need to make, it's like a country has an identity, and geopark has an identity. And this should really reflect, geology will come, of course the geology is there. Just an example, in Europe you have alpine chain. It starts from really east to the collision zone. All the zone we can do. Here we can do one rift, but we will not do. So we will do small geoparks which will explain the culture, uniqueness, traditions in an area. So the story you will tell is in that territory. That will be asked. Anything?
Thank you very much. I am Eric Bett, an opinion leader in this area. And I want to use this opportunity, this global meeting, to thank one of our sons, great sons, Mr. William Kimoso, for the great work he has done to sensitize our people. Most of us are very hostile people, and it requires a local to penetrate this area and disseminate information about the importance of what we are doing today. It's the climax. Most of us looked at it differently. Most people saw explorers who are looking for money, who are looking for minerals, who are looking for other things. It is William Kimoso who used the local dialect, spoke to the hearts of the local people until we understood the difference between geological, between archaeological, between all these things, and we now narrowed in to the geoparks. We are now there. We want to tell the world today, I'm speaking on behalf of the silent residents or inhabitants of this area, that we welcome you, we embrace you, and we want to use this forum to, I repeat, to pay tribute to Mr. William Kimoso. Thank you very much.
I don't know why I'm the suspect in this, but I'll tell you the story when we'll have the dinner in Bogoria tomorrow night. So.
He's a good dancer, I danced with him 6 years ago. So.
So thank you. We'll talk about it tomorrow. But thank you, Eric.
Oh.
I also wanted to just add one thing on what my colleagues have already said. One of the reasons some of the sites, potential sites, were put on the back burner is accessibility.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I opened the Pandora's box, but which is good. It's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I just wanted to know, how will you handle the communities? Looking at, I know there exists already an agreement with the community living in the Lake Bogoria Conservancy, in terms of revenue, sorry. How you will handle them in terms of the revenues collected? Because I know there, they get, I think, 10% of the revenues that is collected there. That is a precedence. This community down here will be benchmarking from the other community down there. So how will you ensure that you have harmonized the communities from up in Tiati all the way in all those geosites? And do they understand that some of the sites are not as protected as the others, and so the revenues may not be as the Lake Baringo Conservancy? Thank you.
We can answer later. You know, some questions are difficult. I think it's good to take notes and maybe reflect.
It's important because it will raise another question. Yeah, so thank you very much for that question. Yes, not all the areas are really well protected per se, as I had mentioned, and I think Christine also mentioned some of them. And now for Lake Bogoria, the community there receive revenue, or they receive 15% of the revenue gotten from the National Reserve. And also within the conservancies, since they own also their own conservancies, which is land that they have wildlife and livestock inside, they have a management committee that is formed from representations of the different locations, the administrative locations where their conservancies or geosites are. So the management is composed of representation and also relevance. So in each committee are also representatives of the county government and relevant institutions that are relevant to the specific resources that are within the geosites. So that is how they are managed. And in terms of revenue sharing of the others within the county, it's something that we've prioritized within the management plan, which we will be able to still discuss with the county government how it will go about. But what I'm happy about is these sites have committees that we've been, for the last 2 years, we've been building their capacity to be able to understand how to manage their own resources. And we've done even benchmarking elsewhere, because elsewhere in Kenya, there are many communities generating their own revenue, but they have to be in agreement with what the county government and the national government policies. So it's an elephant in the room, yes, the revenue. It's an elephant in the room, because I remember the Bogoria team really also, they fought so much to be able to get the 15%. But that is 15% from a national reserve that is purely managed by the county government. But these other sites are managed by the community. So it's totally different. So we don't foresee much problem because they are organized through capacity building. I know they are here today. They are also represented here. Probably if you're from the community, please lift your hands. So they're also benefiting here. Yeah, including Beth, yeah. So we have a number of community members who've been sitting there yesterday and today to be able to understand the deliberations that we are, and also interacting with you. We never know if we have someone to support some of the challenges that we have on ground.
So if we can move, I think people will. Can we go to the challenges you detailed at the end? Enrique, your question is there, so I can guess your question, but I think your question is in the details of.
Okay, so the population of Baringo is 666,000 people live in Baringo.
So, I mean, this is really helpful, I think. Sorry, before we go there.
Thank you. Mine is a question. The name of the geopark is actually limited to Baringo. I know these are very important sites. And a neighborhood I know in Turkana, in Marakwet, all your neighborhood have a very beautiful site also along the river valley. So if you limit yourself to Baringo and then the rest again tomorrow want to form a geopark, is it possible that this thing should have a national outlook so that, we can have a regional kind of geoparks, so, limiting yourself to Baringo alone. And probably you can, the various counties, the governors can come and meet and then develop a memorandum that they can be able to, now everybody's getting interested in this thing. People have now got to learn the environment now and the importance of having geosites. So instead of only limiting to Baringo, is it to have a kind of a regional approach or a national outlook?
This is an excellent question. But this is a very, very, very difficult and interesting question. So we have geoparks close to each other. And one side cannot penalize other side. So this is one thing we need to know. If there is a geopark in one country or other, and if the next one wants to come, we should be equal and fair. So this is one thing for sure. But the geopark concept says that the site has international significance geology. So we cannot have same international value and 10 geoparks. So that's why if next county would like to come, they need to explain what geological structure and the need they have. So we had this difference. This is a regulation we had because now geoparks are increasing. So it started small numbers, are beginning. So we are starting to have geoparks with 20 kilometers difference, 50 kilometers difference, 100 kilometers difference. So yesterday, my dear colleague Marlene mentioned, so in Germany, a geopark had to reduce their size to enable another geopark to make a geopark. Because the geology was different, but they were telling different stories. One was where impact crater arrived, another part where the effect was shown. So they had to tell the difference of the story. And they worked years and years on that. And in Spain, again, we have an example. I don't know how far is Origins and so, but very close. And it took years, 10 years, the second geopark to explain why they are different than the first one. So this is a big question, I think, in that stage, country and the region should consider, because this will ask lots of questions. It's a really good question, and I don't have an answer.
Yeah, I would like also to comment on that, because we have had this, as you said, also in Spain. And what we don't want in geoparks, because geoparks are also about sustainability, sustainable local development. And we don't want areas to compete with each other, to sell the same stories and then destroy in quotation marks for the other area. So when we see that areas are quite close, maybe not separated by a high mountain chain or the other physical barriers, you have to make a very total specific inventory and a comparison between the two geological heritages in the two different areas. If they are very, very different, it's possible, like the one in Spain. But it is debated, because we still want it to be some special area that attracts visitors that can leave money behind for the communities.
This is an excellent question, and the country, I think it's a Kenya or Rift region, why a valid question. And I think geologically there is no problem to explain it, but you will need to explain this, and this will be asked.
Okay. My question is closer to the one that Senator has raised. I'm talking about point number 4, partnership and networking at local, regional, and global level. Now in Baringo, you have told us you have 6 communities. From my own understanding is that we need the communities for the success of these geoparks. How are you going to deal with the issue of the Pokot and the Turkana versus the people of Baringo? Because now, according to your map, it is going the Triati area, where we know you have some good geoparks, geological sites, but there is the issue of insecurity as well. How does it affect your progress as we go on with the geoparks?
Okay. I wanted to answer the issue of the regional outlook. I sit in an office that crosses the other counties, and this is the North Rift Economic Bloc. While we were developing this concept of the geopark, we have the Elgeyo Escarpment, whom is the other side of the Rift Valley within neighboring Baringo. Maybe I could let the cat out of the bag, is that I looked at the size of that county, and it is exactly 10% of any, if we have to do an extension. We are at the moment doing a good sensitization with them, so that if in the event that they readily accept, and they will accept, it will be part of it. And that changes the name. We'll have to look at the name that will bring us together. And as well, Geopark is about coming together also. It promotes the cohesion of these communities. In fact, we have 3 sites actually, potential sites that are on the boundary, including the one you saw on the hiking. These communities share the same cultures, traditions. We are actually one. You can find one family on the other side and another family, and same in the other places. And lastly, the UNESCO is about peace, bringing about peace in the world. That was the main reason why it was formed. And with all this will be part of the aspirations that we use it as a tool to promote peace and cohesion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. My name is John Justice Tibesigwa from Uganda Wildlife Authority. I manage one of the 2 natural World Heritage Sites, that's Rwenzori Mountains National Park. My question is, I know part of the geopark is protected or under protection, and the other part is not. What is the land tenure system in that part which is not protected, especially? The reason I'm asking this is, could be connected to number 2. Might there be situations of private investors who either have nothing or little to do with the geopark arrangement can come and invest, construct, for example, hotels, which are purely their own, restaurants? How do those investments blend with the concept of the geopark? And maybe 3, what are the major land uses in that part of the geopark area that is not under protection? I know I've seen a few, you talked of fishing and a few others. Is there agriculture, especially both crop? I think animal is there, livestock is there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I'll start with the last one. What are the major land uses, especially within the areas where there are no sites? So Baringo has a highland, the middle altitude and lowland. So the economic activity for communities within the highlands is purely agriculture and dairy farming. That is the major. Then within the middle altitude, you'll find people now mixing the land uses. Then within the lowlands, it's purely pastoral. And now for most of these sites have the specific sites where the geosites, most of them are not developed. I think during the land adjudications in Baringo, communities, because of that attachment with their lands, and trees, and with their attachment with nature, they cut out from subdivision. So most of these lands have not been subdivided because one, the people who are doing the land use mapping and adjudication felt like these are important sites that should not be tempted. So these sites are sites that they range between probably 1 acre to maybe 50 acres. And they are not usable because of the terrain. It's either reserved for the hill, reserved for a wetland, reserved for, so I think it's good that during adjudication, those sites were identified, resources that can be communally used. So some of them might have individual titles, some of them might have individual titles, but most of them, I can say 90%, public lands or communal areas. The communities that are pastoral designated much of their land for livestock keeping. So you'll find they are free range moving within those sites. Some are water catchment areas because there are some that are also within the forest reserve. So the land tenure is varied, ranging from private to communal. The land uses are varied, but there is no much land use that is taking place within those areas. They are already set out sites for conservation. Thank you. Investment, yes, it's an opportunity having private investors in these areas. And I think it's something we are working towards. If community have their own children who can invest in the areas, it's very much encouraged. If they don't have, then they are free to market their areas for investment. But personally, I'm employed by communities. I don't work for county government. So one of my works is to really educate them on how to capacity build them, for them to be able to know what are their rights, how are they supposed to engage with the county government, how are they supposed to engage with the national government, what are the current laws that are there available, and what they should lobby for them to be able to have sustainable living. Thank you.
Okay. I think we will move. We may, George. I don't have time. I just wanted to, we need to move. Sorry, and I just wanted to know the challenges you detailed, Suzanne. The list is really, really useful. And what is your time frame to address these challenges you put there? Because you submitted an application, and I think in the lifetime of this application, these questions will come that you will need to answer, I mean, in your management plan or project plan. is there any estimation of 6 months, a year to a year? Because these are really essential for the good management and functioning of Geopark.
So I think it's, your question is within our documents, within the management plan, and also our dossier. We've prioritized how we will tackle the challenges. There are challenges that will be achieved over short term. There is also medium term, and there is also long term. So I think there are areas that we can have quick wins, which are short term, that can be 3 months, 4 months. But some of them are long term. So I think if you want more details, I can share.
I mean, it's just, as I said, we've been through 6 council meetings, and these are the questions will come. I mean, as I say, if you go to our website, if you see our reports, what you listed here are recommendations. So you will see UNESCO Global Geopark Council reports, recommendations come, visibility, management, geoheritage, territory, conservation, education. So you will have recommendations, you're accepted, deferred, or anything, there will be recommendations. So what was really nice here, they made their recommendations. So you are aware of what's going on, which is perfect. So we don't need to tell you, and we don't need to send you evaluators. You know, again, compare with our website, these are recommendations. And for you, it's really important to resolve them before the evaluation happens. Because if the majority will still outstand, again, I said, look at the reports, you can guess what will happen. It's very easy matching. It's really matching. You can see a geopark accepted their recommendation, a geopark deferred recommendation. It's very simple. And it's really nice that you listed and you are self-aware of that. I think you have your expert here, and she can guide you, and she has the experience of how long it takes to resolve these issues as well. So this is really, thank you. Thank you. I think we should applaud Susan. George, you want to say something? I think I should give you words, because it's National Commission now.
Well, given that you're working with of course, the Baringo aspiring the Great Rift Valley Geopark, I think I want to say that one of the beauty that, or the advantage that we have working in this geopark is the fact that most of the geosites are actually conservancies. And of course, conservancies are recognized by law under the Wildlife Conservation and Management Acts of the country. So it makes even working with communities easier, because at the conservancy level, they are already organized. So we have local committees at each geosite. And these local committees are also the people who are responsible for management and coordinating activities within the entire conservancies. So that's a plus for us. I think I also just want to mention about a comment on hotels, is that hotels is a very important infrastructure within a geopark. Because when we have visitors, where would you take these visitors? And when these hotels come up, I think it's just a matter of trying to say, how do we work with them well to ensure that they are engaged in sustainable activities? For example, how do they use their energy? How do they dispose their waste? So that whatever they do is not having a negative impact on the geosite. But I think more importantly, having a hotel is the fact that the community will have a market for their goods. It will also create employment for the local communities, and of course, provide market for agricultural products and all that. So I think that will become a plus. But I think it's just a matter of how do we ensure that we work with them to ensure that they are sustainable. I think that are produced within the geopark. It may be coffee, it may be milk, it may be honey, it may be vegetables and all that, so that we are able to see how can we be able to leverage on the geopark brand to increase the value of these products. including perhaps even in future trying to how can we be able to brand this product as having produced sustainably from a geopark. So that through that, we can be able to increase the value. We can also be able to increase the reach in terms of marketability. And this will be good for the community because then at the end of the day, they'll be able to benefit more than perhaps they're benefiting now. So that's something we want to do. And we hope that will add a lot of value to this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Thank you, George. So if you would agree, I think this is really nice because we are doing an open surgery, let's say. We are opening and we are asking really good questions, it's warming. So I would like to propose to change the agenda and bring Namibia because this project has been going for a while. Gondwana project.
Okay, as she sets up,
And then we would like to continue, my dear colleague Gombada will present Gondwana project from Namibia. Similar to Baringo, it's an aspiring stage. It has been ongoing and we will go through and we will do same analysis before lunch break. So you can also keep in mind what we discussed in Baringo. Look at the map, look at the geosites, look at the territory. So try to compare pros and cons between and then tackle because she can answer lots of questions as well.
Yeah, as she sets up, may I recognize the protocol, Honorable Senator?
Okay.
Just say jumbo to these congregants. Okay, can we please rise as we get to hear from our Senator? Okay, continue Obama clap until he tells you to sit down.
Thank you. Sit down, please. Thank you. It's exercise, actually. You want to exercise yourself. Before you start, I'm sorry. I think I've been here since yesterday. And when I came, there were so many other of my colleagues and politicians and, But because I have a lot of interest in this, I have to remain with you up to date. And because these are new innovations in Kenya today. And Kenya, as I say, is a beautiful land. That the land that we were supposed to take care and conserve is, under threat because of the many populations expansion, development, and all these things. So before I say what I want to say, I wanted to ask one simple question from my sister who was just presenting. But is there any legal framework in place to protect the geoparks? Because you said this thing is community-owned and community-driven, and you even invited one of their sons to make a private investment. Tomorrow he's going to own and take over the geopark, one of the sites. So what protects the geoparks? If you don't have one, then we can make one for you in the parliament, in the Senate. You may trust, everybody, that you want to trust a certain community. They see a lot of money flowing to the geoparks, and the interest changes tomorrow. So you need to protect those geoparks legally. With those, if you want to develop something, I think UNESCO Commissioner here, what do you call the council? So we need to have a geopark protection areas, where it's going to be under wildlife, where it's going to be under the county, where it's going to be environment, and we want to come with at least a bill on that issue. One other thing is, I want to thank all the international people who came here. People are used to holding conferences in big places, but today we are the geopark place. We were in Baringo, as small as it is. This is where our interest is. So I want to thank you for your endurance. You are most welcome. This is a beautiful country. So we look forward for you to assist the geopark. At least it's still at the nascent stage. So we need your hand also. One other thing is actually we need to, the public, the geoparks and whatever cultural things must be incorporated into the national heritage, so that this we can be having funds from the national government directly. And the counties should get that money. as part of their farms so that they can be able to manage it without much ado. Therefore, I want to also thank my friend Kim Sop. By the way, I met him when he was just a very young man in university. He was almost when I was leaving, he's when he came. So I want to say it because now I can see actually he made wonders and everybody appreciates all that he has done. With those few remarks and the team for the Geopark, I want to say thank you. You have opened our eyes. And this is a beautiful country. This land of contrast. Kenya is actually a land of contrast. A land that is actually blessed. We land with a lot of resources, with different, fauna and floras. But unfortunately, conservancies are not taken very seriously. We are not conserving our resources. So I want UNESCO to help us on that. And we will help you to develop all bills and all the laws that you require so that we can be able to protect our environments. With those few remarks, I want to say thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator.
Okay. Thank you very much and good afternoon. So I will introduce myself first. I wear two hats. So this presentation here, you can see there's a logo by the government of Namibia. So I am Deputy Director at the Geological Survey of Namibia at the Ministry of Mines and Energy. And in my position as the ministry person, I lead the coordination of this Geopark project. In addition, I'm a lone person at the UNESCO Windhoek office, where I head the natural sciences sector. So I have a bimodal view in this project. And so that is just a background on myself. And sometimes these roles converge. And that will be the case when we have the interventions to assess our Q&A. With that in mind, I would like to introduce you to the proposed geopark in Namibia. The name is Gondwana Land, and on my slide you can see there's two names, myself and Dr. Gabi Schneider. And I would just like to give a brief introduction on Dr. Gabi Schneider. Some of you might know her. So she was the head of the Geological Survey when I started working at the Geological Survey. And she's now with the Namibian Uranium Institute. Now, at this stage, we are not involving other private companies, but because she is basically the legacy of the Gondwana Land Geopark, she is part of the project still, because she led the developments and she is the source of information for most of the information that I'm going to present. With that in mind, I will go ahead and tell you about Gondwana Land in Namibia. So, we started a long time ago, as Oslem mentioned. Yes, 2004. So I was not even aware of geoparks that time. I had just graduated and joined the Geological Survey, and there was a workshop. Alex is not here, but that time he had very short hair. He was also new in UNESCO. So there was a workshop. Gabi had approached UNESCO. I think she attended some conferences and she got very excited and said, we want to do this in Namibia. So that is a picture of the Minister of Mines and Energy at that time. He has retired long since. They had a workshop, about 100 people attended that workshop, stakeholders for the geoscience community in Windhoek at the Geological Survey Auditorium, funded by UNESCO. Thank you very much. And Alex was the natural sciences person in the Windhoek office at that time. He's now in the Kenya office. And the initial site that was designated, the initial boundary, it looked like this, a square rectangle in the west coast. How did they come up with that site? So they had an exercise during the workshop. They put the map of Namibia, the geological map, and all the geologists in the room were asked to put pins where they saw sites of geological significance. And this part got selected because it had the most concentration of significant geological sites and also the infrastructure and so forth. So we have other sites. If you are aware of the IUGS initiative on geoheritage. So we have other sites, but this one, it was proposed that we start there because of the concentration. and the significance of the sites. Now, on my right here, this is a map that has a red boundary. So I will explain through the slides that since 2004, where we had the rectangle, the rules and regulations of UNESCO have changed. They have more criteria. And after recent deliberations, this is the new proposed boundary for the geopark, following natural and local authority boundaries. Just briefly, so Namibia is known as a geological paradise. I think we are renowned for that. And why is that? When I came here with my colleague, we were admiring the vegetation, the greenery. We come from a very dry country. You can drive in a car in Namibia and map the context of the geology. You can say there's a fall, there's a what. So here are some photos of some of the attractions. And some of you might wonder, why is it called Gondwana land? Because at that part, it represents the geological history of Gondwana land. So there are rocks that represent when we were part of it and during the breakup. And some of these sites that are here so there's about 9 significant geosites, and these include Brandberg. Is there a pointer? No? Okay, it's fine. I will. So here, this is Brandberg. So this is it's a granitic, massive. It's one of the biggest mountains. Well, it's the highest mountain in Namibia, about 2,500 meters. That's the highest point. It's a popular place. We also have, so most of these sites here are mountains that represent the igneous, that is volcanic, and volcanic rock activity during the breakup. We also have sites that represent when it was together. So here's Doros. This is what we call Burnt Mountain. Okay. Technology to the rescue. So this is what we call Burnt Mountain, where you have igneous rocks meeting sedimentary rocks. And when you are there, locally, it looks like the mountain literally burnt. It has a purple haze. One of our famous ones, Spitzkoppe, when you're driving through the desert, you see this really stunning granitic massif. And then we, of course, have our famous Etendeka Plateau, which is a massive plateau of volcanic rocks that cover about 70,000 square kilometers. And the list goes on. This is organ pipes, which are also igneous rocks that kind of look like organs in the site. Apart from the geological rocks, aesthetically, the site has a lot of landforms that are pleasing. We have the Atlantic coastline, which is also part of a national park already. We have our legendary Namib Desert that is included within the boundary. And if you drive around, we have deltas. If you drive around, most of the sites are candidates for National Geographic photography competitions. And that's, this is weathering from granite copy. The list goes on. So we have scenic, geological and natural sites. And then we are also famous. One of the local activities is small-scale mining. We are famous for our semi-precious stones. Apart from this site in Tsumeb and other places, we have an astounding local collection of rocks and minerals. And for instance, Tsumeb, which is not part of this geopark, but I'm just mentioning the significance of our semi-precious stones. If you go to museums like the Smithsonian, I've been to museums in Australia and UK and Germany, and they all have samples of minerals in Namibia, beautiful ones. So, and these are renowned semi-precious stones that mineralogists and people come and see worldwide. We also have a rich cultural and heritage associated with the local communities. There's a rich history of rock art. One of our famous rock art is called the White Lady, which is within the Brandberg Mountain. We also have the Teufel Fontaine, which is a World Heritage Site, a cultural one, which is within the geopark, within the proposed geopark. We also have the Petrified Forest. So some of them are already having a national heritage site or protected site. And then we have this fossil called Mesosaurus. This reptile, I'm speaking under correction, I'm not a paleontologist, but this reptile is one of the significant amphibian fossils that we have because it's found in Namibia and in Brazil, and it's one of the main forms of evidence that the continents were once joined. And that continent is the Gondwanaland supercontinent. And of course, we have the fauna, just the rich history. We have shipwrecks in the coastline, we have desert elephants, we have our famous Welwitschia mirabilis, which gets up to 1,000 years in age, very adapted to the desert, not much water. So we have desert giraffes, a whole host of unique animals and plants that have adapted to the dry conditions in that area. Of course, we also have local communities there. I don't have the latest numbers, but in 2004, the community was estimated to be about 40,000 people in the settlements that are covered in that geopark. Now, why am I here apart from being invited? So the geopark, as mentioned earlier, we started talking about it seriously since 2004. Fortunately, we have managed to get the wheels going since then. So I'm going to give an overview of what has been happening in this geopark. So as I mentioned, the first workshop sponsored by UNESCO, and then there was some development on the dossier from 2006 to 2010. There was a lot of activity that involved. This was written by Dr. Gabi Schneider. This was the proposal, and since then, in 2010, they received funding under the Millennium Development Goals. That is what came before the Sustainable Development Goals, through the Spanish government, and they produced a variety of products, including a management plan, a guidebook for tourists. There was a draft for information center, architectural plan. They drafted the logo, tourism map. A whole host of products were done until 2013, and then things went quiet. We can discuss over dinner why things went quiet. However, in October 2020, that was during the time that I rejoined UNESCO as a loaned personnel. In the peak of COVID, we revived some discussions over Teams virtually with some key stakeholders, and there was some positive feedback and people were interested to revive the project. So since then, we've had a lot of meetings, and we were fortunate enough in 2021, last year, to have the first physical meeting since many years ago. And we had that again in the same place at the Ministry of Mines and Energy auditorium. And these were some of the stakeholders, including Dr. Gabi Schneider, who presented, refreshed people's memories on the project. And then we've had a lot of ministerial engagements. And by ministerial, I mean the key line ministries that have been involved in this project is my ministry, Ministry of Mines and Energy, Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, and Ministry of Education, Arts and Culture. And after all these meetings, bilaterally, in parallel, I also engaged the ministers of the various ministries, and this culminated in the nomination by the Minister of Mines and Energy of the interim task force. And it includes representatives from these three ministries, National Heritage Council, representatives from the actual communities that are affected, the traditional authorities, members of academia, and so forth. And the chairperson is Dr. Gabi Schneider, and I would like to ask my task force colleagues to stand up. So, firstly, I have Ms. Josephine Oshona. She's a geoscientist at the Ministry of Mines and Energy. And she's serving in the secretariat with me. And then we have Agnes. She is from the National Heritage Council. So she's making sure that the heritage is taken care of. We have Mr. Clemens Naumab. He is an expert in the conservancies and he knows the track routes to the communities. And then we have, where's Karina? She is from the Ministry of Arts, Education and Culture, so she's in the Culture Department. She's an archaeologist. And then we have Mr. Nikki, representative of the community, one of the affected communities. So he's making sure that the people are not forgotten. And Mr. Gossip, please stand up. Another community representative from the affected communities themselves. So this is they are part of the interim task force. There are of course others in Namibia, but they are all here. And I'm sure when we have the interactions, they are all taking note. So that was a task force that was established in 2021. And since then, we've had several meetings. And one of our main activities was the high-level excursion. So we invited members of parliament for the Natural Resources Standing Committee, the governors of the affected regions, heads of the regional councils, and other community leaders to an excursion to the three main sites. And that was in May. And of course, including our UNESCO representative. And I forgot to mention, the Namibia National Commission is also, the science person is also a representative in this interim task force. Then we had, on invitation of the Member of Parliament, another consultation meeting with them on the geopark, involving more of them because we could not take all of them to the excursion. We only went with 5 members of parliament and other high-level people. So in September, we had a larger consultation with members of parliament and the National Council. And most recently, we just finished with some community consultations. This consultation was supported by the German National Commission. And this is just a pilot. We plan to have more community consultations. And then, of course, we are here right now learning from the other geopark initiatives and getting technical expertise, which we will share with our colleagues in Namibia. So that has been the journey of this project so far. Of course, it's not all roses and sweet tea. We have some challenges, and one of the major challenges is that the legislation, as was mentioned by the Honorable, very important component because, as we all know, it has to be declared nationally based on some local legal protection. And this bill is under the custodianship of the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. We are engaging them. Currently, it has passed through Parliament. They have looked at the bill, and it's with the legal drafters. We are hopeful that it will go through and become an act. There's a section in there that caters for the declaration of the geopark. And this is the main reason why we have been engaging members of parliament so much, to just create awareness so that when they see this thing on their tables, they know the relevance of passing the bill. The second challenge we received was the name. So the average person doesn't know what's Gondwana land. When the project started in 2004, the challenge wasn't that much. There's a tourism company called Gondwana Namibia Collection. They were very small that time. and their CEO at that time was fine with it. Come 10, 15 years later, the company has become one of the biggest tourism companies in Namibia, and the previous CEO has retired, and maybe it was not in the handover notes. So they have engaged us. But apart from the tourism company, some of the locals feel that they want to have a local name. Of course, Namibia is a very diverse country, just like South Africa, and we have a very interesting history and cultural connection. So some names have been proposed by some of the community members when we had community consultations. However, we will see, we are thinking of maybe having a competition or something. So we are looking into this. So these are the two main challenges that are standing in our way in terms of, especially the first one, in terms of national declaration of the geopark. And then, before I say thank you, I would like to acknowledge that this journey, especially the revival, has involved many partners. And here are some of the logos. Of course, we've received a lot of support from UNESCO, the government, all the ministries. GIZ Namibia has been a good partner. They sponsored the field trip in May. So how did GIZ come on board? They have a biodiversity landscapes economy project, and they saw commonalities and synergies with our geopark. So that's, now we are working together with them. Of course, National Heritage Council, the two NatComs from Namibia and Germany. So this is just a core group, it's the beginning, and we'll see where it goes. But also before I sign off, I would like to invite you all to Namibia in September to an event that will be after the Geopark event in Morocco. In the third week of September, the Geological Society of Africa, their conference, the colloquium on Africa and geosciences, will be held in Namibia. So I all invite you to the desert to come and admire our rocks from your cars. Thank you very much.
Of course. Of course.
Delegates, you have been so serious on geoparks. Let me tell you something different for 2 seconds or a minute. I've had a chance to visit Namibia. But to inform you is that in the middle of Vindu, you have a tall building called Arambe House. True or false? There's Arambe House there, which hosts our embassy. So Arambe is a Kenyan word. That Arambe House came from here. Number two, there is a building at the hill, on the hill there in Vindu called Nya House, which hosts the residents of our embassy. So go back, check that out, and it's from here. I wanted to know from you if Katutura is a geopark. You will tell me later on, you fellows, you huge delegation from Namibia. Finally, I love your Wilvis Bay. I've been there in one afternoon, fantastic. But maybe the one I have even told our people here in Kenya is how you honor your heroes. I have visited your hero cemetery in the middle of Windhoek. It is fantastic. So when you go back, say, Kenyans are saying we are learning from you. But maybe the last one, so that you can remember, 2 ambassadors, Kenyan ambassadors who have been in Namibia, the late Ambassador Jeff Songol and Rose Boyd, come from KABARNET. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, thank you for the...
Thank you very much for advertising Namibia. So even more reason to come for the conference.
They will come, and I'll be in the conference for sure. So I think it was a really complimentary presentation after Baringo. We saw very different perspective. I mean, my first question is, I didn't see the map, I didn't see the management plan, and I saw that it's mainly initiated by Geological Survey of Namibia in comparison to Baringo, which is from community with it. So you can see totally different. And one doesn't mean it's better or not. But you can see here we have an initiative started by a geological survey, by mapping sites and conservation. So, and now they are consulting communities. So here we have the community involvement very early days and the government support very early days. And there they are going to parliament. So, I mean, these are the things I just observed in briefly. So if you could also take notes what was similar and different between Baringo and Namibia, this does delay them or other things, we don't know. She may probably tell you during the lunch the reasons behind. So it's a big mystery, 18 years nearly, long period. But you can see there are lots of lessons learned from both sides. Both have excellent geological sites. I mean, I think no one will question anything here geologically, but it's still not a geopark. So I don't know if these are my observations, not questions. If you have any, I know you're hungry. It's time for a break. And George, we will start with George, then Uganda National Commission. National commissions are getting involved, which is really good.
Thank you very much. I think that is looking at what you have, rich geodiversity, and that would make a perfect geopark. Perhaps my question would be, one, I would want to really understand, because we are here to learn from one another. And as you say that you're going to share the reasons why you had the delays, I'm sure we'll just share with a few people. But I'm sure people here would want to understand what were some of the experiences that led to this delay that they can learn from to fast track their processes in their countries. Yes. Yeah. Then two, I think, how much was the National Commission involved? Because that link I also find perhaps missing. I don't know, maybe it did come out clearly, but maybe you can be able to elaborate. Thank you very much.
I'll start with the easier one. The National Commission, they are involved. We regularly engage and update the Secretary General. The German, for the community consultations, the partnership was facilitated through the Namibian National Commission. And the science representative, he is part of he's member of the interim task force. Mind you, we don't have a committee. And then the National Commission in Namibia is actually we have a small population, and there's only one science person, and he's on leave, so for 2 years. But he is aware of the progress, and he's a member. The second question, legislation. We are a land of beautiful legislation and laws and things, and I would say sometimes the community consultation for those legislations maybe take a bit too long.
In this case, it's 18 years.
Thank you very much. I think I also want to commend the Namibian person there for the presentation. It's a very, very encouraging, and I learned lessons here. Maybe the other thing is, as I observed, the top-down approach, the way the whole thing began. Because apparently Namibia might be the oldest initiative in this direction. I didn't pick the date very well for Morocco.
2004.
From Morocco, yes. No, what I'm saying.
Morocco is 2000, and this initiative started.
Okay. So it came immediately.
Same years.
So I think this is something which has really been a long drawn, and there is a lesson to learn, of course, in the process. Why this one has taken so long that maybe others, I don't know, like the Baringo one and all the others, which are almost going there, have jumped ahead. But then, this legislation aspect, I don't know, I mean, this is something which we can learn from. Is this legislation deliberately meant for the geopark, or it's for all other protected areas? That is something which, because I thought maybe really it might not be a big obstacle as such. Maybe that's something which could be clarified. Then secondly is the issue of the land size was not very clear. I saw that map running there, looked very huge, but in terms of dimensions, what is the total area being covered? Because others, the sites are very good, and I think it would be important to also know the territorial size. And then the final thing, of course, is related to what my colleague asked about the participation of the National Commission. You have answered, but maybe also by that time the Geosciences Committee could have been in place. How did that stage miss since UNESCO was involved in the initiation? Because I think that would have provided a very good starting ground, the National Committee for the Geosciences Program, which in our case, for example, the National Commission is the Secretariat, and that would have driven the process. But maybe that is something also which could be learned from there. But the issue of the NATCOM, I think, could come out of clearer. Thank you.
Okay. The legislation that we are hoping to be passed is for the whole, it's not just for the geopark. The geopark is covered under 2 sections within the whole bill. So, and that's maybe one of the complications, because it's for the Ministry of Environment, and they've been doing a whole range of consultations. And Namibia is a very strong environmental country. We have conservancies, we have community conservations, like we have a lot of money, and in terms of conservation is well established. So I think there's a lot of stakeholders who pay attention to the fine print. So, and the second question was? Okay, on the National Commission, I'm not sure how to explain. I think it's maybe the Namibian dynamic, because we have few people, and the same people are involved in a number of things. So the National Commission, they are aware of the progress and they support it, and they are part of the task force, but we don't have a big National Commission like me.
Need to and global instead this morning, geoparks were under the auspices of UNESCO, and it was not UNESCO labeled. So hence, National Commission will never be involved on that, because it's not UNESCO brand yet. And until 2006, and then they had a very long silence. And in Namibia, the project stopped for several reasons. And in the meantime, UNESCO adopted Global Geoparks concept, which is 2015. And since 2015, we can question why UNESCO National Commission and UNESCO International Geoscience and Geoparks Program did not follow up this. So this is another issue. And also UNESCO and GGN worked very long time to recognize concept by General Conference of UNESCO. So we have too many things going on. Recent years, these workshops we didn't do for a very long time, because it's new to UNESCO and it was mainly managed by Global Geoparks Network for Global Geoparks projects. But here is, I think, one of the first time we are bringing national commissions as part of International Geoscience and Geoparks program. So I think in the time period we have the reason National Commission was not involved because there was no UNESCO program yet. And also in the country, I think the real reason is the country didn't have the momentum. That was in a project phase. And now, finally, we have everything together. It's going to run. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so the initial rectangle was 60,000 square kilometers. Yes, I know. I just said that also when the average size is, Yes, that was big. I mean, that was 10, 11, 10. Yeah, desert. And I mean, imagine the affected communities for that 60,000 is just 4,000. Yes, I mean 40,000. But yeah, but now we haven't yet calculated for this proposed. It's smaller, I hope. But considering what has been said this morning, I think we'll go back to the drawing table and look at the size again. But for us, there's not that many people in there. Yes, so it's, and the two governors of the regions that are affected are aware of the initiative, and it's a proposed boundary. It might change, and considering this workshop, maybe the team will come together and say, okay, what.
I mean, again, I think we have Kristen, we have other experts. So this shows that there is a project, or I think that's an idea. We have geosites. We know it can be geopark. No territory, no map, no community involvement, no name. Even name we are discussing yet. Yeah, we had the name. And but we all agree that this is a wonderful geopark. You know, we have like a food, you have all the ingredients, but you just need to cook it. And it takes time, like Christmas pudding or anything. Christmas pudding. So where we are is, this is, you know, we have geological survey behind, and they had how many? I mean, Enrique can tell us, they had so many geoheritage trainings there. It's not they don't have technical expertise. I mean, she is vice director of geological survey of Namibia. And what else we need? So we have everything, but it shows that legally bringing communities, and we even didn't talk about community enterprises. So we don't know what type of local businesses we have there. We don't know, and the community is very small. So I think, again, we need to work comparing other geoparks in wide areas and desert community. So it's really early, actually, if even in the 18 years we have, but it's a good example after Baringo.
Just a comment on the management plan. Maybe I wasn't strong enough on that. It exists, it's just old. So we have to update the documents, but there's a management plan.
Alan will talk first. He didn't have a word first time. I'll come back. Hi, Alan. I'll come back.
Thank you. I love your land. I've been a geologist there. I worked at the Brandberg and I've walked up and down it many, many times, and I've done the Skeleton Coast. It's absolutely magnificent from a geological point of view, because you don't have trees covering it. You don't have bushes covering it, and it's quite incredible. The second thing is that it used to be Southwest Africa, which was almost like a South African protectorate. So the legislation in your country and the problems you're experiencing are exactly the ones we're experiencing. I will discuss that in my presentation. Right now, I have a question to you. How are you funding this process?
Okay, maybe before, okay. How are we funding this process? Through our wonderful partners. So UNESCO is providing the smallest amount, but bulk of the money has come from the German, from GIZ Namibia, and then the German National Commission. So we are aware, we saw the wonderful budget that Morocco has. And we are aware that once we get to a more serious stage, we really need to engage national partners and the government for a serious budget. So far, the indications have been positive from the community, from the government leaders. We have not received any serious opposition. And obviously, when we get the chance to revise the management plan, we would include costing and forecasting of how much it would cost to run the park.
Thank you very much, presenter. And I just want to congratulate you as a geologist and also as an assistant director. And I think you're in a privileged position to influence this process, unlike some of us. My name is Kagosi Mwamlowe. I've worked as a conservation geologist in the National Heritage Conservation Commission in Zambia for 30 years. My contract just expired a week ago. But however, I'm very passionate about geo-heritage issues, and I want to just congratulate both, that is Baringo, as well as your Namibian case study, because I've seen that 3/4 of the presenters or those who are in the committee are ladies, meaning that you have brought in gender aspect very strongly. I think that is already a plus. And at the same time, whilst you are standing there, since there is also UNESCO, I would want to throw this now to UNESCO, what I want to present. I know it was not about you, but since you are still, UNESCO still in front, I would like them to answer this question. I noticed in the presentation from Baringo, there was the aspect of, disaster management strategy. And a strategy is different from a plan. And in most cases, you can have a disaster management plan or strategy, which is just generic and doesn't address the specific issues. I don't know what plans or what policies UNESCO has when it comes to developing a disaster risk management plan specific to the geoheritage sector. Thank you.
She can answer. She is UNESCO Windhoek. She can. Why? I think we need to clarify the things. We are here talking about UNESCO Global Geoparks, how we make them and what they are. So each UNESCO Global Geopark will have a management plan addressing conservation, disaster risk reduction, water management. So it is by geopark, isn't that, Kristen? So this is one issue. And where we come from UNESCO, again, Christoph will correct me, UNESCO is intergovernmental organization working with 193 countries to support them guidance for the development of their disaster risk reduction plans and management. So there is no way we can intervene in country basis and tell Namibia in this site you need to do and Japan you need to do. What we do is if a country, Zimbabwe, Zambia, would like to have a guidance from Morocco and Norway, we bring. So we are really in the policy support. I think Marlene can support me as well, but these are really two different things. But if a geopark like Namibia and Baringo would like to get a guidance and example from Ngorongoro or Indonesia, we can get that example. So we have this huge database, and me and Christophe and Okombada, our role is to connect with you, create sisterships, mentorships, and that. But we will never tell any government that in this geopark they should implement this plan to protect geoheritage. And again, if you need experts for geoheritage conservation and protection, we will connect you with the experts. So we are really in the middle to connecting and putting that together. I don't know if it answered. So I think everybody is tired. First, we applaud my dear Kombada. We are really privileged that she's in Windhoek. You can't imagine how happy I am. So I think it's lunchtime, we are really tired, but I think it was really helpful to have these two case studies with Baringo and Namibia. I hope it was useful. It was very useful for us. So I don't know what time it is and how long. It's one. What time you would like to? It's 1:30. 2:30 we should be here? 2:30. 2:30 please. Sharp. And then if we can finish early today, around 5 o'clock, I would like to propose if we can finish around 5, please. And then we can go to Shopee. So I think we need to see the KABARNET. We are all up to here, and it's part of the Geopark program. And I don't want all the guests spending all time in the hotel. Because tomorrow morning we'll early. Let's try to stick to 5. We will shuffle the agenda. I think we did an excellent work. I think it was really useful. We will stop at 5 o'clock. So just to recap, we will have Alan presenting, and Enrique will be presenting. Madagascar will present. Yeah, we will have 3 presentations quickly, and then recap questions. If we come back 2:30, we should finish by 4 o'clock latest presentations, and then 1 hour for questions and answers for wrap up. And tomorrow in the bus and the transport, we can also discuss and brainstorm again. We have the travel time, as we can always do that. Okay, quick presentations, 1 hour discussion, and 5, we go shopping.
Smarter.
Okay, just before we go for lunch, we are keen to know, just in any case you are going for the field trip, please let us know. Because we want to have all the numbers of the people who are going for excursions so that we can be able to organize logistics. So in any case you are not going, just come and let me have your name so that we know who are going and who are not going. But the assumption is everyone is going.
So in other words, it's those who may not go, they'll just leave this hotel to the next hotel.
Yes.
For those who may not go.
Because tomorrow when we leave here, we are not going to spend the night here. We'll spend the night in another hotel, in a sister hotel to this one.
In Lake Bogoria.
Yeah, we park.
And we leave luggages here.
They will be carried.
To the hotel.
Yeah, they'll bring them to the hotel.
Like that. So we pack tonight, and we leave our luggages on the desk, and they will bring to other hotel. And after the field trip, we go to other hotel.
Yes. So the assumption is everyone is going the other side. But in any case, you want to remain.
To learn. We are learning. So for me and for my colleagues here, this has been a Siafunda trip. I would just like to point out my two colleagues who are here. This is Cecilia Mukosi from the Council of Geoscience, which would be equivalent to the old Geo Survey. And then we also have Chiping Nechenchun, sorry, who's a natural science coordinator at the SA National Commission for UNESCO. So we have had a lot of chats and we've had a lot of learning. We formed a nice little pack together because we had not met each other before. So from that point alone, we've actually gone yards and yards ahead. From the presentations that have happened, so much has changed in our perspective of how we might approach doing a geopark, what we can and what we can't do in the future, and what the timelines would be. When I put this presentation together, we literally came here, I wouldn't like to say in the dark, because we've read a lot, we've gone to a lot of websites, we've done a lot of learning, but it's just completely different when you sit here in a workshop which says, this is how you might do it, this is how you might not do it, and I know you won't commit to anything, but the point is we've seen the processes that go forth of this. We've had a look and a thought about what the potential future is in terms of the value of a geopark. And that's a question that I'm going to ask UNESCO. What is the real value of a geopark? So there's a lot of things that we've actually been juggling. We have a different view on the development of geoheritage in South Africa from our various players in the market. And as a result of that, we've had no progress. And for South Africa, who's a powerhouse in geology, in mining, and geosciences, it's sad that we're doing nothing. So unlike Namibia, who went to sleep for 5 years, we've been asleep for 20 since this started, and we've just got nowhere. So it took, don't worry, I'll just use from here. So just a quick introduction. As a result of the lack of anything happening in South Africa in the geoheritage world, and particularly with geoparks, I'm an amateur geologist, and I decided to start a thing called Geoparks Destination Heritage. Geoheritage Destination Africa. The idea is that I try and find out as much about geoheritage, geoparks, how they run and how they not run, and I would try and group people around this organization, which will become a non-profit company. I'm going to quickly run through a couple of slides just to say what it is. We were founded by the late Professor Maurice Viljoen and his twin brother, Richard Viljoen. Richard Viljoen sends his apologies. He was actually asked to come and do this presentation. He can't travel. He's 82 years old and he has a back issue. So he says he wishes, and if he presented, it is very different to what I would present. His background is a purist geologist. He's probably one of the most famous geologists in South Africa's ever produced, because they came up with the Komatiites in the Barberton Mountainlands as the oldest single volcanic rock known. So he is an absolute doyen, and he really is the backbone of our team, because he brings the geoscientists and he brings the respect and the knowledge that is immense. As I say, unfortunately, the Professor Maurice Viljoen passed away last year in August from COVID, and he's a huge loss to us, and in fact derailed us. Well, not entirely, but we did a 1 year what Namibia did for 5. We just went to sleep. We have also included a lady called Gillian Sanders in our group, and she's the 4th co-founding member. Gillian has been CEO of Grant Thornton, which is a huge research and advisory company. And she was head of CEO of the tourism advisory sector of that. She has got 45 years or 40 years of experience in tourism strategy planning and rollout. She was the the Minister of Tourism's chief tourism advisor, and she's currently in South Africa the Tourism Business Council's chief advisor. And she basically will help us in terms of what the strategy is going forward and how we plan and manage our way forward. We do not have, well, I didn't think we had a UNESCO commission who was interested in geoparks until I got you. So now we have another arrow in our bow, and we'll be doing further. Also, what has happened that's changed slightly before we got you is the Council of Geosciences 2 weeks ago contacted us again, thanks to Richard Fuljoen. And then they said, well, they've got to send somebody here. So thank you so much for coming, Council of Geosciences. It's been very productive for us. Now nothing is working. Sorry, I'm not collecting any internet, so it just won't. Yeah, I didn't think it was. It's on the computer, but I can't pick it up. Well, I can't figure out why my screen has gone blank. Let's try it again. There we go. Sorry. Okay. So it was just a shoot back. From presenter Alan Roxton, as I say, in place of Richard Fuljoen. I basically have a geological, geoheritage, and geosciences background. I worked in Namibia for many years as a geologist in the Brandberg. And I've worked in various other places and different things. I've been underground in the mines, and I worked as a geophysicist for Sukor in oil. I haven't done that since I was a young fella. So that was a long time ago, but I've retained a huge interest and a huge love for nature and particularly geology. So when I go on holiday, my family moans about all the rocks and the stones in the car, but now they're all in the garden. So my love for geoheritage and for conservation is extremely deep. And so I wouldn't be the logical person to be trying to lead a group of people from South Africa who are potentially far better qualified than I am. However, I've got other skills that I bring to the party. I've been in tourism for 20 years. I've developed top products in Southern Africa or South Africa. A Big Five game reserve, I was chairman of it and did the strategic development with Gillian Sanders and government. So I have a lot of understanding of government processes, what has to be done to make something work. We worked with communities to be part of that game reserve, and we worked with the local landowners to make it happen. So it's a very different set of skills that I bring. And it's probably more a strategic coordinating skill that would help go past where we are now, which is really nowhere. I've got a few other interests. I play hockey. I just played South African World Cup, and we got a silver medal. So that was quite fun in Cape Town in September. So I had a nice chat to the Morocco team, because they incorporate so much sport in their geopark, and it's of great interest to me because we had a similar concept. South Africa has immense geoheritage value. We have so much, it's actually hard to choose where to start. So over here we've got the Vredefort Dome on the right-hand side, which is already a World Heritage Site, but its World Heritage Site validity is about to expire because nothing has been done about it. There's a fight between the Department of Environment and the local landowners who signed an MOU, and they're fighting about it. So it's not happening. So it's an issue. We've come in as a geoheritage group and said, possibly we can solve your problems, but we'd like to make a geopark, and we'll do it that way, and then we'll work on the UNESCO World Heritage Site process at the same time. What we've learned here is that we now have UNESCO here who does the same sort of process in terms of a commission in South Africa. So that's great for us and great for our potential progress in a park like that. We have the Barberton Mountainlands, which is where Richard and Maurice Viljoen became so famous because of their research. That is a World Heritage Site, and it's got fantastic geosites on it. It's got a very well-developed tourism infrastructure, but it just doesn't get marketed. So it lies there, and actually it's underutilized. We've got a few others. As Mapangubwe is a World Heritage Site for culture. It's an archaeological site which has a lot of anthropology in it, and it has incredible geology as well. We have Isimangaliso geology, which is basically it's a sand dune lagoonal area, again, dictated by geology. All these things are dictated by geology. If it wasn't for the geology, those particular unique features would not be there. And I'm not saying all of these could become geoparks, but they potentially could become geoparks. One of mine is my personal favorite, because just on the other side of that mountain there, I grew up. And that's where I was a farmer and where our family were. So it's a very, very unique site, and it's one of the most beautiful places on earth as far as I'm concerned. And many agree with me. It's probably the most photographed place in South Africa. And it has a biosphere, a UNESCO biosphere recognized, which has been running for nearly 12 years, I think now. We've had meetings with them, and they're very interested in possibly moving forward with us. So it's interesting here when we chatted about the overlaying, that's a good example of it. I don't want to go into this too much because it's unfortunately a fairly negative view in that we haven't succeeded in moving forward. So if you take it, South Africa is not organized to create geoparks, though we have some of the best geopotential in the world. SA has many World Heritage sites and world-beating nature reserves, so the need for geoparks is not a priority to the government and the agencies and authorities. We don't move forward. The Geological Society of South Africa and sandparks have limited resources to develop geoparks. They don't see the value, but they do see the value in them, and they will support us, but they will not run or develop geoparks. They've made that very clear to us. The CGS will clarify their future cooperation strategies. Last night I had to go and change my presentation because obviously we had the CGS here and they've shown strong interest in it. That has changed since we mentioned that this UNESCO Geopark workshop was about to happen. So we are extremely excited that they are at last saying, yes, we need to be involved. The cost to create and operate UNESCO geoparks is considered both onerous and expensive by these organizations. So their priorities are elsewhere. And they're not sure that they see the full value for them to do it. That's a big sticking block for us. And that's one of the things that I will be putting forward as to how we actually break that situation. Government and its agencies do not have the money or the capacity to drive geopark development and stewardship. Neither does the GSSA. So that's where we stand. So in our country, we have a very, very different situation to what we might have had 15 years ago. The country is a little bit at war with itself in terms of the political situation. There's a lot of things happening that make it very difficult for projects like this, which are in principle well supported. It's difficult to make them roll out. So as a result of that, we as civil society and as geoscientists decided to take on the challenges and to try and find a way to develop geoparks, because we believe we should be part of the geopark system, part of the UNESCO geoparks from all the levels up that we were shown over here. Thus, the non-profit company that we have developed. I'm really having problems. My battery's gone flat. Okay. Awesome. Planned, organized, promoted, conserved. I think that's what we all want. GeoHeritage Destination Africa is a non-profit company. Any profits that it makes will be put back into geoheritage, and its sole purpose is to drive geoheritage in the Southern Africa and into Africa. We have a different view of how to do it, which has now been tempered and changed, and when I report back to our group, I'm sure there'll be a different set of principles, a different set of ideas that will come out. A lot has changed from when I left home 3.5 days ago, to when I stand here now. And even some of the feedback that I've been getting from the team that I work with, the questions are millions. So I'll have to answer a lot of questions when I go back. Basically, our vision is to be a global leader in enabling sustainable, inclusive, community-based geoheritage travel and conservation in Africa. So that's our view. We don't consider ourselves as just a South Africa. We consider ourselves as Africa. The role that we will play will probably not be purely in the development of the geoparks, because quite clearly that is a community-based structure that needs to be developed. Our objective and role would be actually to find the methodology to create the structures that allow that to happen. And we would start as geosites, we will start as geotrails, georoutes, geodestinations as we call them, which would eventually potentially become an aspiring geopark and then a geopark. So that is sort of our objective, and we wish to mix with everybody, gather ideas, document it, and then try and implement some of the things that we've learned. The one thing we know for certain is that Africa, although one continent with a lot of similarities, is many, many, many countries, many cultures and many differences, legislatively, community-wise, and I think that's another area where we're going to need cooperation of the people here, because UNESCO has an understanding of Africa, but we have a deeper understanding because we live here. So I think we need to help UNESCO help us. So these are the kind of visions that we've had, and it may be a dream, I don't know, but we're certainly going to pursue it, and we hopefully are going to get everybody to try and work together as well as we can to solve our problems to become UNESCO geoparks. The mission, promote geoheritage by telling the story of the development of each of Earth and life in a simple way to people in South Africa, Africa, and the world over. So we would basically, as an organization, be wanting to assist with the development of geoparks, but not be directly responsible for those geopark developments. We would like to create a means of starting in South Africa where geoheritage is the word and it becomes geopark. So our view is really open. It's almost like a blind person going forward, trying to figure out how to make something happen. So as a geoheritage destination Africa, we would like to be more of a promotion, marketing and product development organization who works for profit, but puts that profit back into geoheritage. That is the concept. It may change. If it doesn't get support or if it gets strong support, well, then we'll know if it's going to actually help or not. The idea is we've got to try and help geoheritage conservation, community involvement in geoheritage, and then the education. I'm not going to go too much into the goals. It's enough for the moment. It's just some of the things that we sort of have planned and our strategy is leading us towards. I will send this around and you'll have the presentation. So I've got to go in quite quickly. That is basically unify, plan, organize, and act. That's what we want to do. So this workshop is the start of that. It's been unbelievable and mind-blowing. Quick report on our first potential geopark or aspiring geopark is the Fredefort Dome. Why is it so unique? Because they've just reproved it actually was bigger than the Australian one. So 0 Australia, 1 Africa. Okay, so because it's worn down so much, it doesn't appear as large as some of the other craters, or one other crater. But as it turns out, the geologists have actually now found out that it was a hell of a lot bigger than the Australian one. So we're back at number 1. Anyway, that's a bit of a joke. We're very competitive with the Australians and very similar in some ways. So it is a very, very important project. We are at literally like the beginning of it. What South Africa does have is an immense amount of geoscientists, quality geoscientists, and people who are very interested in geoheritage. They're just not organizing themselves to understand UNESCO's needs, to understand the world's needs. And then they have no idea what tourism means. None. When they take a tour, you get a full geological tour. No, like if you don't like doing 17 stops in a day and there's no lunch or tea or whatever. So they literally take people out on a field trip, a geological field trip. So the concept of tourism is taking quite a long time for geologists to understand. So I interact a lot with them there because I've developed a lot of tours. I've developed tourism companies. I've developed destination marketing companies. I've worked extensively with national government and local governments in developing products for tourism. So it's quite a difficult role because geologists are known to be, as Matt Mullins, a South African geologist, says, like herding cats. They each have their own way and they think differently and they're independent. So harnessing that immense amount of wealth, of knowledge, is not as easy as I thought it might be. And our whole team is finding it quite a slow process. However, in the last 2 years since starting this project, we have slowly but surely started to align all the different geoheritage regions and people behind our thinking. And obviously had to take a lot of feedback with it. What is happening now, I think I'm going to jump through these quite quickly or I'll take too long. Basically, Fredefort does have a lot of the qualifications that are required to create a geopark. I found out from this trip, I've got a lot of homework to do. So I'm not gonna dwell on this one because actually I almost took the slide out this morning because it's different. GDA assists development and coordination. I'm not going to go into it too much, there's too much there, but basically we will try and pull people from all the different parts of the geoheritage groups that are required together and lead that strategic development of that site. We have the right people to do it, we have the people with the right mindset and with the right intent. For me, intent is important. If your intent is to develop geoheritage parks, then that's what you're going to do. You're not going there to make money, or you're not going there just to get a job. You want to make a geoheritage park. It's conservation, it's education, it's all the beautiful things we all talk about. And to me, it's best and most succinctly summed up in geoparks. They are wonderful, wonderful tools. You can superimpose them on areas without stamping on anybody's toes. So there's an immense amount of value in these parks in a country like South Africa, and I think in Africa. Okay, I'm just going to take a fraction longer on this one because this is really what's happening in the geoparks at the moment. So we were going to give feedback on the geoparks. So we are nowhere. When I saw your geopark, I wanted to go and hide outside. But I was incredibly encouraged because if that can be done in Africa, then, well, we've got a future. I have communicated extensively with Ngorongoro in the past, and I was meant to be at that conference when it was cancelled. And we've kept our communication going. So we're very proud of you guys. Well done. It's brilliant. And the two aspiring geoparks that we just listened to, for us is incredibly important because it's given us a perspective of what to do and what not to do and of what we're missing. So in that respect, so many of my questions that I came here to ask on behalf of my group have been relatively well answered. Now it's a matter of figuring it out, putting it in logical sequencing, and finding a strategy to make it happen. So we have already, from our point of view, from South Africa Geoheritage, we have had an incredible journey. This has been amazing. So where are we? Geoheritage Destination Africa is helping to facilitate and build an independent, self-driven and managed Fredefort Dome geoheritage destination. We do not use the word geopark. It's too onerous at this stage. It's not quite popular yet. We're trying to show the value of it or figure it out ourselves, but we are heading in that direction. So once we can get this done, we do a lot of the homework, and then we can start saying to the people it's really worthwhile doing the geopark. Funny enough, in the Fredefort, the local community has become extremely enthusiastic about this. So they want the protection because they literally live for the Fredefort Dome. They have tourism, they have other businesses there, but that's their pride and their joy. So funnily enough, without much effort, we just said, what about geoheritage parks? And they all jumped at it because their World Heritage site has been difficult because they had a previous set of landowners who were very stubborn and they had a government that was very stubborn. So the MOU that they had signed on the World Heritage site development has fallen by the way. So they are quite key. So as a result of that, the overlap is there, and that's a discussion that will and is happening. And they've just elected a whole new set of landowners and people who are actually players in that area to actually tell us what they'd want. And I got feedback on that the day before I flew because the meeting they had was the day before that. So that's what I'm coming to here. Fredefort Geoheritage possible partnerships identified. The GDA are helping coordinate it. So we're taking the responsibility, which in all the other African countries is done by the Commission and done by the Geological Survey. So we have not had that up until now. So we're absolutely ecstatic, as I said, about my colleagues joining us here and showing the intent and keenness to assist us in driving this. So we don't know how far our responsibility will go. We're literally feeling our way forward. Free State University Cooperation for Geoparks Marketing. Ulrich Holbach is actually communicating with you. He is actively involved. Unfortunately, again, at the same time as Morris, the professor who is actually driving this project at Free State University also died of COVID. So we really had quite a hammering in terms of our effect of this COVID on us, and it set us back a long way. But sometimes things happen for a reason. and a lot has changed. Different perspectives have come about. So we are very, very glad to say they're still on board. They're still pushing it very hard, and they will still be one of the main players in this process. Wits University Cooperation for Information Site Development, extremely important. In the Vredefort area, about 2011 or 2012, government put out a tender to build an information site, a geological information site, which would also deal with the World Heritage Site. They paid for the thing. It was done through devious means, and before they even put the first windows in, it was condemned, and it remains condemned. However, in the meantime, Wits University had contracted and committed to putting in all the displays, all the information, and they did it. And now they've lost all that. However, hard negotiations and a lot of hard work, Professor Roger Gibson has come back into the fray, and he's now assisted us in actually getting a piece of land, which has been basically given to us on a 99-year lease basis, because land ownership in South Africa is a monstrous fight. So we have the commitment now, Wednesday, a week ago, that the landowner will actually give us a 99-year lease on that. He will subdivide it at his cost, and he'll help us set it up. There's a house on it which was broken down. He is actually committed to assist developing that house, put a lot of money into it. And the bordering farmer who actually manages and spearheads the community has offered to actually rebuild that place. And Roger Gibson, Professor Roger Gibson, and our team are all planning how we're going to do that. So that was like marvelous news before we came here. It was literally 2 days before we left. That has all been put in place, and we're now following the actual legal processes to do it. So the start of a geoheritage information office is there. They've got 2 quarries there, which have fantastic outcrops, or should I say quarried faces of pseudotaculite, and the actual meteorite activity. That first picture that you saw with the rock inclines, that is right there where it is. So we have a potential geo-roots already there. So that is for us marvelous progress in terms of the Vredefort Dome. The major thrust of that information center, besides starting the tourism movement, is to actually create a school, both a tertiary and a school education site and place where students will come. We have a lot of strong support there because we have a geographer who basically teaches school children all over the country and does tours in the Vredefort Dome and in geology. So he has actually got involved in this, and he and Roger Gibson are going to drive that. We also have the Technical University of Pretoria involved here, who are actually going to do guide training, and they've accepted and on the verge of signing an MOU with Geoheritage Destination to do geoheritage guide training. So they will accredit and train, and the people who did it lived and trained school children in that area 15 years ago. So things slowly are coming together. We're getting a community of people who are covering a lot of the bases that we know we have to cover if we're ever going to aspire to be an aspiring geopark, let alone a full geopark. The liaison with government and local municipalities is ongoing. They've also been disheartened because things fell apart and there was a lot of argument. We now have started to get a much more positive feedback from them, and the relationship with them is actually developing. We have a big divide in South Africa. It's the haves and the don't haves. And the haves don't want their land stolen, and the don't haves would like to have the land. So there's a fight going on second to none. So us trying to negotiate our way through this minefield is incredibly important, because it's actually going to be the litmus paper for how we as a country can move forward with community, government, and civil society. So this is a lot more than just geoheritage, which is what UNESCO is about. I think I'm renaming you GESCO. Is it gone? Damn. I don't have to say that.
Yeah. Do you need to take this one out now?
Thank you.
No, we will need to use my.
I unfortunately brought my cable, but it doesn't fit any of the plugs here. No?
I don't need this, I think.
Oh, you got it, okay. It's fine now. I don't. Okay, and the last point over here that's very important is we've now reached this. Oh, sorry. The last point and a very important one over here, we reached a stage where we're actually going to sign an MOU with the landowners, the local tourism authorities, the local conservation people. A lot of our success in this area has been through the local conservation biosphere. So we have got a lot of the right partners in the right places to start moving forward. We obviously right at word go. So it's going to take a long time before we manage all of this properly. Destination marketing and promotion of the Vredefort Dome will be done internally, locally, by the tourism people, by the tourism authorities, by the biosphere people, and by the universities and the schools. So there's a strong basis there to develop this. But our objective is actually to create a geoheritage brand, which is Geoheritage Africa. So our idea is actually to create a portal and a marketing strategy, which of course will need to be discussed extensively with UNESCO, because I've got a lot of difficult questions to ask you again and to put to you and to see how we come out with solutions in the longer term. So we would like to actually create something which we start in Vredefort Dome. We're going to test it with an umbrella brand, but obviously the Vredefort Dome brand will remain its own, and we'll assist with the development of that brand. We'll assist with the development of the strategy, which is why we've put the team we've got together. So in the longer term, we see Geoheritage Destination more as a promotion, product, development, non-profit company who will help drive products that attract people, will help drive education, which will attract people, and will make areas more viable. Our big problem is we do not have funding that other countries have, because our issues that we have in the country are not allowing us to fund ourselves. So we've got to find alternatives, and that's something I'm going to mention shortly. Government links, I'm not going to dwell on that right now, but we're in a far better position. Just having come here, we're already in a far better position. We've made strong contact with the National Department of Tourism, and they've basically sent us a letter saying that if we are a recognized organization in geology by the geological people, they will work with us to help promote what we do. So we've made quite a lot of progress on that. We now have to actually technically implement that, create the agreements with the various parties involved, and then they will then recognize us and sign an MOU with us. I don't know if we'll ever get money out of them, but we'll get a lot of marketing support, which is money. Linked to tourism and mining, and this one is very specifically for Richard Viljoen. He said, don't forget about the mining heritage. So anybody who knows anything about South Africa, and Namibia for that matter, will know that they basically built their economies in mining. That's it. All the biggest diamonds in the world come from Botswana and South Africa particularly. The volume of diamonds that came out of South Africa is huge over the centuries. We've got two of the most famous diamond mines in the world, Cullinan and Kimberley. If you want to go for gold, 40% of the world's gold, 40% of the world's gold came out of one country. And that country is this country, because that dome hit the earth. It turned the Transvaal sequence upside down virtually and exposed gold. If it wasn't for that, that gold would have stayed buried 8 or 9 kilometers or 7 kilometers down, whatever it is. So ringed around this whole dome is what it created, what I call the ring of gold. And I've suggested that as a brand name for the Vredefort as a catchy marketing game, because you've got gold mines all the way from the south to the east, back to the west, and then almost back to the south again. So the whole Vredefort Dome is surrounded by gold. So that in itself is an incredible story. So it's basically the best gold explorer we've ever had. We also have platinum and the heavy metals, and we have got 75 to 95% of the various minerals, being platinum and the various others, palladium, etc. So our mining heritage is immense. We have tons of iron, we have copper, so it's a mining country. We have 600 closed mines. Sorry, apologies, 6,000 closed mines. That presents another problem for our country, because the money is not there to rehabilitate those mines. So we've got to find a way to do that. 6,000 mines. And we've got a huge problem with mines, because the Zama Zama, as we call them, which is the artisan miner, is basically a mafia. And it terrorizes any area it goes into. So we have to try and find solutions for that. And we believe that with the solutions we can bring through geoparks, through local community development and opportunity, that they can then be able to stand up against these people who are already bullying them out of life. And we can solve the mine rehabilitation problems. Oh, and just one thing, Richard wants to develop mining tourism. So he actually he is asking us to please keep that on the agenda because we need mining. The next part is something that we've really grappled with, because how do we fund a geopark? We don't have a government at the moment that is going to give us funding to start a geopark. So we stepped back after a lot of thought. We thought, well, what if we can create an environment and a company which is essentially self-sustaining after 5 years? And the concept there is we're raising, obviously you have to have initial funding to do a lot of the work that so many of the players here are doing. And we've seen 2 wonderful geoparks in existence in Africa. We've seen 2 very strong contenders as potential geoparks. But the rest of us here are all thinking, how do we do it? Am I correct? How do we do it? How do we fund it? How do we organize it? How do we qualify? Do we have to qualify yet? So that's what most of us here are thinking. There's 4 countries here who are thinking about what they're doing and what they've achieved and how they're about to be full-blown or not. Whereas the rest of us are fishing around in the dark. And we have government support or we don't, and we might not have explained it well enough to government or whatever. The reality of it is, the rest of us are trying to figure out a way to get geoparks because we have such wonderful geoheritage in Africa. So it comes back to funding. We've got a lot of capacity in South Africa. The geoscientists are really passionate and they're prepared to help, but they've got despondent. They've started geosites, geo-marketing, geo-trails, and they have no business and they have no government support. All the signage they put up at the various places gets defaced and messed up. Somebody was showing us those chairs, the chairs that were smashed at the Ngorongoro. Is that correct? From Tanzania. Those chairs that were smashed by people. We have that everywhere. Wherever we put up sites, wherever we try and protect something, people come and mess it up. Or they make it so dangerous, nobody goes there. So there are a lot of problems that us Africans have to experience that people outside of Africa have difficulty really coming to grips with. So I think it's our responsibility to explain to UNESCO where our difficulties are. UNESCO also needs to explain to us where their difficulties are. And somewhere in the middle, we need to find a way to meet so we can get geoparks. Funding is a major issue for us. We are going to have to do it ourselves. In South Africa, we've decided that as civil society, these things will not happen unless we find the funding. So again, our model is to actually change the thought process. And I'm going to leave that for a minute because I want to move to what I believe could possibly present some solutions. I'm not going to go to that. On Monday, a week and a half ago, I met these people. I've been speaking to them for about 3 or 4 months now. They are basically, they are a World Heritage Biosphere, and they are very interested in the geoparks. When I explained to them that 2 can work together very well, they understood what I was talking about, they saw the value in it, and they're now engaging with us. Our concept over here is that this is the Blyde River Canyon, and that whole Blyde River area is escarpment of sedimentary rocks, which has one of the biggest sponges on Earth below it, being caves, karst topography from dolomite. So that feeds what is called the low felt. So once you drop off your escarpment, not so different to here, you have a huge escarpment, a massive drop down, and then you go into game park area, where it's game reserve, it's dry. It's very similar to this process, especially if you go further down the Rift Valley, you've got bigger and bigger dry, flat areas. So it's a very similar concept, but they've got this magnificent water up in the top of the escarpment. So my personal company is a renewable energy company, and we've been investigating 2 things. One is pumped hydro on the mines to assist communities to become part of that process, and then to generate energy, obviously, which can be sold, and then that can be used to try and fund geoheritage. The second project we have is a hydrokinetic and a pure hydro project. There's a big dam up there, and there's immense potential to create kinetic hydrokinetic energy. And we are helping, trying to develop that model so that whatever goes in there, a section or a part of that earning will go back to the development of the geopark in that area. It's a change of concept, it's a change of mindset, but it's something that we are going to try because we already have found a lot of support for the process and for the idea we're putting forward. One last thing on that. The company that manages the water, they've actually agreed to come in on a three-way MOU with us. So they're the guys who run the pipelines, the canals, the dams, and they need geological support to assess and figure out how much water is stored. So they're very keen to actually come in on this MOU. So we believe that in the longer term, this could be a sustainable model that supports that particular geoheritage site or geopark in the longer term. A couple of other projects. We've got the Freedom Fort Dome. We've got Blyde River Canyon that we've just recently found a lot of positivity for. And then there's the Barberton Mountainlands. Again, it was the 12th listed geosite of the 100 geosites. And it's already a really well-developed tourism environment. So we will be reconnecting with them, and that would be the third one that we'll be finding out which of these parks has got the best chance of achieving geoheritage status, geopark status as current situations stand. So it's not that we're going to not work on all three, but we have to create the environments that are going to be positive. We have to see what their circumstances and things that we are needing to do to be able to get to where we have to go, and then we're going to choose the ones we feel are the most short-term benefit. We need short-term benefits, otherwise people go away. I think Baringo understands that. Okay, so I'm going to leave it there. We've had extensive discussions with the UNESCO team here and with many people here as to how we proceed. How do we do this? How do we find a way to seed fund it? Because that's going to be our biggest problem. We believe in the longer term, we will become self-sustainable through sustainable business development, through tourism development, and through creating an umbrella brand that will in fact market a lot of things that are geoheritage related. For example, South Africa has really, really nice stuff. This Geo Journeys is about South Africa's geological sites and tours and travel that you can go into it. This book, the publishers just told us the other day they're not going to publish it anymore. So Geoheritage Destination got hold of all the geologists and all the universities, and we all wrote letters of support for this. They're reprinting it. So these are the kind of things that we try and do. It's an invaluable book in terms of what we're trying to do long term. This one over here is a must-see geological sites. Also, similar, same authors. And this one is beautiful because it actually specifically concentrates on 50 geosites. So you talk about listing it. These are just books the geologists who are interested have done. There is a huge, huge amount of listed, documented, and held information. And the Council of Geosciences has that. So it's a matter of organizing it and putting it in place and then deciding where we want to go. From an education point of view, there's a chap called Nick Norman. He made this thing called a box of rocks. It has 10 of the major rocks in South Africa, and this goes to the schools. So they buy a box with each of the rocks in it, and this goes off to the schools. The chap who's helping us at Freedom Fort has now extended this to 40, got permission from Nick Norman to make it a 40 box of rocks, and he does education into all the schools on geoheritage. And this is a commercially viable product. And all of these kind of products, we anticipate selling them on the actual geo site, the geoheritage site that we create. This book, somebody had it in one of their presentations already. It's Africa Top Geological Sites. This is written by Richard Morris Viljoen, Professor Richard Morris Viljoen. It's a beautiful book. On the whole Uganda, DRC, Kenya, Tanzania area, there's a chap called Roger Schoon, who's a South African from Rhodes University. He's just released a new book on geo-travel in this area. So it's to give you an idea of the depth of knowledge that South Africa has in geology and in geoscience. And from my heart, I would like us all to be sharing. So we're not doing it all on our own. So if we can be sharing what we've got, the knowledge you've got, the knowledge we've got, and the joint learning, I cannot see how they're going to hold us back. We are coming. Thank you.
I think it was a very geologist presentation from heart of a geologist, so I can't agree more. But as many of the geoparks people will say, it's only about geology. And since the beginning, and ANASPA said, geoparks are not only about geology, and that's why how we bring other ingredients together is the part, and it's really good to see someone so motivated. I think we have a question. On the run. Kombada, can you shout or shall I run?
Some exercise.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. Government and the local authorities and your province leaders, do you have a plan? Because the geology, everything is fantastic, but for the legal framework and just to make sure that the next person who comes in power can't just wash it away, do you have plans on building links and involving them so that, because NatCom is what you need to submit it, the National Commission for you.
We don't have a national commission.
No, you do. South Africa has a national commission is here.
We were not aware that we were being supported from that body until we got here. So I couldn't present that because I didn't have time to rewrite the whole presentation. So we are very glad to find out that we are represented and that a representative is here. So I can assure you, we've already made plans between the three of us of how we're going to start moving forward. Thank you.
No, I mean, I think you made a mistake.
Thank you.
Yeah, he made a mistake of coming here. I think from now on, between Kombada and myself, he can't escape. This is where we are. So it's really the momentum of bringing all communities together. So now we have National Commission here. Hopefully they will help us to get up in the government.
To answer that more clearly, because we're not entirely sure and we weren't at all sure when we came here how we were going to make that happen, one of the reasons why I went to the Kruger to Canyon Biosphere is because they are UNESCO based and we wanted to find out from them how they were managing it and how they're doing it. So they gave us a lot of information, too much for one day that I was with them. But the reality of it is we understand the importance of the legislation if you want to get a geopark. So our alternative at the moment is we're going to do geoheritage and we're going to do geoheritage destinations and we'll run them the way the community see fit, the way the people involved see fit. Local government is and will be involved. It's already been strongly involved in Vredefort. So we have no intention of trying to pretend the government doesn't exist. We don't expect a lot of financial support from government, but we need the commitment from them to understand the value that this is going to bring to the country. And as you say, once it's legislated, guys can't just chuck it in and out like a football. So I think we understand the importance of it, and that young man over there just doesn't know what he's in for.
Yes. Thanks, Alan. Very interesting presentation. High geodiversity and the value, of course, for some of the sites that you propose. Perhaps my question would be, one, of course, is there an element of culture, natural heritage in this discussion? Two, there's an issue of sustainability. This being a private entity, and considering that Geopark is about bottom-up and engagement of community, where would we put the community? And would it be better community driving the process and you coming in to provide support in terms of technical?
That is exactly the process we're looking to do. We'd be advisory. We'd assist in raising money. We'd assist in marketing. We'd assist in processing, promoting. We do not wish to run a geopark. It's too much for us. We do not have the funding. We do not have the capacity. The people the message has come home so clearly from this workshop. The communities have to run it. So that's embedded. I didn't express it here for time, but there's absolutely no doubt about it. Culture and heritage in our country is considered extraordinarily important because people want to tell their story. We, like Kenya and many African countries, have had a very tumultuous past. We also have a long past. We have a World Heritage Site which is purely dedicated to humans, the cradle of humankind. I was very privileged when they developed our game reserve project with us, with Gauteng. I worked on the Cradle of Humankind as well. Mapangubwe is a cultural site. So we fully endorse the fact that local communities must run the show. We want to help those local communities to create an environment which allows them to do it. We have not really had the support from anybody outside of our geoscientists to do that so far. The politicians are fighting so hard with each other. The local communities are fighting so hard with each other. We can't get the support. So we are just trying to facilitate what we've all discussed here.
And I also see that one of the advantages that South Africa would have is the fact that you already have World Heritage sites, biosphere reserves, and some of these sites that you're mentioning are already World Heritage sites. So perhaps it would be very good to ride on this already existing designation now to bring in the geopark element. And perhaps borrowing from Tanzania, you see they have a World Heritage site already. They have a protected area. So geopark will just now be coming in to add something else, but still using the same infrastructure to be able now to run the geopark. So I don't think the issue of funding will really be a big problem if we take the model that Tanzania has taken.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, I'll be blunt. We need to move quickly if we want to move. So we have 2 more presentations.
Thank you very much. Again,
you asked too many difficult questions. I will not buy you a beer tonight.
So I feel being caged because I don't know the limit of what is a difficult question or a simple question. I hope what I'll ask will be simple, but at the same time, I believe it's not just about asking, but also maybe contributing. Yeah, I had an opportunity of not evaluating as an evaluator, but in capacity building, the Babaston Machongwa. Makonjwa, that is World Heritage Site. Thank God it is a World Heritage Site now. Had also experience twice at the Dome, Vrededov. It is quite an impressive, that is a geological site. And from what you have presented, I just want to congratulate UNESCO for having, that is invited entities like yourselves. Because if it was just UNESCO Commission, possibly you're going to have even just people who are in the meeting who are not oriented to the issues on the ground. So what I've appreciated from your presentation is the fact that you are even showing us all these publications, which are a good starting point for even branding the geoconservation sector. So since I've been told, you've told me that I'm asking difficult questions, I will not ask you questions.
You're welcome
just
to
make
ask.
contributions. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't answer any question there. Thank you for the compliment.
No, it's just the time. We have dinner and one-to-one question times, but I just want to give opportunity for other speakers.
Thank you very much. I'm not also going to ask a difficult question, but I just wanted to understand, because you created a private non-profit company, what really motivated you to do that? Because are you a philanthropist, or you don't have any other thing to do, or what really drove you towards that?
Yes, you asked a difficult question. I have a thriving, growing business that keeps me busy 13 or 14 hours a day and all weekend. So I reserve Sundays for GeoHeritage and then after 9 at night. So for me, I love geology and I love nature. I've grown up in nature, and as I grew older and older, I grew into rocks. And it's actually the wrong way around. We should learn rocks, then we can learn the rest easily. But they tell you how a tree grows, but they don't tell you why. It's soil, it's water. So I love geology. I love conservation. I'm a strong conservationist. But then I'm also a geologist. I've been an exploration geologist, a mining geologist. So I understand the value of minerals. So for me, I just feel that from a personal point of view, we lack leadership in geoheritage. And I try to present the tourism side to create sustainability for geoheritage. So I have 20 years of experience in tourism, in-depth tourism, strategy, design, rollout. So I felt that personally I could add value on the strategic side and on the development of promotion and of raising funding. So that is where I would personally see this going. A lot of the people in our group are now very much more orientated towards just creating their geoparks, which is exactly what it should be. So I don't know exactly where this is going to go. I am philanthropic. I want to make geoheritage work in South Africa and in Africa. So whatever I can do, I will do. I have a job, but I've also got agreement with all my partners that we will, wherever we go with our renewable energy, where it's possible, we will use the renewable energy to assist us to fund and drive geoparks. So that is a commitment I have from my company. So I have a little bit of extra time every day.
Actually, no. I'm really sorry. I'll have to move on because we said today we will finish 5 o'clock.
I'll talk to you later.
And yes, please, he's here. I'll move to next one. I'm really sorry, but I have to be difficult. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted
Once upon a time, sorry.
I just wanted to add on the Council for Geoscience, because we are formally known as the Geological Survey of South Africa. So we are legislated under the Geoscience Act to conduct geoscientific research in South Africa, to curate geoscientific data. So for the past couple of years, we have done geoconservation, not geoparks. So we have done studies focusing on the geoconservation in South Africa, identifying geosites and potential geoheritage, and we have created a database. So we do have a database in South Africa that is still confidential, but some of the publication is out. But what we have not done is to coordinate with other stakeholders. And I think that's the next step. But if you are in the geological environment or in academia, we have done a number of geological congress. In those geological congress, we always have a session on geoconservation, geoheritage. So if you look back in 2016, one of the publications that he presented is the one that was a product of the IGC in 2016. And that follow-up led to the 35 IGC Legacy Fund. And I was the secretary of the board for the past 3 years. And the purpose of the Legacy Fund was to provide funding your heritage projects in South Africa and also provide scholarship for previously disadvantaged people. So for the past 3 years, we have provided funding to geoheritage projects in South Africa. What we have not done is to focus on geoheritage. With geoheritage, the bigger one picture. You have to start with the geosite, geoheritage, and then define where can you put the geopark. So I just wanted to clear that one out.
No, I mean, this is the role of your institution. There is no doubt on that. And this is a interest of course. I mean, this is, as you said, this is perfect because he's independent.
It's my early Christmas present. It's the best thing. This has just been fantastic.
I think where we are now is we really emphasize with my dear colleague Kumbada is where we have National Commission here, we have scientific institution here, where we need National Committee of Geoparks. So because you identified, you have ideas of geosites, you have project examples, maybe they did geoeducation and maybe they did conservation related research in these sites. So this is done, but now we need to bring the National Committee of Geoparks with tourism experts, culture experts, intangible heritage experts. So you will take the model which will suit you, and you will need your Geoparks committee. They will decide between your inventory which site will tick all the boxes and where we get. So we are from crawling to getting up. I think we are there. So
thank you for that, and thank you for the support, because it really is like an early Christmas present for us. Thank you for coming.
And it's all recorded and live, by the way. So that's perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we're so this is our next and final Geopark project presentation. And then we will move on to scientific part. Enrique will detail us how we can do the next step for the inventory. And our colleague will explain their project in Madagascar.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ravu. I work for Madagascar National Parks. organization which manage a national network of 43 parks and reserves in Madagascar. And it's a great pleasure for me today to present you the Baringo Geopark project on behalf of Madagascar's team who work on this project. To represent Mr. Jean-Jacques, the director of Isal National Park, who really apologized because he couldn't attend the workshop. As we are still at the beginning of our process, we don't have too much experiences to share, but I would like especially to share to you the potentiality of our territory and what we have already done through our Geopark project. The Isalu Geopark project is located in the southern highland of Madagascar and spread over an area of 1,900 kilometers square, including the Isalu National Parks, which represent around 40% of the project of the proposed geopark. Isal National Park is administrated by Madagascar National Parks, and this project of geopark is led by Madagascar National Parks with the scientific support of Mada Geoheritage, and Geoheritage covered a group of researchers from the university. As a geopark project, what we have already done right now. First of all, Isal Geopark project was one of the granted territory of UNESCO and Global Geopark Network grant to support the creation of geopark in Africa and Arab world in 2021. Under this grant, Isal's managers team participated in the 2021 UGG Digital Intensive courses. And we have also held 4 digital meetings with 2 GGN experts to analyze the context, particularly to delimitate the geopark territory. Second, our team have tried to use the self-evaluation checklist to assess the strengths and weakness of our project and the amount of work which is still needed to undertake. And third, after the analysis of the context and based on a few criteria, we have elaborated a map of the delimitation of our geopark project, but which remain a proposal. And fourth, we have elaborated a preliminary listing of the potential geoheritage of international value within the territory. And then, and also an inventory of the cultural heritage and all social economic infrastructures inside the geopark boundaries. And finally, we have already raising awareness with certain local and regional authorities and partners like governors, responsible in district, mayors, and hotels, which are already operating in the vicinity of the park. To define our proposed boundaries, we have based it on 4 criteria. First, that the territory must contain a geological heritage of international significance, as well as biological, archaeological, cultural, and intangible heritage. Second, we have considered that the territory has a reasonable size. It means that the geopark is not too small nor too big for an effective management, and to provide the necessary conditions for an appropriate sustainable development for the local population. The territory count currently 4 municipalities with around 66 villages and approximately 20,000 inhabitants. Third criteria, no illicit mining sites inside the geopark. And finally, we have considered pre-existing boundaries such as administrative boundaries, the South National Park's boundaries, and natural features like rivers and tracks. And as a remark, the park is easily accessible through National Road 7 and is listed among the most visited park in Madagascar. And here is a map which presented the geoheritage, the potential geoheritage we have already inventored, and the proposed boundary of Isalu Geopark project in red. And inside is the Isalu National Park. And we have already the list of the geosites, the archaeosites, the fossil sites, and cultural sites, but it's a little bit small, and you can see it very well. Our team, that is to say, Matageo Heritage and Isalu National Parks, have already undertaken, as I said, a preliminary inventory of geosites value at Isalu and have listed some eroded cliffs with strange shapes, beautiful landscapes with a panoramic view like as wide monoclonal tabular mountains, deep and short canyons, sandy domes, natural labyrinths, some rocks, fossils, and caves. And here I would like to highlight 2 points. First, as a large part of the geopark is included inside the Isalu National Park, this part already benefits all the conservation activities inside the protected area. But right now, our activities are more oriented to the protection of the natural resources, like fighting against wildfire, environmental education, and so on and so forth. And second point, there are already some published research on geosites at Isalu National Parks, and here are some examples of these. Now I invite you to admire some landscapes carved in sandstone and represented geological sites providing information about the Earth's evolution. These are some examples of rune-form landscapes mimicking shapes of animals, things, or persons. Here are fossils and archaeological sites. And the park is also characterized by some forest habitats linked to the geology of this area, like riparian forest of canyons, which includes a forest habitat that colonized the edge of rivers' permanent or seasonal canyons, and also ridiculous vegetation, dense dry forest, and the remains are composed of savannas, soils, and bare rock. We can also find there rich species of plants and animals. The Isalu National Park has more than 400 species of plants, including 3 endemic families. And there are also several endemic fauna species, for instance, 7 species of lemurs, and some species endemic to Isalu, such as the bird Monticola sharpei pensoni, the reptile Troachyplepsis fatu, and the amphibian species Scaphiophryne gottlebei. And there are also some unique and spectacular landscapes, including waterfalls in colorful waters, streams, and natural pools. And let's see some photos which illustrates that. These are some forest habitats, and here are some typical plants. And these are fruit of tapia. And these are some lemurs, amphibians, birds. And birds that we can meet there. Some examples of the unique and spectacular landscapes, including waterfalls, streams, and natural pools. And now about the cultural richness. The territory is characterized by the presence of the para-ethnic groups, which has a specific culture, among which the Zebu, here are Zebu, which has an important place as well as for the living and for the dead. Zebu is actually sacred in the Para's culture. It's not only as a symbol of wealth and strength, but also used as a sacrificial animal during almost all the traditional ceremonies like wedding, burial, and some traditional ceremonies as Savati, Famadiana, or Karitaki. The protected area is used as a traditional grazing area for the Zebu because of the security and the presence of their food. Savati, one of the cultural ceremonies, is a circumcision characterized by the fact that the little boy is putting on the head of the Zebu in order to transmit the fart of the Zebu to the little boy. And the second traditional ceremony is the Famadiana, which means literally reburial of the dead, which consists in changing the place of a dead body from a temporary tomb to a definitive one. In fact, when the head of a family dies, the definitive burial takes place only after all his Zebu have been slaughtered. And during this time, the dead body is buried in a temporary tomb. This is why most of the rocks inside the protected area are served as a temporary tomb for the local population. So this transition can take time depending on the number of the Zebu of the deceased one. There is also the Karitaki dance, which is a dance of the Zebu on a typical music of the para-ethnic group, using some drums, traditional flutes, and whistles. And each year, there is a Karitaki festival in order to conserve and to promote this culture. And finally, Bilu. Bilu also is a traditional ceremony which is a kind of ritual healing treatment of exorcism. If a person is sick and cannot recover from his illness, the family concluded that he is possessed by a spirit called Bilu, and the treatment was done for 1 or 2 weeks in a special place inside the protected area. And here are some illustrations of this. These are the definitive tombs, the place of traditional worship, and the Karitaki dance. And about the tourism activities in Isal National Parks, as I said, tourism activities are already effective inside the Isal National Park. There are many touristic infrastructures like circuits, interpretation center, camping area, and so on and so forth, and about 17 hotels around the park, and which are already included inside the geopark territory. Here we have a map of all socioeconomic infrastructure as well as ecotourism infrastructure which exists inside the geopark, and we have the health center, the gendarmerie, post police, marketplace, hotels, park reception infrastructure, and economic and all ecotourism circuits. Here we can see the number of tourism, which has really decreased since the COVID-19, but begin this year has regained strength little by little. And this is the illustration of the interpretation center, which is like a sort of museum and which is open all year round to the public. Here are some tourists, and here are some examples of touristic activities to promote which can contribute to promote the geodiversity and the biodiversity on the park, like trekking, biking, camping, swimming, etc. So, as you can see, Isal National Park as a geoheritage represents so many values, as well as economic, educational, scientific, ecological, aesthetic, and cultural as well. Here we can see that here there is Isal Red, which is an ecotourism sport organized each year in the last week of July by Rondo Run, which is one of our partners, and also organized with the Office of the Tourism and the municipality of Ranvira. And Isal Raid is an event of exchange and discovery, bringing together national and foreign participants. So what are our next steps and challenges? First of all, we have to determine a definitive delimitation. That is to say, a delimitation accepted by the local authorities, by the local communities, and by the UNESCO. And second, we have to make the inventory and description of all the geological heritage in order to have a kind of catalog like Morocco, in which we could see that in details of all the interest of each sites in terms of their international, regional, national, and local values. The objective is to cover all knowledge of geosite, paleosites, and archaeosites in one document with maps and illustration. And also we have to establish a multidisciplinary national and local geopark committee in order to involve all actors, especially the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, which is in charge of protected areas, the Ministry of Mine and Energy, which is in charge of geological sites, and the Ministry of Tourism and all stakeholders. And we are, of course, going to value all the achievements and exchange of this workshop to improve the engagement of the local communities and the geoheritage inventories, as well as this implication to the development of the future geopark. And we have also to to make contact and develop a partnership with over UNESCO Global Geoparks and the global network of geoparks in Africa. We have to promote geotourism, maintain and improve touristic infrastructures, as well as the interpretation center. We have to improve the involvement of the local communities in planning, developing, and managing the future geopark. And we have to implement research on the effect of climate change on landscape evolution. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I'm very sorry for my bad English. And here is the dance, Karitaki dance. Where is the sound? To thank you.
Start again. So while we wait for the music, do we have any questions ready?
Okay, merci beaucoup.
So I think it was really complimentary, and also to see the final list really aligned with the Baringo. And it's really interesting because we went through these questions with Baringo's case study. It's highly explained there. So I would ask them the same question. How long you see that Geopark team gives them? Combien de temps tu penses que ça va prendre l'équipe de Geopark pour compléter ces actions que vous avez vous-même décidé déjà? Il y a un plan de 1 an, 2 ans, because if we compare with the other projects, so they have issues, but they are not in position of application yet, if I understand correctly.
For the first activities, we plan to finish it until the first mission of the expert.
Enrique can correct me for the inventory. I thought Enrique has some.
We already looked at this proposal during our training in Madagascar with, I think it was Gardenal, that was, he's from the university.
Yeah, she works with us on this project. She's the lead of the Madageo Heritage. She is the lead of Madageo Heritage, the scientific group which worked with us on that project.
Yes, and during this was in Antananarivo in 2019. At the end, I think in June of 2019, and we already took a look at this proposal, and what we noticed is the same that I have noticed now, that there's very nice geomorphological features, caves, but there's a lack of what you're saying there. There's a lack of description and assessment of the different potential use of each of the geosites, and particularly in terms of their international, regional, national, or local values. That will be the key issue here.
In fact, we have already planned this activity this year, but we didn't finish it. So we have replanned it for the next year. So we hope to finish it by the end of the next year. And for the for the and then all of these activities, we plan to finish these activities. Oui, je peux parler en français.
C'est pour ça que je suis là. Et tu tiens la micro. C'est pour que tu parles comme tu veux.
Le plus tôt possible, mais ça dépend du financement.
D'accord. That's exactly so. So they are aware of the issues and challenges, and similar to the Baringo County, they receive GG and UNESCO grants, so they will have experts coming and working with them, but they have financial issues to go through them, and they were hoping to do this year, but in their agenda it's next year. So they know what needs to be done, but it's working slowly in progress. I think it's perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, we had one question behind. Did you want a question?
Our presenter. I'm from Kenya, I'm from Baringo. I wanted to ask, in Isalo National Park, you've told us about the birds, and are there any wild animals there?
It is animal sauvage.
Wildlife.
Animal sauvage. Yeah, go. Well, she's going to say in French, but I don't know if I will be able to translate them in English, so let's go. The wild animals, I don't know. They're raised by found. There are. So that will be the exchange between you. So I will join. Yes. I can't translate them in plain English, that's my problem. So we will give the list. So there are wild animals.
Yes, there are.
That's perfect.
Like lemurs, some birds, and
We know them. So as I am really determined to move quickly today, and again, thank you very much. And also she's standing up on behalf of someone else. This is always very brave. So this is our last presentation, and it's just to come back again, the importance of inventory of geoheritage and define next steps. Enrique will give us our last presentation, and I really want to have wrap up time at the end for general questions.
Okay. I noticed, well, I hope you're not very tired. So sorry that I am the last one. Lots of information that I will give you very fast so we can get done as soon as possible. But at the same time, I thought it would be good. This is not very long. It's 15 slides, including the first one and the last one, so not so much. To give some brief introduction about PanAfGeo, because I noticed that many of you here that have not heard about this. Okay, so this is a training program for African geological surveys. It was, I will show you now, this presentation has been done by the coordinating team, who's at the BRGM, the French Geological Survey. But you will see now, there's many geological surveys involved, both from Africa and from Europe. So there was the genesis comes from the African mining vision of the African Union, and also from the equivalent similar Green Deal of the European Union. And the idea was to have a better assessment, management, and governance of the mineral resources. And there was this identified that the African Geological Surveys needed to reinforce the knowledge and skills in geoscience. There's a very strong difference between some geological surveys and other, both in Europe and in Africa. So in the beginning, in 2012, 13 and 14, we were preparing this assessment, which was a feasibility study. We asked all the geological surveys from Europe, what can you offer? Are you good in, do you feel you can contribute something? And also we asked all the African geological surveys, what do you think you can also offer to other geological surveys in Africa? And also, what will you demand to be with this capacity building? Maybe some people are, for example, geoheritage knowledge, the geoconservation was identified to be very as a topic that is not handled by most of the geological surveys. So this was one of the issues that originally was not planned into the PanAfGeo program, but finally it got its own work package. So there was a first phase that already finished. That's, for example, when some people here, Kombada from Namibia was participating in 2018 in the training in Windhoek in Namibia. And there has been other people here that have also participated in these PanAfGeo trainings, always from geological surveys. And then we invite people from universities or from the national commissions, like in Namibia, some people came from the national commissions of UNESCO, but we cannot fund them. So they are allowed to be here, at the trainings, but the funds are not for others that are not geological surveys. So that was the issue. But still, they were, of course, invited and contributing and learning like everybody else. So the first phase was the grant contract. This means there's no competition, but there's a very strict assessment of the conditions of what good and bad can we obtain from this. So finally, it was accepted for 3 years with 10 million euros. But you will see, this looks like a lot of money, but you will see after all the things that are done that it was not so much. There was several packages. The first one was mapping, geoscientific mapping, geological mapping, mineral exploration, artisanal scale mining, environmental management of the mining areas, geohazards, geological hazards, geoheritage. This one was led by me from Spain, in cooperation with one of the director generals of mines in Chad. Then there was this geoinformation management and the communication and promotion. No? So these were the main work packages, and you will see now in the first phase we had over 1,000 trainees from 49 countries in Africa. And we were hosted by 16 African countries, 42 sessions, most of them in English and French, and then just a few in Portuguese. And one of the ones in Portuguese, we did it in Mozambique. And next year we will have one for the second phase in Angola. And we had also 150, more or less, a little bit, 149 African trainers and 70 European trainers. And you can see here that there were some countries that contributed with a lot of participants, like Ghana, Nigeria, Zambia, Sudan, others that were not so much participating. But also there are smaller countries or without a powerful geological survey. There was many different reasons. And 141 participating in this work package of geoheritage. What's this? The point. Thank you. Well, you can see that this is the applications that we were getting for each of the quarters during this first phase. So not all the demand was being able to be addressed. There was a lot of interest and not everybody could make it. Now we are in the middle of this second phase, with very similar objectives. Some things have been readapted. But well, the DG DEFCO, the Directorate General for Development and Cooperation in Europe, now it's called Directorate General for International Partnerships, but it's all more or less the same. It's less money. We have to be more careful with the spendings. And the idea is pretty much the same, to have all these geoscientific skills and governance with lectures, field trips, so the African and European trainers. The geoheritage now is included in what's called new frontiers in geoscience, geoheritage and geothermal energy. I suppose Kenya for sure would be interested in the geological survey, because there's a lot of future potential with geothermal energy in this area, in the Great Rift Valley. This is what's planned for this second phase. To have 53 session workshops. We already had 4 geoheritage. We already had one in French, in Pointe Noire. We will have one in English next year in Botswana, and another one in Angola, in Portuguese. So that's so you had an idea. There's a lot of stakeholders. One of them is UNESCO. That's why Oslem was invited to come to one of the trainings, and you can see there's a lot of stakeholders related with geology and with the developments coming afterwards from the geological studies that the geological surveys are supposed to be doing. The outputs are pretty much the same: the comprehensive scientific information on natural resources, including geoheritage, and this is done from African geological surveys as a contribution to the national needs, to the society in general. Well, that's what we are expecting to have as host countries in this second phase. Well, no, this is what has been done up to, this is the latest news that we have until December, since we started with the second phase in June of 2021, now until this month. So only, we have done only one, the work package D is the geoheritage in French. And these are all the new participants for the second phase. It will change after next year with more participants coming hopefully from other countries. And you can see that it's mostly all African countries that have geological surveys. So just so you can see some of the pictures of the groups that we have been working with, and that's it. Just so you know, that this is a program. In our case, it is we try to emphasize that the geological surveys can also contribute with geological heritage to this, for example, to the geoparks. So you should demand that your governments in your countries that the geological survey contributes and helps you with your proposals. Oslem, my presentation is not here. It was yesterday. Is this the same computer? Team. Okay. Okay, so now, after this introduction of this was what I was supposed to be telling you about today in my second talk. How you can prepare a geoheritage inventory and apply it to the development of geoparks. The first thing is that you are not supposed to be doing, the managers or the national commissions are not supposed to be doing the inventories. You're supposed to have your geological surveys or your universities, research centers, your specialists in each country, in each case, whatever it is, to help with us experts to do the inventory. I'm showing Spain. I could show any other example, but in our case, as I mentioned yesterday, we started more than 50 years ago with the geoheritage inventories. So there's some backgrounds already. So in our it's available in the web, and we will include it with the document if you want for everybody that they can upload. But remember that this is anybody to use. You are supposed to be a geologist or a geomorphologist or a paleontologist coming from biology, from geography, but somebody that knows what geoheritage and geological objects can be. The idea is to identify. So first, see, this may be potential geoheritage, this may be not. Localization means that you know where it is exactly. You classify it properly, depending if it is structural geology, paleontology, geomorphology, it depends. And you do the assessment, because once you have all this, you know the location perfectly, you know the relevance, national, international, local. You study also at each of the sites. You have to go there and look at it. You have to do the fragility, which means the natural possibilities that it will break, it will be destroyed, it will disappear. I will mention later what is the intrinsic vulnerability, which is related with fragility. So vulnerability is important because it means that some sites we should not go, maybe the tourists should not go, or maybe some sites are absolutely no problem for thousands of people to go. So these type of things are what's included in the vulnerability, and also the state of conservation, because you want to show people, for example, at the geoparks, places that are in a good state of conservation, not poorly or that cannot be understood because you barely can see the things and so on. So then once you have all this, then you can do proper conservation and proper use, sustainable. So this comes with the inventory should always go with a first phase. I mean, this is just an example. There's many examples around the world. The idea is in a first phase that you you compile the previous information, and then you ask the experts, which sites would you suggest? And the experts say, okay, I have studied this. Normally they will say, the sites that I have studied are the best of the world. But no, you need to have gone to a lot of places in the world. You need to have studied for many, many years in order to know which are the best sites or not so good. So this is what's called the Delphi method. It means that somebody else, you say, I think these sites are best. Okay, now we will send your opinion to another person and ask them, is this right what this guy is saying or not? So this is called the Delphi method. It's a method of having all the experts evaluate their the elements, and then have them also evaluate what other opinions, what you have from other experts. And this generates a list of sites. And then you go into the second phase, which is all this other information that I was telling you. From each of the sites, we have to decide a name, code, number. This is important because you will need to know to have a code that identifies, for example, what type of, is it paleontological, stratigraphical, tectonic, or whatever. We need to understand also if there's several outcrops for the same site, which happens many times. It's not just one huge geosite, but we have several little ones that are all good outcrops for one. And so there's many different situations. So all this has to be put into a database where you have to calculate the value. So I will explain now how do you calculate the scientific, the educational, and the touristic value. And this is important because this will allow you later to decide, shall I dedicate this site only for specific paleontological studies, for example, only by the specialists, maybe, because then if other people go there, they will just flounder and destroy the site. Or maybe it's the best place to understand a specific process like a meander, where you can see how it is eroding on the margin and depositing on the other side of the meander, and you can perfectly see something. So this type of evaluation, this analysis of the potential use, which comes with the identification of the value, scientific, educational, or touristic, will allow you later to make your management plan for the geoheritage. And of course, what I mentioned, the fragility and vulnerability, the susceptibility to degradation, which is related with the size, is not the same to have a little outcrop by the road than to have a huge mountain. The risk of the susceptibility to degradation comes, I will explain, with the hardness, the resistance of the rock to being weathered, to being destroyed, and also for the erosion, and also depending on the size. The size is important because you cannot steal a mountain, but you can destroy a little outcrop, and so on. And then once you have all that, we include it in a database that can be accessed from the web, that people can use it. The park managers can also access and decide what they can do. Just so you know that this is not so easy, I will not go through all this, but you can see that all this is very simple, it's just multiply. But it includes all these things that I was mentioning, the anthropic vulnerability, natural vulnerability, including the size and the resistance of the rock, you get the susceptibility to degradation. And once you include also the value, because you don't want to lose things, you don't want to lose the things that are most valuable. So that's that's considered in the risk of degradation. The most valuable things, you don't want to lose them. So that's why you include in the risk of degradation the parameter of value. So just so you know that there's, and then when you have all this, for all these more than 4,000 points that I was telling you, then you can have, for example, the people that are doing the highway, they should look where are they going to go through, so they know if they may destroy some sites, or if the municipality is looking for a place where the school students can go to look at the local rocks, then this also includes the the sites of interest, the geological sites of interest of local relevance. But we also have the regional inventories, we have the national inventory, and then we also have, it's included in the national inventory, the international relevance sites. And one thing that is important is that all names should include these basic things, because you need to identify very, very clearly what's relevant in the site. So we need to know the age, we need to know the primary element of interest, and then where is it, the geographical reference. So with these three things, you have names, for example. And also when it is quaternary, it's evident that it is, I mean, if you have a dulling, a collapse in the limestones, it is evident that it is recent, it is not from the Precambrian. And if it is from the Precambrian, then you should specify the age. But if you don't specify the age, then it is assumed that it is recent, quaternary, Holocene. But then, for example, we have some landslides. It's important to know if they are in the sedimentary record from the Triassic or if they are recent quaternary. And then what is it affecting? Maybe the rocks are older. In this case, this is landslides that took place several thousand years ago that displace Neogene rocks. And where is it? In a town called Huete. So just with the name of the geosite, you have most of the necessary information to identify the site. Or in this case, you have several sites, A, B, C, whatever, with ignites, with the dinosaur footprints. And this is located in these rocks of the lower Cretaceous, which is the continental lower Cretaceous of Europe, in an area called Cameros, which is in the province of La Rioja. And there's one site in particular for this geosite that has several outcrops, and that's why we give it the different names. And in particular, this site is from the national inventory, is part of the national inventory of sites of geological interest, of international relevance. So what you see is that all this information is included in a database that is available, and all this information needs to be collected. And if it needs to be collected, you need to do the inventory. And once you have the inventory is when you can plan. You can, if the geopark is here, then you will know what sites you have of local interest, of regional, or of national, or of international relevance. And you will know some proposals of geoparks were already discarded just by looking at this, because that's it. If you don't have the international relevance of the geosites, you can do many things, but not in particular the UNESCO Global Geopark. And this is an interesting table regarding the parameters, okay, the parameters that are used to calculate the potential use or the value of the sites. You can see here the scientific value, which will mean if you have a high scientific value, you can use it for science. The educational value, so the potential use would be educational if you have this higher value, and the touristic or recreational or the beauty. No? So you can see that, for example, some of these parameters, the representativeness, how representative is the site for a specific process or mineral or whatever it is very important for science. It is also somewhat important for education, but a tourist will not be very interested if it is representative or not. What will be the tourist more interested about? Accessibility. Of course, the manager needs to know the load capacity, how many people can you take there? And of course, what's the most interesting for the tourism? The spectacularity or the beauty. And those are parameters, I'm saying. These are things that you can estimate. It's not 1.347, but we can do a semi-quantitative analysis, and you can estimate, so you can compare some sites with other sites. The whole idea of this process of calculating these parameters and applying different, for example, for education, what's most important? The educational content, the educational use. How useful is this site to explain things to different levels of educational courses, you know, for primary school, for secondary, for university, and so on. Also, the accessibility, the logistics infrastructures are very interesting for the schools. And for example, one thing that is not considered, if you notice, the accessibility for science, or how nearby you have recreational areas for science. Because if you're a scientist and the site is scientifically interesting, you go. No matter if there are hotels, if there's no roads, you go walking. I have done that in many places, and you just have to spend whatever is needed to get to the place and take the samples. So this is not what I am interested. I am interested on the geological diversity, because it means there's many different things. On the state of conservation, if it is a type locality, how rare is it? And also the degree of knowledge, how many publications do we already have about that site? Generate those aspects, much of the international relevance. How representative it is, the rarity at the international is, you have to compare at the level of significance that you are doing the study. For example, for a municipality, you would compare it with how frequent or how rare or how visible is it compared with other sites in the municipality. And we will see those parameters now in detail, so you can take a look. First, I wanted to mention some other things. For example, another possibility is, instead of identifying the value of each of the sites, in this case, we have a regional government. In this case, the central part of Spain, it's a region, like a department or a state. And it has done one thing that we call horizontal protection. It's not choosing sites like this. It's saying, okay, all fluvial canyons are protected. But then they will ask us, they ask, we had to do a report. Which fluvial canyons? Where do you put the limit? Because fluvial canyons, you have many. How wide, how big? So then we have to establish those parameters. All waterfalls are protected. But then we have to say, for example, where do you put the limit? In the case of waterfalls, we said 5 meters minimum. Less than 5 meters, then we will not preserve a waterfall for the regional government. So in this case, I mean, this has to be adapted for each circumstances. In our case, so all these are geological elements that we know are present in this region that represent the geology of the region, so they want to preserve, but you cannot preserve everything. You cannot preserve all the paleontological sites. You cannot preserve, I don't know, there's all exokarstic landforms, all the karstic landforms, there's many, many, many of them. So which ones do you prefer? Do you protect? So that's what we were doing. So you have, this includes very easily a list, but then the hard part is to establish where do you put the limit between a escarpment or a cliff to be preserved or another one that should not be preserved. That's done afterwards. So that's another style. And another important thing that comes also with the inventories is the lost geosites. Should they be inventoried? And we found after several cases that it is important to also record the sites that have been lost. Why? Well, in this case, this is an example. This is the city of Madrid. Well, it's not all the city, it's a little part by the river. And there was quarries, and there was that church. This is from the 19th century. So the church is still there. The quarries now are a big park with buildings, so the quarries are no longer there. And these quarries had the first site with Pleistocene fauna in Spain and the second site with Paleolithic industry in Europe in the 19th century. By the 1920s, there was more than 60 scientific papers published, the pits were abandoned, and so on. So this is a real interesting site, but now it's no longer visible, but we know it was there, and we know that the potential to find things is still there, if there's another pit opening or if a big new building is done and they excavate and so on. So even if a geosite is partially destroyed or totally disappeared, it is interesting to know where it is and what background information we have about it. Okay, that's a suggestion, because if you lose this information, then you cannot use it any longer. Then there was a proposal from some colleagues in Australia, Margaret Brooks and Vic Semeniuk, of a way for large areas to do the inventory in 6 steps. Identify the geological, well, the first one was to identify the geological regions or geological domains in Africa, as Dries was explaining us. It's very clear, and also ASFA. ASFA was the one that was showing these maps. We know we are here, we know what are these features, these longer features, these faults, and so on. So it's something that is representative of the breakup of the continental crust, and we know that this is needs to have some places that are representative of what's going on there, and the site should be around here, so we have to find them. So people, when they come here, and you cannot say, okay, this is the Great Rift Valley. Okay, look at it. Oh, no, we need to know where can you see the ridges and the valleys. That means the horsts and gravens from these basins, and also where can you see the faults? Where can you see the volcanics that came from those faults, which are included in the logo. The logo includes these volcanic rocks that have come out, the lakes. We have the lakes, but we see the faults, and you need places to show the faults as well. Okay, so in this inventory in general for large areas, we identify which are the main geological regions, which means that then afterwards we need to find for each of those the essentials of that region, what characterizes it, and then in each of the units of this inventory that we find, we need to see if there's paleontological, mineralogical sites, all the different types of sites. So there's a whole classification that we can go on with these inventories. when you allocate these geological features to a scalar frame, that means that we need to know if is it a whole, for example, alluvial plain? Do we only have like what happens in I forgot the name, in the southern part of Africa? You have this huge alluvial fan that is very famous for the Okavango. Yes, the Okavango. That the scale of that is enormous, and then you can also have small alluvial fans from these scarps here in the. So you need to know what is the frame of reference that of the elements that you're talking about, and also the administrative level, which is another important thing, the international, national, statewide, or local. And the only way to do that, the significance of is comparing with similar sites in the same region. So if you want to say if something is unique at the local level, you just compare with the local area. If you want to say if something is international relevance, you need to compare at the international scale. And that's why normally it cannot be done by just one person. You need to contact a lot of experts that know about these topics, and they will decide, okay, I know a place in China. Okay, then my place is not so good compared to that one. Sorry, or things like that. No, that happens a lot, and that happened when we were choosing for the IUGS geological heritage sites that have been mentioned here. One of the IGCP projects of that are funded by UNESCO, no? The 731. There was discussions and conflict because some people think they have the best, but maybe it's not the best. Maybe there's more people that know other sites that you didn't know. We have the 5 W's rule, the what, why, who, where, how. This is just what, why, who is the type of inventory, then where are you doing it, is the scale, and then how you can use is the assessment. So the type of inventories that we will do depends on your objectives. Maybe you just look for a specific theme that you can find in the literature, many of these mineralogical inventories or paleontological or whatever, but they are incomplete and they will not allow good management. So you not, in this case for a geopark, you will preferably go with a full thematic with all possibilities for the inventory of geology. And the aim is, of course, the identification and protection of geosites. You can also do, once you have this inventory, you can have geological itineraries, you can promote a sustainable development for tourism, you can use it for land use planning. This guy, Sharples, British, was proposing 3 different types of inventories, and these are the most general one. We would prefer to do this type of systematic inventories. So we use all possibilities of things that we can find and compare them. And then you have some detailed studies of specific topics which will not be useful for the geopark. So for a geopark, you will need to do a systematic inventory. And what's peculiar about these systematic inventories is that you should not only use the bibliography, you should use expert assessment and also fieldwork. This is important. And then you need to specify the boundaries. We will see some examples. A polygon that represents the geosite. So you know if you are in or out of the geosite, or so that way you can know also, is it in this municipality or in the next one, or in this county or in the next one? So you need to have a good specification of the boundaries. Well, the whole mapping will come afterwards. The advantages, this reconnaissance is very easy, it's easier, less time and so on, it's fast, less resources. This will be more representative, and this will be very precise for a specific topic, as I was mentioning. Inconveniences, this is not so representative. This requires a lot of time and resources, or you don't do it in 1 month normally. It will take time depending on the area that you have to study. And this one, this type, the more detailed one, will be very difficult and expensive if you have a big area. That's why this is the one recommended for geoparks. No? You will have to do the geoconservation, because in this reconnaissance, it says no only in the main geosites because it is very light identification. You don't know all the details. But for a systematic study, it is good for the geoconservation, and it allows the advanced management system. If you want to go further, then you have to go with more detailed inventories, which would be the best system, but then it would be a lot of effort and time, and usually you want to start as soon as possible. This is what I was mentioning, the different scales for the comparison. In our case, we would be about here, or local or regional. So it's good for the management oriented, you can zone protected areas, you can use it for the planning. So a geopark would have to be looking at these two types of scale, local and regional. Some geoparks are very big. Well, okay. Just to mention, these are some premises that we assume when we are doing the inventory, that the geological elements may not have value to be geoheritage. So not everything is geoheritage. So you have to decide which sites are. That's why you have to calculate this value. Similar geological elements may have different value. You may think they are similar, but then when you assess it, they come out to not be the same. They have different values, which allows you to decide which one has the highest value. And also, the important thing and the good thing for us is that the value can be estimated based on these semi-quantitative parameters that I was mentioning. I will go now in a little bit more detail. So we are using this, what's called the semi-quantitative. It is not fully quantitative, it will be too subjective. And I mean, this with formulas and all this, but we use this, which is a quantified response to questions, where we ask a question that will solve the parameter. Well, the assessment criteria, there's always the potential for public use. And then, as I was mentioning, the susceptibility to degradation depends on the resistance of the rock. So you may have very fragile rocks, you may have natural vulnerability, so the natural erosion and weathering, or you may have anthropogenic vulnerability. People that want to do mining, want to do roads, or a lot of population nearby that wants to build on top of this surface. There's this intrinsic criteria that are the scientific information that is available for the site. I was mentioning the state of conservation, the beauty, geodiversity, these type of things. And what's useful for the potential for public use, of course, is the accessibility, the size, how big is it, is it easy to observe, and always is very good. We also take note in the database for each of the sites. Are there any other interesting things for cultural flora, fauna, intangible cultural heritage, whatever is available that can be added and used in the site. I show you here, this is an inventory we did for a city council in it's a very little town in the province of Cuenca in central Spain. So you can see this is the limits of the municipality. These are the geosites that were inventoried. Some of them are shared with the nearby municipality. Some of them are very little, some of them are very big. So you can have, and now the city council knows what they have, where is it, how relevant is it, what they can use it for. So lots of things. The schools, the teachers, we also went with, we gave some courses to the company, how do you say, the tourist agencies, the guides of that organize, they going down the river, they organize hikes, so they know what they can show to the tourists, this type of thing, and you can do that once you know what there is with this inventory. So these are the questions that must be responded by any inventory. What is the value of the sites, the state of conservation, the fragility, vulnerability? I have mentioned all this. I am insisting again, because this is important and is very, very frequently ignored. So, and also every geoheritage inventory must include fieldwork. You don't do it from the office. Well, this is some details about what I was mentioning. The potential use comes from the value, the specific type of value that comes for each of the sites. And then there's this assessment of the natural vulnerability, anthropic, from the human population in the surroundings. The dimension of the geosite, if it is very big, it will not be susceptible to degradation, but if they are small, then they will be very susceptible to degradation and so on. This is what I showed you in the previous table, the different parameters. And this is just to simplify, this is some coefficients instead of the 20, 30, 15, 10, and so on. We were just doing 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0.5 to apply to the same parameters. This is what we were using in the trainings here for the geological surveys in Africa to make it more easily understandable. And then you get a value, for example, you find this is the spectacularity is 3. So the parameter of spectacularity for science is 0. The scientists don't care if the site is beautiful or ugly. You just care if there's scientific information. For example, it will be useful for the education, so we will multiply 3 times 0.5, so 1.5 in the educational value to add. And then if the beauty, if it is 3, the beauty, we would multiply by 2.5. And here we'll have a high value for the tourism, touristic, and so on with the different parameters. Now, I suppose you are wondering, what are these parameters? Here you have some examples. The question that, for example, for representativity, which I mentioned that is important for science, a little bit for education and not for tourism. The question is this the best example with the geological area within the geological area under consideration? So what is the geological area under consideration? Is it the geopark, the nation? So that's what I'm saying, that you have to compare it with the area. If you want to find if you are doing a study of which of these sites are of international relevance, then you would have to compare it with worldwide, with all the sites in the world. In this case, maybe you just want to do it in the case of the geological surveys, they do it for their own nation, for their own country. So the geological area under consideration would be the country. And does this fully represent a geological phenomenon? So if we have a site that is the best example in the nation that fully represents a geological phenomenon, we give a 3. If it's useful as a model to fully represent, it is useful as a model. Or the other question is, it is useful as a model, but only partially. And then it is somewhat useful, even if partially, for this geological phenomenon. So you can see that there's a gradation, it's a semi-quantitative assessment. You use these points, and then you apply the coefficients depending of if you are calculating the scientific value, the educational value, or the touristic value. For example, for the educational potential, we say the site is used routinely in educational activities at any level of the education system. That would be the highest value for education potential. So you put a 3. If the site does not respond to any of the other criteria, then 0. But maybe it is good to illustrate the contents of university programs. It is used in some levels of the educational system for activities and so on. So you can see there's like different degrees of, in this case, the potential, the educational potential, or for example, the accessibility. There is direct access by asphalt road with possibility of parking for buses. This would be the best choice. So you give a 3. If there's no parking, I mean, the access is a asphalt road with only parking for cars, not for buses. The road is not paved, but it's still accessible by cars, or the site does not meet these other requirements, which means that you have to walk in most probably, or take a 4-wheel drive. So this is not so accessible and so on. So all these parameters will add. This is interesting. Some people ask us, how do you measure beauty? When you look to a landscape, how do you decide if the landscape is beautiful? Well, we consulted a lot of references with, and you will see in the bibliography, how do you define beauty with respect to landscapes. And there's three things that will make it more relevant, which are this, the amplitude of the relief, which means that we prefer sites, panoramic views that you have relief, preferable than those that are totally flat, okay? Everybody agrees with this? So if there's relief, for example, the mountains that we were seeing, usually you will like better if it has the mountains and if it is totally flat. Also, the presence of bodies of water, the rivers, lakes, even ice. So that's also part of the genetical condition I was telling you yesterday about, that we have preference for the animate and not for the inanimate. In the case of the water, it's very clear that it is a resource, and if you don't look for that resource, you will not survive, you will not reproduce. So it is a result also of natural selection. We have preferences for places that have water, preferably if it's running, but also lakes, but if you ask most of the people what do they prefer, a lake or a waterfall, they will say a waterfall. But if it is both, then you're totally happy. And then, so one of them is the relief, the other one is the presence of water, and the other one is the chromatic variety. We prefer places that are colorful with many, many different colors than if they are gray or just one single color. So if you have one of these, 1 point, two of these, 2 points, and three of them, 3 points, that's the beauty. And you can think about this because you remember these calendars with pictures that you can buy. The pictures that are usually thought of as being the most beautiful are the ones with mountains, snows, trees, houses, many different colors, a river, a lake, snow. Those are the ones that are implicitly by most of the population thought as beautiful. Of course, then you have the conditions from those populations that have always lived in a different which maybe will have to be reassessed in some of the countries or in some of the continents. Because I suppose for a population that always has been in the desert, in a flat area, that's their reference, that's their landscape, and they will probably be hoping to look for something that is similar to home. Okay. So once we have analyze the different types of value. If we have, for example, a value for scientific value, 15, for educational 2, and touristic 0, then we know that this site is for scientific use. But if you have one that is for touristic value, the opposite, 15, educational 10, and then maybe scientific use just 2, then you better use it for tourism and for education. And then we will have to so you can see here, well, in this case, I was just making up the figures, but it depends on the system that is being used. But this will allow you to classify the sites and identify those that are with more value at the different scales that have been studied, that have been the levels of that administration. This is regarding the risk of degradation. We include all these parameters: fragility, natural threats, natural vulnerability, and so on. And then you can calculate the risk of degradation. And this allows the managers, you don't need to do this calculation, but the expert will let you know, this site, you must take care of it because it's prone to be destroyed. Or this other site is okay, you can take people there without any problem. So in conclusion, we have to do the fieldwork, description and assessment, and we need to prioritize the efforts and optimize the resources. So this means that you can classify the sites, you can optimize the the work that you are doing and try to limit also one of the things, for example, that we did in the national inventory is that we have so many people working, so many funds, so you can only go so far with the inventory. And I suppose a geopark is not as expensive as a national inventory, but it still will require some efforts. And then just to insist that also from universities and from research centers, but in all countries you will have a geological survey organization that is dedicated to geologically related studies and services for society. And they have the know-how and expertise to contribute towards geoconservation, hopefully. So the potential lines of action that they can do, the geological surveys, would be the inventory and assessment of geosites, advice to legislators on the legal protection, and then help with these management plans and public use, including advising to these initiatives that we're talking now about, the geoparks. I don't think that we should be doing the management plans, but helping with and assessing with anything related with the geoheritage. And that this is a discussion that arises always during the trainings related with the geological surveys, is that this potential can only be developed if, this is what ASFA was also mentioning in Africa, if there's political decisions in that, oriented in that way, which is not always the case. Well, this is general things, and that's it, yes. It's a little bit late, no?
No, it's not. I think it's perfect. We are just in time. So I'm very happy. I hope you are happy as well, because this is really bringing a different dimension to all our trainings we've been doing. So I personally thank Enrique. I met him in June, so we didn't know each other until last June. So it's only 6 months we know each other, but as soon as we met, I think we identified that it's connected. So if we want to get into new territories, we need this knowledge. I think it's a big luxury. I don't know how many countries have what Spain have as the national inventory.
No, many countries have inventories. You mean in Africa?
No, in you. I mean, the detail of the Spain.
For example, South Africa has a good, and in Namibia, I mean, there's Algeria has very good. Morocco, I think, also has a good inventory. So some countries have done their proper.
But Spanish one, I can click and I can play.
Yes. You mean that?
Yeah, the database he was showing is you can go and you can click. It's really fascinating. I think it's also very.
I didn't do it, but if you, I think I had
the link was there. So we will share all the presentations. So all the presentations since yesterday will be available in a Teams folder, which we will share. And the presenters will be accessible, so you can individually contact them, ask questions, and you can come through us. So, the link is, I personally go and play, so it's fascinating. If you like GIS systems, zoom out.
On any of the sites, and it gives you all the information.
Details.
And also you can adopt it. You can decide if you want to take care of the site. This is what they call a citizen participation initiative, so that anybody can take care of the site and they just tell if there's any problem like destruction or dumping garbage or whatever, or anything that can happen in the place that may be put in danger. Then you just notify the geological survey, and then I mean, the thing is that in Spain, the management of natural heritage is under the regional governments. So we would need to notify the regional government, but we are kind of centralizing the information. That's.
So, for the questions, we will leave later if you don't mind, because it's really late. But I have a couple of words to say, and I will leave Christoph to close it. So first of all, thank you all presenters. I think we should applaud all the presenters, which were really, really excellent. So that was very extensive 2 days, and thank you for your patience. It was lots to take in. It was not too much, I think it's never, but thank you again for listening and joining, asking excellent questions. So George will explain the logistics for tomorrow later. Before I finish, I really want to thank someone. Two people, I think, made this happen. So I've been coordinating, but I was not involved until now. I think if Christoph didn't put his blood on that, he will not be here. I think we really need to thank Christoph. He fought to get the funding, and he worked very closely with Samuel, who's not here today. I think we really need to thank the Nairobi office. So UNESCO Nairobi office was extremely helpful. Mary is here, Cynthia is here. I think Alex is with the governor. So we are all here thanks to Christoph's funding exercise and Nairobi organizing this. This is a really excellent cooperation. I think we're really successful. I don't know what you want to say. I hope you're happy.
No, thank you very much. I don't want to stand in between you and a refreshment, but I think this is not the end of it either. We still have the field visit tomorrow. Use it as well as an opportunity to raise questions, to network, to ask questions, and to talk to everyone. And even after the event, this workshop is only one dot in a long process, right? I think we have a long way to go still. We've seen it as well. The geoparks were adopted by UNESCO in 2015. They developed very differently in Europe and then in Asia. They're already well on cruising speed, I would say. In Latin America, have been pushing hard, and we see that it's coming, and we have now more than 10 sites in Latin America. I'm not saying that here it looks like Latin America at all. I mean, we're in an entirely different context. But I think this workshop helped as well to understand a little bit what is the specific challenges that you are facing, what is the specific geological features that are entirely different. You have such a rich communities as well, and we've seen it here as well. And I would like to thank in particular William and all the community leaders, because I was very much impressed as well to see their commitment. We don't take this for granted, and it's a very important part. And I think we are here as well with our little team, Oslo, but then also Alex and Mary, and there's other colleagues from the Dakar office here as well, from Windhoek office with Kombada. I think from our little part we try to help as well. And then last but not least, don't forget that you have a whole family of geoparks behind you as well. There's 177, and actually there's 195 UNESCO Global Geoparks right now. I can't announce it yet because they've not been informally adopted, but we're really a growing family. And one of the strong things that sets maybe geoparks apart from other site designations is exactly that family feeling, that networking, that willingness to support and to help each other. I mean, Kristen is here today. She is also one of the geoparks people. She has been part of the European Geoparks Network, part of the GGN. And I think that's one thing that I would like to reflect here as well. And I would like to thank GGN in particular as well for having supported us with this workshop, but actually throughout this whole story. So again, I think you still have a lot of questions, and that is fine. We will have more opportunities to go into this. Personally, I think we're very happy with what we've seen today. We've been happy, and from our side trying to connect a few dots, and I think that's also what Alan said. If it weren't from the workshop, maybe he wouldn't have talked with the people from the Geological Survey or people from the Geological Society or from the National Commission, and I think that was also a little bit the purpose. So thank you, everyone, once again. George as well, thank you very much for the support. Yeah, maybe a big applause as well for the National Commission. Very much appreciated. This is not over yet. And then let me also thank here the team of Baringo, the governor, but the entire team of Baringo County and the Baringo Geopark for hosting us here. And I think they made it possible as well. It's not that easy to set up a workshop of this scale, bringing in people from all sides of the world. But I think you've made it really easy on us. You've made it really possible for us to meet in the most comfortable conditions. And we're really looking forward as well to the field visit tomorrow. So thank you very much for that as well. Big applause for me.
Can we have one picture on the garden before we finish with the refreshments? I saw that someone took pictures from balcony yesterday. So it will, if we are here and someone takes from up there, that will be nice to have everybody together on the... So we have professional cameras? Yeah, we have. Since our team has a camera, and I think organizer as well. Did you have a photographer? No, you had a photographer. If a photographer could go to the balcony and take us picture from there, okay. Let's go and then have drinks. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ashimwat, as you come to make your announcements, Namibia, remember, it is the closing dance. After this, I've not forgotten. And then, Ashimwat, are you going to tell us about the logistics of the DSS? Oh, good.
Yeah. Good.
One thing before you start.
Yes.
So tomorrow morning, before you go into bus, please do not forget seeing Enrique, who will give you jackets for the field trip, and then for the present from PanAfGeo, who is contributing this confirmation. So you have presents, and also he brought us your heritage books. I hope you got them. They are really useful as well. This is a present from PanAfGeo. In the files. And then logistics for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this has been a very interesting, full-packed 2 days. I wish we had more days. I was just looking at Enrique's presentation, and I think that with a presentation for a whole day. Full of facts and yes. So I think we want to look at tomorrow's program. Perhaps my only request to UNESCO is whether we can have a forum, an online forum of some sort where we can continue the discussions and engagement going forward. Yeah, so if that can be done, that would be good, because perhaps people still have questions they need to ask, they need clarification, they need clarified. If that can be done, that would be a very good thing to do. So I want to hand over the program to my colleague, Susan. The what? The DSA, yes. Yes. Before I hand over the program to my colleague, Susan, who is going to take us through the plan we have for tomorrow, just to announce that for UNESCO-sponsored delegates, please remember to see our colleague, Owor from UNESCO, and he will be talking to you at some point. I don't know whether you want to be, will you go to the secretariat? So you go to the small room there, you'll find him there, and he'll be able to facilitate you. So over to you, Susan. Take us through the itinerary for tomorrow and what people need to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we are tired. Just to go through the program. Can we have one meeting, please? Yeah, so tomorrow morning, with the committee, we had planned that the team goes to Kimngochoch Community Conservancy and Geosite at 5:30 to view the sunrise and also the valley and the escarpment. Departure time is 5:30. That means that's 5:30 a.m. So I think our wake-up call will be 4:30. Then we'll catch up with some maybe coffee, something small before we leave. So I think it's important to know how many people would wish to go for. Okay. It seems it's everybody. Okay, so we'll come back here. We'll spend probably an hour or so, an hour or 1 hour, 30 minutes. This is because we'll have to wait for the sunrise, which happens between 6, I'm not sure, early 6. And later, the community group, the cultural group will be there and they'll be showing their artifacts. They say they'll be ready by that time, 6. Thereafter, we'll have breakfast here at 7 or 6:45. We'll come back here for breakfast and checking out. So it's important for you to pack your items so that in the morning you don't worry so much, and so that you don't lose your items or forget your items. Then have breakfast. Then at 8:30, we'll leave for the KABARNET Museum, which is a few meters from here, just within the second property, where we'll view some cultural exhibitions, the museum, and there'll be one performance by the local community native to this area. So we hope to spend there about an hour, then we move to the next destination. So we will split the groups into two. One group will go to Chebloch Gorge, and another group will go to Mangar Geosite. Then after that, each of the groups will have picnic lunch. That means we'll leave with packed lunch. The hotel will organize packed lunch and they'll deliver for us, probably when we'll be splitting the groups. We will then rejoin at Irong Kormoson Fortress. Then for about 2 hours, where the community, the Ndorois community there will do a welcome performance. Then 2 speakers will just describe the site. Then after that, it's few kilometers from the spa, the hotel where we'll be checking in. So we'll check in. Then 4:30, we'll go for an evening drive to Lake Bogoria National Reserve, where we'll be able to see the hot springs, the entire lake formation, and the flamingos for the evening, before we come back for gala night. Thank you.
I'll say one last thing Christoph reminded me. We really would like to thank Marlon from John, really big efforts, and she was extremely flexible with the dates. Thank you, Doris. And thank you, Kristen. And thank you, Enrique. So international presenters, it was really complicated, we will admit. So the logistics were very complicated for you as well. As you remember, we had to change the date. So we are really grateful for our partners. And thank you very much. Thank you again.
I think we want to do the way we do our thank you. So let's just stand up. So we'll do like 6, okay?
Namibia, come forward. And I hope you've given your dance to...
Okay? So, we want to go? So 6 times? Okay. Let's start now, isn't it? That was a rehearsal. That was a rehearsal. So let's go. Thank you very much.
All right, I've not read yet. Namibia, is that? Are you ready? Please come so that you now close for us with your dance, and we'll sing Kenya National Anthem and Namibian Anthem to officially close it. You want to play or dance or sing? Yes, play from there.
As they are organizing, I have one announcement. So we will split the group into 2. So at the point of
Okay.
we'll give
2 are the Namibian.
probably we will post this outside at the restaurant door, which group you will be in, okay? Yeah, so at dinner time, please look at the restaurant door. You'll see which group you will be in at the point of splitting. Thank you.
Which one? Oh my God. No, yeah, let's see.
This song is called The Wind of Change Sweeping Across the African Continent. Oh, Sweeping across the continent, the wind of hope sweeping across the continent. Oh,
Okay, all of us. The wind of change. All right, that was a test of Namibia. Okay, hold on. Zambia is also here. Anyway, tomorrow during the gala, we'll be having more fun. Then remember, if you want to follow in YouTube, post media, it will be available. For those who did not watch, you can still refer to post media in YouTube. And then for tomorrow during gala, I'll ask you how to say the greetings in your language. Greetings and thank you. And if you are in native Africa, even in Namibia, I would expect you to say in English. I want your native, your first language. Yes, for tomorrow during the gala. So, because of that honor, we'll sing the Kenya National Anthem, closing, and we'll also sing the Namibian Anthem. That's the honor I've given you. Okay, Kenyan Anthem, those things together. Okay, we'll sing. One stanza only, please. Okay, Namibian anthem you'll sing.
Okay, let's sing. Namibia, land of the brave freedom fight, we have won. Glory to their bravery, whose blood brought us our freedom. We give our love and loyalty, together in unity, contrasting beautiful Namibia, Namibia, our country, beloved land of savannas, hold the bed of liberty, Namibia, our country, Namibia, we love thee.
Thank you. Have a lovely meeting. See you tomorrow during the gala and during the excursion. As we give you the Kenyan tune, Surayako.
We are waiting for Morocco tonight.
And then remember the match, Morocco versus
friends. And then there is coffee, please. Coffee break. A photo. There's photo. Go for the photo. Come for the coffee. Photo, then coffee.
Mama, sitaki mwingine, aushi usiniache, usinitende. Mama, usipende mwingine, moyo wangu ni mwepesi, umenikalia chapati, nafanya vituko kama chizi, kukupenda sitaki